Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope y'all had a restful evening last night. One thing I meant to tell y'all yesterday, but I'll tell y'all this morning, if there's ever a time that y'all feel like you need to stand up and stretch or just move around while we're in the testimony, feel free to do that. I mean, it shouldn't be distracting to anybody. And I know, believe me, I know that sitting all day long can kind of get uncomfortable sometimes. So just feel free to do that if y'all need to. All right, Ms. Hilton, you can go ahead with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Cooper.
Good morning.
Now, yesterday when we left off, you were speaking about this Infinity that was rented by Thug that you gave to Threat, I guess the day before Donovan Thomas was murdered. Is that correct? Yesterday when we left off, were you speaking about the Infinity that was rented by Thug that you gave to Threat the day before Donovan Thomas was murdered?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall yesterday talking about giving an Infinity to Threat? Do you need me to repeat the question?
Yeah.
Okay. Yesterday, do you recall testifying about giving the Infinity to Threat? Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. And you said that you gave Threat that Infinity after you and Little D from Cleveland Avenue spun out that Infinity on the highway. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
You don't recall what you said yesterday?
I didn't tell you that yesterday. I said I gave Threat the car yesterday.
Okay. Did you also talk about you spinning out the car on the highway yesterday as well?
I don't recall.
All right. And when you gave Threat the car, that was at the studio off of Northside Drive?
I ain't for sure which one it was, but
would this be the studio that's 675 Metropolitan Parkway?
Metropolitan?
Yes.
No.
Is this the studio that...
I don't recall which studio it was.
Okay. If you saw a picture, would you recognize it?
Recognize what?
The studio.
Yeah. No.
When you dropped the car off to the studio, do you know if Thug was inside the studio?
I didn't go in.
Okay. But do you know if he was there or not, although you did not go in?
Good morning, family.
I'm going to allow it.
Do you know if he was there?
I don't know.
Back in 2015, how often would you go to the studio?
Not much.
When you say not much, what does that mean?
I like to be in the streets.
Okay. So how often would you go to the studio?
I just said I don't know.
Okay. Would it be once a week, once a month, every couple of months?
I don't recall.
Now, you said that you gave Threat you said you gave Threat the Infinity, and you don't know what happened next. Is that correct?
I said I gave Threat the car.
Okay.
And I left.
Good morning. Good morning.
Do you know if Threat gave the car back to Thug?
Good morning. Good morning. So, 313 in the building.
I don't recall. I don't know.
Okay. This was the car that Thug rented, correct?
I don't recall.
Yesterday, didn't you testify this was the car that Thug rented?
I guess I don't know. Like,
you don't know if Thug rented the car or not?
yesterday you asked me, did I go to a rental car place with him?
Yes. And what was your answer?
What did I tell you?
You tell me.
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, once you gave Threat the vehicle and you left, When did you find out about Nut being killed?
I don't recall.
Shalom.
Did anyone tell you that Threat killed Nut?
Didn't
Sustained.
Why did you bring up that you gave the infinity to Threat? Why did you tell me that yesterday?
because I did.
Okay. And why did you tell me that?
What you mean? Why did I tell you that?
Yeah, why was yesterday the first time that you ever mentioned giving Threat the infinity?
Because y'all sitting here like y'all know what y'all talking about when y'all don't.
Okay. So why didn't you tell the police that back in 2015?
Because I ain't trying to go to jail.
Why would you go to jail for giving someone a car?
Same way y'all take me to jail for everything else.
Okay. But is there a crime to give someone a car?
Sustained.
Why did you think you would get in trouble for giving someone a car?
I don't recall.
Were you trying to insinuate because you gave Threat the car that Threat must have had something to do with Nut's murder?
Huh?
And telling me yesterday that you gave the infinity to Threat, were you trying to infer that Threat must have had something to do with Nut's murder?
I don't know what Threat did.
Okay, so why did you tell me about giving Threat the infinity?
Because you put me up here to tell the truth.
Okay. Is there some truth? Did Threat kill Nut?
I got to answer that.
Yeah. Do you have an answer?
I don't know what Threat did.
Okay. Back in 2015, did you tell the police that Threat killed Nut?
No.
Okay. Did you tell police that other individuals killed Nut?
I'm gonna protect Threat.
Okay. But you didn't protect the other people that you talked about?
Me and Threat been friends since 2001.
Okay. Are you closer to Shannon than you are to Threat?
I'm closer to Threat than I am any person in the street.
Okay. But when you were talking about who you were close with, you never mentioned Threat to the police back in 2015. Is that correct?
That's my partner in crime.
Okay. But in 2015, when they asked you, who are you closest to? You never mentioned Threat, correct?
Right? Because I know the police trying to get me.
Okay. But you talked about being very close to Little D, correct?
Because the D is a pretty boy.
You talked about being very close to Shannon, correct?
Because Shannon is a pretty boy too.
Okay. But all the pictures, do you remember the pictures that we showed you back in June?
Right?
They only had you, Shannon, and Little D primarily, correct?
This one, I'm not on that other type of time.
Okay. Do you have a lot of pictures with Threat?
Yes.
Okay. Back in 2015.
We have a lot of pictures together.
Why would you tell on Shannon and not on Threat when you're talking about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Is this a real
Because
question?
telling is being honest. Lying is lying. I'm gonna protect Threat.
Why would you make up anything on Shannon when you said to the police,
It's
those
easy.
are your friends, even though they're pretty boys, those are your friends. So why would you make it up as to Shannon and not tell the police about Threat?
Because the thing is, if a person ain't do it, they ain't do it. So no matter what I tell the police, they didn't do it. So I ain't gotta be like, okay, I'm telling the truth by saying they did it. Okay, they didn't do it, so the police can't lock them up for something they didn't do. But if I say Threat did it and Threat actually did it, then it's a different story.
Are you telling us that Threat did it?
I ain't say Threat did nothing.
Okay. So did Threat kill Donovan?
I don't know.
Are you now bringing anything about Threat because he's deceased and now can't come in here and defend himself with whatever it is that you're saying?
I'm up here to tell the truth. You going back into the past, and I done told you 1.5 million times that I don't lie. So you put me up here to tell the truth. The truth of the matter was I gave Threat the car.
Okay. And that's all that you did was gave threat the car.
That's all I recall.
And you gave him the car at the studio. And once you gave him the car, what did you do?
I don't recall.
Did you go home to Deshaun's house?
I don't recall.
So how is that you recall giving threat the car, but you can't remember anything else that day?
I probably geeked up.
Geeked up when, now or then?
I don't do drugs now.
Okay. So how is it today? You can remember that you gave threat the car, but you can't remember anything else you did back in January 2015.
I don't recall
You don't recall what?
nothing.
Okay, so you don't recall that threat that you gave the car the threat?
That's what you want me to say?
I want you to answer truthfully, Mr. Copeland.
I think I just said I don't recall.
Now, yesterday you testified that Gaither and the police were out to get you. Is that fair? That you said that yesterday?
You told me yourself that they did me wrong.
Mm.
Specific question.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh.
Isn't it true that in 2015 you would call Gaither if something happened in the streets?
Because I'm playing on her.
Okay. But isn't it true that in the January interview that you met with Gaither and Dennis, you called her to let her know that they were shooting at you?
Because I ain't no telling what I did back to them.
Okay. And it was after you called her that you went to the studio.
I
correct?
don't recall calling no gate to telling her anything. I don't recall.
In the interview, didn't she tell you, I waited up here for you because you called me?
I don't recall.
And that she was actually getting ready to get off of work, but since you called her, she waited for you.
I don't recall.
All right. Isn't it true that in the February interview, after you were shot at and your daughter and your child's mother was shot at, when they told you you needed to give the gun to someone, you said, I'm gonna call Gaither and I'm gonna give it to Gaither.
I don't recall.
Isn't it also true in May of 2015, when you were originally detained at the Dunbar Center with the gun, that they took you over to Turner Field because you asked to speak to Gaither?
I don't recall.
No. And that Gaither met you at Turner Field, correct?
That's a lie.
She didn't meet you at Turner Field?
You got the police report. The police they got me said that every time they get me, they got to notify the gang unit to come get me
Did you?
when they touch me.
So you did not call and ask for them to speak to Gaither?
No.
Okay. And did you meet with Gaither at Turner Field?
No, I was in the back of the police car in handcuffs.
Did Gaither meet you at Turner Field while you were back in the car in handcuffs?
I don't recall.
And matter of fact, that day, did you get released
And,
from Turner Field? Did you get released?
yeah, I guess.
Did you go to jail the day that you met Gaither at Turner Field? Did you go to jail that day?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Okay. You didn't get arrested for that gun at the Dunbar Center until June of 2015, correct?
I guess.
Okay. And isn't it true that even after you got arrested in June of 2015, that once you were in jail, you called Gaither multiple times to speak to her from jail?
I don't recall calling her from jail.
You don't recall having Deshaun call Gaither multiple times for you?
Thank you,
I
Shirley.
don't recall.
And then she want Gaither to come and meet with you at the jail so you can give her more information?
Speak on the facts. If she want that gun, and she keep asking me for a gun and I ain't giving her the gun, what make you think I'm getting her truthful information? If I trust her so much and I always call her, why I won't get her the gun? It's self-explanatory.
Didn't you tell her you didn't give her the gun because Shannon had taken the gun to Miami or taken the gun while he was on tour with Doug?
No, I don't know what I don't told her, but I'm not gonna give her no evidence on me.
And wasn't Deshawn actually frustrated with you because you wanted to call Gaither so much and she didn't want you to call and speak to Gaither?
Cause Deshaun knew Deshaun knew what I was doing.
I want to go back to the February 20th interview.
This is wild, man. Thank you, Sheely, for the information on Melnick. I guess we will be staying on lunch after all. So much stuff going on. Good morning to everybody. I hope you all enjoying the live. Go ahead, hit the like
Now, I
button
just asked you about Detective
and subscribe to
Gaither
the channel. We
and
appreciate you.
speaking with her.
Shout out to
Isn't it
Biz Nation.
true that in the February 20th interview, you told Detective, you know, I had came down here and talked to Officer Gaither and somehow word hit the street. I told Gaither a lot of stuff, but it did not get out. But just this time it hit the streets. Now people looking at me sideways. Do you recall telling the detective that?
I don't recall nothing I told. I don't recall what I don't told the detectives. I tell them anything that what they'll go for, what I think I can convince them to go for.
And did you also tell the detectives the detectives told you that you needed to actually keep in touch with Gaither and lay very low. And you said, and you told them, I'll keep in touch with her and I'm going to give her the gun.
Did I give her the gun?
I didn't ask you that. I asked you, what did you tell the police?
I don't recall what I told them, but I would have told them anything, get them out my face.
Now, back in 2015, did people believe that you were the reason that you were a bad influence?
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. Back in 2015, did you tell police that you were the reason that Thug's name kept coming up?
I'll
And-
allow that. That's okay. Thought that might be a different question, but you can ask that question.
Thank you. In the February interview, did you tell the police that you were the reason that Thug's name was getting involved in all of this beef and drama with YFN and If Gang?
I don't recall nothing I told the police.
Okay. Did you say to the police, I heard someone say, I'm the reason. They said that I pulled Thug into this. I'm the reason they bring Thug name up. Thug having something to do with it because of me. Folks going around saying I'm trying to mess up his career. How the hell am I messing up his career? I had nothing to do with it. I didn't. I don't know what the hell is going. Sorry. I had nothing to do with this. I didn't. I don't know what the hell is going on.
I would tell the police anything to get them out my face.
Okay. Now, after this February interview, were you then arrested later on that day on a probation violation?
Y'all locked me up so many times. I don't keep record of this stuff.
Okay. Going back to the pictures from yesterday. I'm showing you 378 Yankee Charlie 1 and 378 Yankee Delta 1. Is Yankee Charlie 1 February 20th, 2015?
How I supposed to know which one of them is it?
Look at 378 Yankee Charlie 1. Do you see that on the paper?
Okay,
Do you see the date that's on the top?
Friday,
What's the day?
Friday.
What's the
All right,
date?
we already established yesterday it was February 20th, so
Yeah.
just ask the question.
Looking at both of those, is one you're in the jumpsuit and one you are not in the jumpsuit.
Right.
Okay. And is one on the February 20th and the other one on February 21st?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay. So after you left your interview on February 20th, were you arrested on a probation violation?
Huh?
After you left the interview on February 20th, were you arrested on a probation violation? The next day, are you in
Oh,
blue
yes.
jumpsuit?
You said when I left,
Okay. Do you remember when you were arrested?
the papers got the next day. I don't know if it's the same day or the next day.
Okay. But when you came back, you spoke to Detective Gaither on the second time on February 21st, correct?
This what it looked like in the picture.
All right. And during that interview, she was trying to get you to tell them what happened regarding the shooting of your child and the shooting at you, your child, and your child's mother, correct?
I recall.
And during that interview, you actually begin the interview not talking about the shooting, but talking about what was happening between If Gang and you, because people thought you killed Nut, correct?
I don't recall what I told the investigators. I was just saying whatever come out of the top of my dome to get them out for me.
And during that interview, did you then again reiterate to Detective Gaither that you did not kill Nut and you didn't have anything to do with it,
I
correct?
don't recall what I told no investigator.
And you also began to tell Detective Gaither again what occurred the night that Nut was murdered, once you learned that Nut was murdered, correct?
I don't recall nothing I told the investigators.
Okay. You also told Detective Gaither in this interview that you learned from Little D that Nut got killed.
That's what I told the police.
Is that what you told Detective Gaither?
I don't recall nothing I told the investigators. If you call me in here to tell the truth, you got to stop going back into the past.
Okay. And you also told her about being at Carver home at your baby mom's house that earlier in the day that Nut got killed, correct?
I don't recall nothing I told. Who you said I said this to?
Detective Gaither.
I don't recall nothing I said to Gate.
And matter of fact, you told her that you came down on your own that morning to let the police know that you had nothing to do with Nut's murder, correct?
I don't recall nothing I told the investigators.
This is your star witness. Jesus.
Now, did you also talk to Detective Gaither about your fear of being labeled a snitch?
I don't recall.
Okay. When she asked you to tell her about who shot at you and your child's mother, you told her, I try my best, man, to just because if I help you tell you anything and make it even worse. And she asked, what makes it worse? Now I'm a snitch. Now this and that.
I don't recall.
And she asked you, you worried about snitching? And you said, I just want to get out of jail and just stay out the way.
I don't recall.
Now, you also talked to Detective Gaither in the same interview about trivia as well, correct?
I don't recall.
And you told Detective Gaither that trivia provides a lot of information about Kel to Montauk,
I don't recall.
and that's where you all get a lot of your information regarding If Gang, correct?
I don't recall.
And that's because Trivia was dating Shell Kel and Montauk, correct?
I don't know who she date.
Okay. Did you tell Detective Gaither that Trivia was dating both Montauk and Shell Kel?
I don't recall nothing that I made up to the police.
Now, we just talked about you calling Gaither the night that they were shooting at you on the highway. Do you recall yourself today calling Gaither the night that they shot at you on the highway?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Now, do you recall Detective Gaither in this interview asking you who shot at you, your child, and your child's mother?
I don't recall.
And that you told her that the person looks like you think it was Tay?
I don't recall.
Do you also recall telling Detective Gaither in this interview, which is now February 21st of 2015, that after they shot at you on the highway, that people from the opposite gang posted it on Instagram? So people from If Gang posted it on Instagram?
I don't recall.
Did you also tell Detective Gaither you had concerns that if people learned that you were talking to police and it gets out, it was going to make this stuff get worse for you? You're staring. Are you going to respond?
I don't recall.
Okay. In this February interview, did you tell detectives that you knew it was Tay because you knew what he looked like and that you used to play ball with him at Carver?
My right-handed guard, Tay never shot me and my child and my baby mom.
I asked you, did you tell detectives?
I don't recall.
And that you had concern because you had brought him to your house before?
I don't recall.
And matter of fact, didn't you send Detective Gaither a picture of Tay from Instagram telling her that this is the person who you believe shot at you?
I don't recall.
And matter of fact, when you were speaking with her, she said to you, you can start out by who is it? You sent me this picture. Which one is it? And you responded, it's the guy standing by in the brown.
Say that again.
When she asked you if it was the Instagram picture that you sent to her, when you were identifying Tay, she asked you, you can start out by who is it? You sent me this picture. Which one is it? And your response was, it's the guy standing by in the brown.
I don't recall.
As it relates to being a snitch, did you also tell Detective Gaither that you were concerned being labeled a snitch because other individuals were being tortured because they were considered being a rat.
You done?
Yes, the question is finished.
Being a snitch is someone who telling the police the truth.
Were you concerned being labeled a snitch because you were telling the truth to the detectives back in January 2015?
I done did so much stuff in my life. Being labeled a snitch, I don't recall.
Okay. Specifically, you told her, I see how boy is living. And she asked you, how's he living? And you said, hell, he gets tortured everywhere he go. He a fucking rat, this and that. And I turn around, I'm in the same shoes he is. I don't know if he did whatever he had going on. I have not done none of this. It's just like, only reason I know this much information is because I be around so many people. I get the word.
It's cap.
Okay. And when we say it's cap, what does that mean?
I don't recall.
Earlier, you said that the person that you be with the most is Threat back in 2015, correct?
No, I said this is my best friend.
That's your best friend. In this interview in February of 2020, when you were asked, who were you around? Isn't it true that you said, it's only two people I fuck with, Shannon and Little D. If I'm not with Shannon, me and Little D, we together all the time.
I wasn't gonna tie myself in with Threat.
Why? At this point in time, why?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you said, matter of fact, yeah, we together all the time. The only two I've been with.
I don't recall.
Now, you're saying that you were lying to the detectives. When they asked you for the gun, did you tell Detective Gaither, listen, Gaither, I tell you, I'm not going to lie, man. I'm going to get you the gun. He didn't want to give me the gun. This and that. I told the detectives, give me a couple of days and I want to get the gun for you. And isn't it true? Is that what excuse me, do you recall telling Detective Gaither that?
I don't recall telling her that. I don't know what I tell Gaither anything, but one thing I ain't gonna do, I ain't gonna be no fool.
Okay.
I'm not giving myself up.
And isn't it true that in June, you finally gave Detective Gaither the reason why you could not give her the gun?
Because she caught me again, right? I don't recall what I don't say in no interview, but I'm not stupid to get a police no gun. Especially Gaither.
In this February 21st interview, did you also tell Detective Gaither again about this meeting with a man named Mo, and he gave you 97 days to live? Did you tell Detective Gaither about this meeting?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true? You told Detective Gaither Mo said I have 97 days to live. If I ain't dead in 97 days, they gonna shoot a Mechanicsville until they kill me. The word come back to me. Moontung seen somebody downtown. They were If Gang. He's like, damn, what up with y'all? What y'all got going on? Niggas like, it was a misunderstanding, bro. They made it seem like we come to get everybody. We beefing with the whole If Gang. Nah, it's just Kel and everybody up under Kel, and they all beefing with me.
But I would post up in the middle of my neighborhood every day.
Okay. Were you all beefing with the whole If Gang?
I don't recall.
And when you say we were beefing with the whole If gang? Were you talking about YSL?
I'm from Canterville.
Now,
They're trying to
during that
impeach him.
interview in February 21st, do you recall another detective coming to speak with you about an unrelated issue?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Do you recall someone coming in and talking to you about another murder?
If you say,
Okay. And during that interview, she talked to you about being a part of YSL, correct?
I don't recall what I talked to with any of these police is about. I just know that I was trying to get them out for me. And I'm finna make up whatever, if they bring up whatever topic, I'm finna make up something to get them out for me. I'm a victim in every situation. I'm an innocent in everything I do.
Do you recall her asking you, you was Billy Blood, and your response was, I was, but, and she didn't ask you, what are you now? And your response is, that's the point. They got mad because I didn't go back with Inglewood because I hang with Thug and I'm YSL.
I don't recall saying that.
They're just trying to impeach this man. That's all. Prior inconsistent statements is what they call it.
And then you also continue to say that the Inglewood family people were also mad at Little D because he used to be Inglewood. And when he got in, excuse me, strike that. You also continue to say that Inglewood was mad at Little D as well, correct?
I don't recall.
And that when Little D got jumped by MDC, they laughed at him because they thought YSL should have helped him out in the club.
YSL is not a game. So you can't, y'all keep trying to attach that to things that go on. If YSL was a game and you saying that I was Billy Blood and the D was If gang, how the hell, excuse my language, how would all us be YSL if we all supposed to be this and that and that? It don't make sense. But you're a gang, you only gonna be one thing.
Doesn't YSL have both Blood and Crip gang members?
YSL is a record label.
Were you ever signed to YSL as a record label?
Y'all keep locking me up.
Were you ever signed to YSL as a record label?
No,
When you got out of jail and you were doing your rap videos, were you signed to YSL?
I was signed to somebody else.
Okay, so you've never been on YSL, the record label, correct?
Okay.
Okay. So when we're talking about you was Billy Blood, but now I'm with Thug and them, I'm YSL. Billy Blood is not a record label, correct?
But when you're speaking on gang,
Is Billy Blood a record label?
All right, well, he didn't seem to be answering. Go ahead and answer the question that's on the floor.
Is Billy Blood a record label?
I don't know what Billy Blood is.
So when she asked you,
Saying it wrong?
she asked you, you was Billy Blood. You said, I was, but.
I'm talking to the police, so I don't recall what I don't say it to them. But when you're trying to say gang, it's a difference. When you put that gang on things, you go into where I was. I was a 30 deep gang member. You can't say I was a YSL gang member. YSL was never considered a gang. Y'all making it a game.
When you responded, I didn't go back to Inglewood because I hang with Thug and I'm YSL. Did you say I'm part of YSL, the record label?
So listen. It's not a game. You know what I mean? It don't matter how y'all try to put it, how y'all trying to see it. A gang is these people right here, everybody right here, and everybody. You can't put Crips and Bloods together and say that this is a game. Because if the Crips and Bloods get into it and everybody just saying that, you know, they YSL, they got to pick what they're going to choose. You can't say, like when I was down the road and then people like, oh, that's Woody. He be with Young Thug, such. And the Blood's like, well, he not Blood. And then the Crips like, well, so when they get in, it don't make sense. Y'all got to get that. Y'all don't know what y'all talking about. Y'all in here trying to make something more than what it is. It's not.
Is Duke a Crip?
I don't know. Ask Duke.
I'm asking you.
I don't recall.
Okay. And is Duke a part of YSL?
Ask Duke,
I'm asking you.
but we speaking on gang.
I asked you a simple question. Is Duke a Crip?
I don't know. I'm not a Crip, never was.
That's not what I asked you.
I can't tell you who's a Crip and who's a Blood.
Do you know if Duke is a Crip?
I know I'm a civilian.
Overruled.
What?
Do you know if Duke is a Crip?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you know if Duke is a member of YSL?
I don't recall.
Also, in this
Didn't
February interview with Detective Gaither, did you also speak to her about the gambling house shooting that occurred in Lakewood?
I don't recall.
Did you tell her the whole time it come back on Kel and them? Because there's a little gambling house we go hang out and gamble. We go there, we gamble, we come out and leave, Kel and them in the bushes. Kel, Stewie, they never mentioned the third person name. They in the bushes. They start shooting at us and they shot so many times. Shit, I was just glad to be alive.
I don't recall.
And when she asked you what gambling house, you said in Lakewood. They shot so many times. So damn near shot everybody's car. But they missed everybody and grazed one person across his back. But when the police came, he had already left. Couple people left, but it was Kel. Do you
I don't
recall?
recall.
look at the stenographer, man. Every time Woody say I don't recall, just look at her face. She like, Jesus Christ. She put I don't recall right before he said, right as soon as Hilton finished her question, she put I don't recall in her computer, man.
And in fact, you told Detective Gaither the reason why you found out it was Kel is because he got into it with Gucci Red, and she came back and told you all that it was Kel that shot up the gambling house.
I'm talking to the police. I'm going to tell them anything to get them out my face. I don't recall what I don't told them. So you keep asking me the same these questions about what I told the police. Ask me about what's going on today. I don't recall about no lies I don't told in the past.
Back in 2015, were you afraid to come to court to testify if you had to against Tay?
Can you say it again?
Sure. Back in 2015, when you had this interview with Detective Gaither, were you afraid that you would have to come to court to testify against Tay?
Miss Hilton, you know I'm not afraid of nothing that's walking on this earth.
Okay.
You know that.
Looking at that interview, did you tell Detective Gaither, if I describe him in your case, I will have to come to court?
I don't recall what I don't told the investigator, whatever you call them.
And then you also asked Detective Gaither, if you point him out, meaning Tay, that's going to make it in his discovery packet.
I don't recall nothing I don't told the investigators.
And matter of fact, Detective Gaither said to you, I mean, if you identify him, you a victim. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and say it's not going to eventually come out.
I don't recall nothing I told the investigators.
And you told her, man, I know if I do this, shit just gonna get worse and worse.
Ms. Hilton, I don't recall nothing I don't told the investigators.
And you continue to say, nah, I'm worried about he get locked up, he get the discovery, see, I circle his picture and put my name on there, and he gonna send it to the street, say I told on him. And they gonna put it on Instagram and Twitter, and they gonna tell everybody. And then I'm gonna just be like, boy, then nobody won't be around me.
But the God honest truth is he never shot at me.
Okay. But back in 2015, your concern was if you pointed him out, you'd be labeled a snitch, correct?
No, my concern was that they locked him up for something that he didn't do. You know what I mean? Like, I don't recall, you know what I mean? I don't recall what I done told the investigators, but telling them the truth be the last thing I ever do.
And matter of fact, you kept asking, I'm gonna have to come to court, correct?
I don't recall what I just said to the investigators.
And at that point, she tried to encourage you to pick him out of the photographic lineup, correct?
I don't recall.
And then you asked her, what do I have to do then? And she asked you, what you have to do then what? And you said, after I snitch. And she said to you, it's not snitching, it's telling the truth. If you call it snitching, you circle the person you know that shot at you.
It's snitching when you telling the truth.
And that's what your concern was, correct?
Not if y'all sitting here trying to make me say somebody shot at me that they didn't shoot at me. But if this way gonna take, because they keep saying here, you gonna let people shoot at you while you got your child? I'm tired of you keep asking me something. I don't know who shot at me. If I knew who shot at me, I don't recall.
Now, you said that everything you told the detectives is a lie. But didn't you also tell detectives that every time you hung around with Young Thug, he told you he was gonna show you some new shit? That he's gonna show you a new way of life?
I don't recall what I done told the investigators.
Was that a lie?
I don't recall what I told the investigators.
Did Young Thug tell you at some point in time back in 2015 he's gonna show you a new life?
What the hell? My life was all right. So I don't recall him telling me that.
Did you travel with Thug on tour?
No, I never traveled with him on tour.
Did you ever travel with him on a plane?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Did you ever go to Miami with him?
Yes, I have.
Did he ever give you money to post up in the club?
Nope. I want to pay somebody your money.
Did you tell the police that he would give you money at times to flash in the club?
I tell the police, what you done telling them this is my money? They gonna want to know where I got it from?
Dang, dog.
Did you also tell the police that Thug told you to have your girl find a place in Cobb County so you can lay low for a while and that he was gonna help you out and pay for it?
I tell the police anything to get them out my face at the time. I don't recall what I done told them.
Did Thug offer to pay for some place for you and your girl to live to lay low?
Did he ever do it?
That's not the question I asked you.
No, I made it up. I don't recall what I done said. I don't know. I don't even know if I said that to the police.
So are you saying today that Thug never offered to have you to lay low and pay for a place?
Thug never did nothing for me besides let me travel with him to his concerts, shows, or whatever you want to call it.
Didn't you tell the police after they asked you this question? They asked you, Thug can't get no money to get your girl to move? And you said, I know he will, but I'm in jail. They asked you, I mean, what? To send words, to send word. If he's going to look out, he will. Sorry. I mean, what? To send word is to send word. If he's going to look out, he will, jail or not. And your response is, he said, find somewhere in Cobb or Clayton County. They won't come there. He said, don't bring anybody to the house.
I don't recall nothing I done told to the police.
Good morning. Good morning. Shout out Fresh Chocolate. I like that name. Fresh Chocolate in the building. Good morning. Everybody show Fresh Chocolate some love in the chat.
Now, you said that you was a member of 30 Deep. So 30 Deep a gang?
Nah, I just said that, but
Was 30 Deep also known as the Blue Jeans Bandit?
I don't know. That what y'all labeled it?
Have you ever heard 30 Deep be a reference as?
I don't recall.
What Bloods are a part of YSL?
Huh?
What Bloods are part of YSL?
What you mean? What Bloods are a part of YSL? You can't. I don't recall.
Do you know what other Crips are part of YSL?
I don't recall.
And earlier, did I hear you clearly when you said YSL has Crips and Blood, so it can't be a gang? Did you say that?
'Cause you got to understand, if you're a gang, right? So you a Bloods. The Bloods won't let you say that you YSL or you 30 Deep or you MDC. You gonna even be Blood and whatever that is, a Crip or whatever that is. You can't be two, 3 different things. Like, where they do that at? Who your loyalty gonna be with? If you claim you 3 different games, anything liable to go down.
Is your loyalty to YSL?
Is what?
Your loyalty
My
to
loyalty
YSL.
to myself. You keep saying YSL. What YSL ain't got nothing to do with me or the streets.
Look at Miss Love.
I just asked you whether or not Thug gave you money to flex on the stage, and your response was he did not give you money, correct?
I tell the investigators anything. That's what my response was.
In that January 28th interview, did you tell them Thug gave me money and I'm on stage flexing the money?
I don't recall what I told no police.
And as it relates to Miami, in that same January 28th interview, did you tell the police Thug had a show? He took me to a show with him. Thug had a show. I think it had to be in Miami because it was on a Sunday. We flew to Miami on a plane. While we in Miami, they was like in the club, this and that.
I don't recall what I done made up to tell the police.
Make sure you hit the like button when you come on in, people. Appreciate you for watching today. Look at Miss Love trying to write some stuff out for Miss Hilton.
After this February 21st interview, did you go to jail?
Can you say that again?
After you were finished with this February interview, did you go to jail?
I don't know what you.
After you left that interview, when you're in the blue jumpsuit, did they take you to jail?
Huh?
After you left the interview on February 21st with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis, did you go to jail?
Did they take me back to the jail?
Did they take you back to the jail?
I'm pretty sure they did.
Okay. And were you released in March of 2015 from your probation matter?
After y'all false arrest me,
Were you released from jail in March of 2015 from the
I'll release. I don't know when.
Okay. After March of 2015, before June, did you ever go back to jail? Between March of 2015 and June, do you recall going back to jail?
I went to jail every time the police saw me.
Okay. Did you ever go back to the Fulton County Jail between March and June?
Shout out to Fresh Chocolate. No question, no comment, just pure love. I appreciate you.
2015.
Right.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being so
Got
generous.
out.
Thank you.
After this probation violation, correct? You got out of jail, correct?
Yeah, I got out.
Okay. And we know the next time you went to jail was in June because they arrested you at your house, correct?
No, they locked me up at Deshaun house,
Excuse me, at Deshaun's house, correct?
right?
So I'm asking, between the time you were released in March and the time that you got arrested in June at Deshaun's house, did you go back to jail at any other time between when you were released and when you got locked up?
Yeah, I
at
think I went to jail like 3-4 days after I got out.
Deshaun? And was that in Henry County?
Yes,
Do you remember how long you stayed in Henry County?
it went no day or nothing. I stayed in there for a little minute.
When you say a little minute, would that be about a month?
Probably, yeah, I think so, a month.
Everybody show the first
Another
truck
time y'all
some more
false
love. I
arrested me.
appreciate it.
That was in Henry County, correct, that you got arrested?
Yep.
You know, Henry County's down in Fulton County, correct?
Well, I never been here in Canada a day in my life, so why they locking me up? Because y'all told them to.
That's a different county, correct?
Y'all all work together.
Is Henry County a different county?
Evil, man. Evil.
Now, during this time between March and June, were you still being accused of killing Nut?
I don't know.
Did you still believe that people thought you killed Nut?
I don't recall.
Also during this time, isn't it true that you thought that Thug was trying to kill you as well?
Huh?
Between March of 2015 and June of 2015, did you believe that Thug was trying to kill you?
I don't recall.
When you get arrested in June of 2015, you were frustrated. Is that fair to say?
Can you say that again?
When you got arrested in June of 2015, you were frustrated, correct?
Type of question.
Uh-huh.
I was.
Okay. You were upset that people were blaming you for something that you didn't do, correct?
No, I was upset. Y'all kept locking me up, and I was trying to get it. I don't recall.
Okay. Did you tell the police you were upset because people kept blaming you for something that you did not do?
I tell the police anything to finish my way out of jail.
And you also told the police that you thought Thug was trying to kill you, correct?
I tell the police anything to finish my way out of jail.
And it was during that June interview that you gave it all up, didn't you?
Gave what all up?
That you told about everything that happened the night of Donovan Thompson's murder.
I had enough time to I don't recall.
And in June, that interview started at 9 o'clock in the morning after they arrested you at Deshaun's house, correct?
If you say so.
And you were arrested at Deshaun's house for the gun that they found at the Dunbar Center in May of 2015, correct?
I think so.
And also when you got to Deshaun's house, you had another gun in the house for which
I ain't had none.
they found another gun in Deshaun's house, correct?
That's what they said.
And they brought you into headquarters to speak with you, correct? They brought you to headquarters to speak. You shook your head. Was that a yes?
Yes.
And in that interview, Detective Gaither was present, correct?
If you say.
Detective Dennis was also there?
If you say.
Okay. Did you also speak with an ATF agent?
If you say.
Do you recall speaking to an ATF agent?
I don't recall none.
Okay. And at some point in time in that interview, Thorpe came and spoke with you as well, correct?
Did he?
At some point in time, do
Okay.
you recall Thorpe coming to speak to you as well?
Thank you, Chill, the
All right.
mod of all mods.
And
I
then you
appreciate
also
your
spoke
generosity
with
as well.
some
Thank you so
internal
much.
affairs officers, correct?
I guess.
And this interview lasted at least, again, 9 hours, correct?
Felt like longer than that.
No comment, no question, pure love
And
of the
when you
game.
first
I
get into
appreciate
that
it.
interview,
Thank you. Thank you.
tell Detective Gaither that you have not been hanging around Shannon.
Can you
Correct?
say it again?
When the interview talk starts, you tell Detective Gaither that you had not been hanging around Shannon anymore, correct?
I don't recall what I told the investigators, but believe me, if I'm not going to tell them the truth.
And you initially start the investigator saying that they're trying to kill you, correct?
Can you say that again?
You told the investigators that they were trying to kill you,
That who was trying to kill me?
that Thug and them were trying to kill you.
I don't recall.
Do you recall, did you ever text Thug's sister, Dolly, to ask her if Thug was trying to kill you?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling the detectives that you texted Max and asked her if Thug was trying to kill you?
I don't recall what I done told these people. But I'm not going to tell them the truth. Keep telling you that.
And were you concerned that they were trying to kill you because you had told on them?
If I don't told them, they would have been in jail if they did anything that I was telling on them about.
Did you tell the detectives that they were trying to kill you because they think you told on them?
And I'm like that.
Okay. Matter of fact, Detective Gates asked you, why is everybody in the world trying to kill you? And your response is, they think I told on them.
If you get in front of the police, play stupid, mislead them. I don't recall what I done told them. That's why I can't tell you, yeah, I remember telling them this. I don't recall.
Okay. And you actually provided the detectives with Dolly's phone number, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. And Dolly's phone number at the time ended in 1990, correct?
I guess. I don't know.
And I'm calling her Dolly, but you actually called her Max, correct?
I don't recall.
And you told the detective that her name is actually Dolly White on Instagram.
I don't recall.
And you told the detectives that you called her and you asked her, your brother trying to get me killed, what the hell have I did to him?
I don't recall nothing I done made up and told the police.
And her response to you was just stop listening to everybody.
I'm delusional like that.
If you're delusional, why would you need to tell the detectives about a text message?
Because it's just how I am. I'm going to justify myself. I'm already think ahead of time. I'm already try to make myself be prepared. I don't recall what I done told these people. I told you time after time after time. I done made this stuff up. I done made it all up. You still want to ignore it.
And when the detectives asked you, why would they be trying to kill you? You said, listen, when Nut got killed and police called me down here, I came down here and I told them, look, I don't know what the hell's going on. These police acting like they think I killed this man. I keep telling them this.
So if they were trying to kill me, if he got killed in January and I got locked up in June, I would have, if there was truth, if they were trying to kill me. So they mean if they were trying to kill me and you said if game was trying to kill me, why ain't nobody kill me? Because last time I checked, I was in Mechanicsville every single day. So y'all gonna go off without a lie to the police then. At this point, we wasting time right now.
Isn't that one of the questions you asked the police? I don't know why they haven't killed me yet because I'm always in Mechanicsville.
Keep it on. I don't know what you talk about. I don't recall nothing I said to the police.
And also, when they asked you, who thought you were talking to the police or snitching, you told them that Thug was right there. Thug was there every time that you answered the phone to talk to the police.
I had to be the stupidest person in the world to answer a phone for the police in front of anybody. Why would I answer the phone in front of anybody with the police? That don't even make sense. You can just tell the police anything, they can go for it.
Okay. But did you tell the police that you would answer the phone in
I don't
front of
recall
Thug?
what. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Did you tell the police that you would answer the phone in front of Thug? So that's why they think you were snitching.
So they think I was snitching, and like you said, I was still around them. and you want them to be killers or whatever you want them to be. Why I didn't die? Why I'm not dead? Why?
Didn't you ask that same question to Detective Gaither?
I don't know what I don't ask them, but it's just
And you said the same thing. I'm in Mechanicsville every day. So if they want me to be killed, why haven't they killed me yet? That's the same question you asked Detective Gaither, correct?
you telling me or you asking me?
I'm asking you that what you also told Detective Gaither.
You ask me. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So you can't pick and choose what I'm telling the truth about or what I'm lying about. I can't say the word what I'm trying to say because you don't want me cursing.
Okay. So the point is, did you tell Detective Gaither the same thing you're telling here is, why haven't they killed me yet? I've been in Mechanicsville every single day.
I tell the investigators anything so that I'm innocent, I look innocent, and I ain't guilty of nothing. Are we clear?
I understand what you're saying today.
Okay.
Let's talk about what you told the police back in 2015. Back in 2015, because you still haven't answered this question. Did you tell the detectives the same thing that you're saying here today, which is, I don't know why they haven't killed me yet because I'm in Mechanicsville every day.
So what you saying?
I'm answer that question. Did you tell the detective the same thing you're
I
saying?
don't know what I don't told the investigator. I asked them that 30,000 times already. I don't recall what I don't told them. But what I'm telling you is, if somebody gonna kill me or somebody wanted to kill me, it wasn't hard to kill me. I was outside, still ill.
All right. During the same interview, you were concerned that Thug did not want you hanging around him anymore, correct?
I'm talking to the police. They're trying to tie this man into me.
Okay. Did you tell the police in that interview, he think he did something, he got rid of me? And they asked you, what do you mean? He ain't want me hanging around him no more. I'm like, what the hell? You feel what I'm saying? What the hell? This N-word don't want me around? I get to asking Shannon and them, and Shannon's like, I don't know.
If they wanted me dead, they knew where I laid my head at. They could have easily called me and be like, come here and kill me if they were living like that.
And then they asked you, why does it matter to Thug if he talking to the police or not? If he had no say so with what happened with Nut, you know what's going on? And your response is, between us, I want to say they had something to do with it. Who was they?
Don't
All of
pull.
them.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Don't pull them in my shenanigans. I keep telling you that. Y'all got me here to be truthful.
All right. And when you said all of them, and Detective Gates asked you Thug and who? And you said Shannon and Beezy. All of them been acting funny towards me.
I don't know if you know, which you already know, but I don't run behind nobody. So when the investigators are questioning me, I'm gonna say whatever to spin them to get them out for me.
Okay. And at that point, they asked you, how long have you known Shannon? And you said longer than Thug has. And they asked, have you known Shannon for a good part of your adult life? And you said, we went to school together.
Because I knew my motive. My motive was to put the blame on them to get it off of me.
And then they ask you, you tell them, I'm gonna tell you the truth. They did it.
I don't recall nothing I don't told the police.
And you said, I can't say who did it. And they said, who is they?
You finished?
Mhm.
I don't recall nothing I told the police.
And your response was, I can't say who did it. This is how I know did it. Thug and them don't know which one did it. I was at the house. And you began going into what happened on the night of the murder. Is that correct?
I don't recall nothing I told the police.
Okay. You told the police back in this June 10th, 2015 interview, baby mama, she woke up. And I'm like, where you at? She at the Family Dollar on Auburn. And she's on the way. And you're telling the detective, this is the night of the murder. Do you remember this?
I don't recall nothing I told the police.
And he said, is it true? After that night, the murder happened, I called Thug. He always answered for me. I FaceTime him. He hung it up. I'm like, damn, I called D. And D like, where you at?
I don't recall nothing I told the police. I made it all up.
And they clarified, D, is that the Mikion?
You asking me?
I am.
I don't recall nothing I said to the investigators.
And then she said, yeah, the Mikion. I don't talk to the one from Cleveland. D, I don't talk from D on Cleveland.
Oh, I
I'm
recall.
about to get,
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You want to take a break?
No, you good.
Okay. I'm about to get this car, this white Charger. Do you recall telling the detective that you were going to get your brother's white Charger?
I tell the investigators anything long as it ain't telling on myself.
Okay. He said, all right, I go to my brother's house. He gonna give me the car, and I pulled up to the green store.
I don't recall nothing I told the investigators.
You then told him again, I called Thug, I ain't called D, and he didn't answer.
I think you just asked me that, and I just told you I don't recall nothing I said to the investigators.
Okay. You then tell the detective, I pull up at the green store, I talked to Little Reddy, me and Little Reddy talking, and D said he was on Cleveland. So then you went over to Cleveland.
I don't even know who Loretta is, but I don't recall nothing I talked to, none that I told the detectives or whatever y'all want me to say.
Okay. You then tell the detectives that you leave from Mechanicsville and you pull up to the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue.
I don't recall nothing I don't told the investigators.
And do you recall going to the McDonald's?
I don't recall nothing.
Okay. And you told the detectives when you pulled up to McDonald's that D was with Bentley and them, correct?
I don't recall nothing.
And is Bentley OG Bentley?
I don't recall nothing.
Okay. And when they asked you who else was with you, you told them Nard. And you said, hold on, I think I'm lying. It was a white Jeep. It was Nard, D, Bentley, Shannon, and Ye. And all of them were in the Jeep.
I don't recall nothing I told to the police.
Okay. Do you recall being at the McDonald's and seeing Demekion, Nard, Bentley, and Shannon in a white nitro?
I don't recall nothing.
Okay. And this was the nitro that Bentley has.
I don't recall nothing.
Okay. And do you recall D getting out of the vehicle and getting into your car?
I don't recall nothing.
And you told the detectives that D got out, and when D got out of the car, he got in the car with you.
I don't know how many times I keep telling you I don't recall nothing.
Okay. Isn't it true that when D got in your car, he told you they just killed Nut?
I don't recall nothing.
Is it true that you told the detectives in this June interview, Demekion said they just killed Nut?
I don't recall nothing.
And when he said that, that's when Nard got into your car.
I don't recall nothing.
Okay. And is it true that once Nard got into the car, you stopped talking about the murder with Demekion?
I don't recall nothing.
Okay. Isn't it true that's what you told the detectives?
I don't recall.
Okay. Once Nard got in the call, did you have some concern about why D stopped talking?
I don't recall.
Is it true that you told the detectives when Nard got in the call, I'm like, D stopped talking. And I'm like, why the hell D stopped talking? I ain't say nothing. I'm in the car riding.
I don't recall.
While you were in the call with D and Nard, did Moonson call you?
I don't recall.
Is it true that you told the detectives Moonson FaceTime you and said, Nut just got shot, boy?
Nothing I said was true. Why you keep asking me, is it true? I don't recall nothing I said to the police.
And your response to Moonson was, I'm like, I just heard it, boy. He said your name on Instagram. And you said, I'm just getting out of the house. I ain't had no parts of it.
Yeah. I don't recall nothing.
Okay. Isn't it true that's what you told the detectives? That after once Moonson called you, he said to you, I just heard it, boy. He said your name.
I'm sorry.
He said your name on Instagram. I'm just getting out of the house. I didn't have any parts of it.
I don't recall.
And they asked you, who was Nard?
I don't recall.
Do you know who Nard is?
When you asked me that back there, what I told you?
Do you know who Nard is?
No, I told you back there. I didn't know who Nard was.
Have you ever seen Nard?
I don't recall nothing. I don't told the investigators.
My question to you is, have you ever seen Nard?
I don't recall.
And when they asked you who Nard was, is it true you told the police that Nard was locked up?
I'm trying to make, I don't recall.
And they asked you what he was locked up for, and you told them what he was locked up for.
I don't recall.
Then they continue to get more information. When Nard got into the car, you said, D, stop talking. Once you left McDonald's, where did you go?
I don't recall. I don't even recall going to McDonald's. I don't recall nothing that you're talking about. I don't recall no lie that I told the investigators. You got me here to tell the truth, but you keep asking me about some lies I don't made up.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives y'all got on the expressway?
Nothing I said is true. I don't recall.
And is it true that you told the detectives that they followed you, that you were following the nitro up to Thug's house?
I don't recall.
Okay. And isn't it true, then you said you followed them to Thug's house, and you said once you dropped off Demikion and Nard at Thug's house.
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall going to Thug's house the night that Donovan Thomas was murdered?
I don't recall.
Did you tell? Isn't it true you told the detective? So we followed him to Thug's house. He stayed downtown at the Sky House.
I don't recall.
Did Thug stay at the Sky House back in 2015?
I don't recall.
Okay. Isn't it true that once you got to Thug's house, that Nard got out of the car?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true you told the detectives that once you got to Thug's house, Nard got out of the vehicle?
I don't recall.
Is it true that when Nard got out of the vehicle, Demikion told you they just killed Nut?
I don't recall.
Is it true that's what you told the detectives, that once Nard got out of the car, he told you, Demikion told you they just killed Nut?
I don't recall. No lie, I told the police.
And isn't it true that when Demikion told you they just killed Nut, he pointed in the direction of Thug, Nard, and Shannon, who was getting out of the car?
I tell the police anything get them out my face.
And
I do not recall one thing I told the police.
and isn't it true you told detectives, your response is, I'm like who? And he just pointed towards Nard and them.
I don't recall.
Is it true that you then told Demikion, you know what, I'm not going to get caught up in all of this?
I don't recall.
After that, then they asked you, why do they think that you did it?
I don't recall.
And your response was, because me and Kel get into it.
I don't recall.
And they asked you, what does Nard have to do with it?
I don't recall.
And you told the detectives, this is what I want to tell you. I think Thug and Nut had problems with each other.
I don't recall.
And weren't you telling the detectives information that you learned from Demikion?
I don't recall.
And they actually asked you if Demikion would come down there and talk with them, correct?
I don't recall.
And you told them, I don't think he's going to come down, because when you gave them Demikion's number the first time, Demikion never called them.
I don't recall.
And you actually told the detectives you encouraged Demikion to call the police.
I don't recall.
And you told the detectives, I told D, I love you too much. I helped you. These niggas not for you, bro. And you going to go with them.
I don't recall.
Woody, dog. Put Woody in the chat, man. Put Woody in the chat, dog.
Didn't D tell you that they hid the car and the guns after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I don't recall.
Isn't that what you told the detectives, that D told you that they hid the car and the guns?
I tell the
Oh,
detectives
boy.
anything they want to hear. If they go for it, they go for it. I don't recall.
And didn't you tell the detectives it was
man.
a gray car?
I don't know. I don't recall what I told them.
And you said you knew what the car was because you had saw the car on video.
I don't recall what I don't told them.
And they asked you whether or not it was a Pontiac. And you told them that it was not a Pontiac.
I tell them anything. As long as I throw them out, that's all they matter.
You also told them that it was a rental vehicle, correct?
I tell them anything to throw them out.
Dog, Woody's hilarious, man.
And although you're telling us today that you said anything to throw them off, isn't it true that you told the detectives, I promise you, I ain't lying. I hate jail. I'll be damned. The nigga tried to kill me and my child.
I do hate jail. And I would tell the police anything to throw them out.
My question for you is, isn't it true that you told the detectives, I promise you, I ain't lying. I hate jail. I'll be damned, a nigga tried to kill me and my child.
I don't recall.
All right, Ms. Hilton, let's take a break. It's
Okay.
about time for our morning break. Let's take 10 minutes or so.
All right, all right. Shout out to Woody, man. The jury is leaving right now. Once again, I want to shout out Fresh Chocolate for the $5 super chat. Thank you so much again for your generosity and for your kind word, your love and your kind words in the chat. No question, no comment, just pure love of the game. Chill as well. Thank you once again. No comment, no question, just pure love of the game. I appreciate it so much. Your generosity in the super chat. Thank you so much. It means so much to me. I appreciate it. Let's see if they're really taking a break or if they're gonna say something else. Let's see real quick. Oh, they need to approach.
Okay.
Okay, so while they're approaching the bench, you see the ticker, right? You see that it says that John Melnick did get suspended from practice for about 6 months. All right. So we do have the document, but we're gonna go into the details of it during lunch break. Okay. So we're gonna read the full document. All right. It is interesting. It is very interesting. All right. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and blow this up real quick. All right, let's get into it real quick here. If you could see this right here, it says Woody's lawyer suspended from practice, unrelated to the YSL case. The Supreme Court of Georgia, all right, the Supreme Court of Georgia has issued a 6-month suspension to Melnick due to failing to notify his client of important court proceedings in a child support case. This doesn't look good, man. This doesn't look good at all. This is bad. We're gonna definitely get into the details, all right, during the lunch break. We do have the full documentation, okay. But I do want to address this question right here that I saved for Fresh Chocolate in the chat. The question was to answer when we were on break. Didn't he start talking about being involved with the killing of Nut at the end of the trial yesterday? Yes, he hinted at the fact that he gave Threat the vehicle. Okay, he gave Threat the vehicle, and they went to go. He mentioned that he went to go pick up the vehicle with Thug, and then he gave the vehicle to Threat, which is his friend that passed away or was unalived, I would say, just about maybe a month ago or so. I actually covered that. I actually did a video. That was actually one of my first videos I did on this channel that kind of like blew up a little bit. But he did give Threat the vehicle. Now, what he did also say is that he doesn't know what happened after he gave Threat the vehicle. He claims, and he stated in his testimony yesterday, that once he gave Threat the vehicle, he said nothing else. Yeah, and yeah, Melnick, yes, she said, dang, Melnick, exactly. And he wrecked the vehicle and gave it to Threat, right? So he wrecked the vehicle, whatever happened, and he gave it to Threat. Threat took did whatever with the vehicle. Again, he did not say anything about him knowing what Threat did with the vehicle or anything like that. So he did not involve himself directly with the murder of Donovan Thomas, but he did state that he kind of hinted at the fact about threat. Now, the reason why he did that was because he earlier testified yesterday that the beef that the state is trying to say that YSL had with Donovan Thomas had nothing to do with YSL. It had everything to do with threat, Rich Homie Quan, Donovan Thomas, and that whole situation. And due to the fact that Threat had an issue or beef or whatever with Donovan Thomas and had a beef with Rich Homie Quan, he said, I'm gonna ride with my brother, is what he said. I'm gonna ride with my brother, right? And so so what happened consequently, what happened was that he also admitted the fact yesterday that he and Threat shot up Rich Homie Quan's father's barbershop. I got that right, chat? That's what he said yesterday, okay? And he said he did it because he wanted to send a message to Rich Homie Quan and I guess Donovan Thomas as well. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Donovan Thomas's father had a barbershop as well, right up the street from each other, I believe. So, and that, of course, we know, we saw the video. If people who've been watching the trial, they saw the video of the drive-by shooting that occurred. And so it is very interesting that how he played this whole thing, the way he played his card. So that's what had happened yesterday. So towards the end of the trial, which when we finally got some real information, that's what he allured to. He allured to the fact that I am the one that gave Threat the vehicle. And remember, again, we got to go back. Caleb Bumpus stated last week, I believe it was either Monday or Tuesday, when they had the attorneys on the witness stand, that off the record, Lil Woody said something to Hilton about the fact that I know something about that Infinity card that y'all don't know about. Okay. Now, another interesting thing, since this whole Melnick suspension has come about, and I mean, this happened today. This suspension happened today. The date on the document, it says August the 13th, 2024. Okay. So this happened today. Now, Melnick's testimony that he gave last week, this is without the jury, last week. Now that testimony now that testimony is going to come into question. See, this is what I'm saying, man. Like, all of a sudden this happening is like, okay, now that testimony is going to come into question. Let me ask you all a question. If you were a judge and you knew a lawyer of whatever certain caliber, and that lawyer testified in your courtroom, and then you find out just a week later, you find out that this person is actually suspended from practice because they did not release certain information or important information to their client during a court proceeding. It's like, dang. It's like, now how can I give benefit of the doubt or give actual credence to that testimony that just happened last week, when it comes to testifying about what he did and how he concealed information with his client and what the state did and all that kind of stuff. I mean, remember, I think the other attorney, Abate, said something about the fact that Melnick separated the fact from the criminal case representing Woody to represent Woody as a lawyer and being a witness in this YSL case. And Abate stated in front of the judge, Whitaker, because remember, Woody appeared before Whitaker before. Abate said that you stated that you was representing Woody on this particular criminal matter. You said nothing about the YSL case. And Abate came in hot too, because he was getting sworn in. He was like, I'm a lawyer too. Well, I got to get sworn in. You know what I'm saying? When Melnick never got sworn in. So, again, the way these pieces come together is kind of crazy. But what is it that we do know from Woody so far? all we know is that he gave Threat the Infinity. We know that Woody lied to investigators to protect Threat. Breaking news is that Jonathan Melnick is suspended for 6 months. And Woody testified that YSL is not a gang. He specifically said it was a record label. So this is RICO, and this is the problem that the state is going to have and continue to have. You miscategorized the charges. You called this a RICO charge when you shouldn't have. And there was a video that AV made. I believe she posted it. AV to the 7th power. Shout out to AV to the 7th power. I'm a subscriber to her channel and all that kind of stuff. I'm pretty sure she won't see this, but she made a great video about the top 10 things that the prosecutors made a mistake of. I only caught portion of it because I was also busy doing my own thing. But the first thing he said was calling it RICO, which is what I said from the beginning. I've been saying this for the longest. I said it on Lead Attorney's channel. I've said it on this channel. I said it on Catnap Williams' channel. Shout out to Catnap Williams. I said that this is the problem that the state is going to have. It's trying to prove RICO. And RICO is, like, we unpacked it. What was it, last week? We unpacked it. That RICO has more to do with extensive investigative work to prove racketeering, to prove any type of corruption from an organized crime perspective, on how money laundering or fraud or any type of violence is used for financial gain for a particular organized crime group, if you will. Okay. Exactly. Fresh Chocolate just said it. I've been looking for when this is going to be RICO. Exactly. The main, listen, if they would have just stuck with gang related beef, they probably have a case. Let's just be real. They have a case. All right. Woody is not by any means by no means is Woody a saint. All right. And he's letting you know that up front. You can't trust him. He's gonna lie on you to get himself out of anything that he's in. He gonna lie. All right. I mean, we do not appreciate the state treating him the way they treating him, just because he is full of it, and just because he has done criminal activity, it doesn't mean that the state gets the right to be corrupt against him. And so our faith doesn't, or not faith, but our I would say faith, that's a good word. Our faith as people, citizens, what the state want us to do is have faith in them that they are going to do the right thing by us. Because remember, the people pay the state through our taxes. That's why you get state tax on your checks, because it pays for the police, it pays for any type of government employee position, right? And the prosecution, the district attorney's office, is a government employed position. All right. So right now they are taking the taxpayers' money to do this case. And this case is in the millions and millions of dollars to do this case. And when you have the state giving out immunity like it's charcuterie, okay, and like it's cheese, crackers, and olives at a gala somewhere, you know, you can't. And then your witness get up there and does everything against you. The witness don't even like you. It's your witness, and this is your superstar key eyewitness that was involved in everything that's going on. So calling it RICO was a bad idea, and it just doesn't make any sense. So they're not proving RICO at all at this point. However, Woody did testify about something, and he said something about, they was asking him a question about him hanging around Thug. And Woody talked about in his testimony before. Again, this is after Glanville his first recusal motion against him by Weinstein. Remember, there was a question about him and Thug's relationship, and he talked about how he wanted to be around Thug because he was a fan of Thug. He wanted to get his music career off the ground. See, I think that was post that a recusal. And so if that is the case, then that particular thing is stricken out of the records completely. And that's the reason why we're kind of repeating the same questions all over again. But that's the thing, is that he's specifically before and after the Glanville recusal, he specifically said that Thug was cool, was good to him, and that he let him travel with him and stuff like that. He never said he went on tour with Thug, and he said it again. I never went on tour with Thug, so he's consistent there. He talked about how Thug had the resources to get his music career off the ground. We all know that Woody was and is a rapper, or try to be a rapper, whatever the case may be. And that is what he consistently says as well. So, you know, he's not shying away from the fact that Thug was good to him, but at the same time, he's not trying to, he's still distancing himself from Thug in the sense of when it comes to street stuff, because he's specifically saying that YSL is not a street gang. Nothing about YSL is gang related. All right. So this is very, very interesting. I do have the motion. I do have the immunity that they gave Woody. That document was like 81 pages, but it's around page 20. It's Exhibit C. And shout out to She Lee. But everybody put She Lee in the chat. She made sure I had the information about the immunity and make sure I had the information about Melnick as well. So shout out to She Lee. I do remember seeing this. I do remember seeing this actual immunity. I don't remember if I covered it or not, if I read it. I thought I did. But as I looked at it, I was like, I think I remember reading this or something, but I could have overlooked it. It could be my bad. But we're gonna look at that too during the break, because of the fact that I think they lied to Woody yesterday. I think they lied to Woody. Yesterday because Woody specifically asked on the stand, and we had to think about this. He asked, okay, am I immune to the federal as well as the state? And then that's when he started blurting out stuff about pulling out a gun on Kell and all that kind of stuff. All right. So this is, I mean, another interesting thing. And come to find out, I don't think his immunity covers federal. And we were trying to figure it out yesterday. And according to the judge asked Miss Hilton, does it cover federal? Does it cover, whatever? And Miss Hilton said no statement he says can be used against him. Nothing can be used against him. He just started going and going and going and going. He started going about the Infinity. He started going about the fact that he gave the vehicle over the threat. He started going up. He just started going in. He started going in. I gave the vehicle the threat. I gave that Infinity, the gray car, the Infinity. I gave it the threat. Oh, everybody was like, "What do you know? Is he crashing out?" Like, you know what I'm saying? Is he crashing out? Like, man. So we was very, very shocked. Because all of us had our jaws dropped. Like, what is he doing? Okay, what in the world is he doing? This is not good. This is not good at all. Like, so. And then we was all looking like, where's Melnick? He's not going to correct him. He's not going to, like, no one's going to object. No one objected either. And they never brought it up this morning either before court started. So this is very interesting. Very, very interesting. I don't know. But we're going to read over that immunity, and we're going to read over the Melnick situation as well. Court is back in session. Thank you all again for watching the live with your boy Tay Biz TV. Shout out Biz Nation. Put Biz Nation in the chat real quick. Let us know that you're still rocking with us, man. Let's go. Yeah, and again, this is going to go to the appellate court too. So I'm pretty sure the appellate court need to say something about this too once they appeal once it goes through the appellate courts for real. Because misconstruing immunity is not good. Again, that's prosecutorial misconduct again. Abundance shouting out Biz Nation. Chill shouting out Biz Nation. Appreciate you. Yeah, when Woody got up and stretched, I was cracking up. Okay.
Scare me. They got words on it. Hmm. Oh.
Mr. Copeland, back in 2015, were you mentioning any of Thug songs? Was your nickname Woody mentioned in any of Thug songs?
Huh?
Did Thug mention you in any of his songs back in 2015?
Back in 2015?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay. Do you recall telling the detectives that he puts your name in these songs and he doesn't know, you don't know why he puts your name in these songs?
I didn't like him rapping about me.
Why didn't you like him rapping about you?
Huh?
Why didn't you like him rapping about you?
Because it's my life. Like, don't be lying on me.
What do you mean by that?
Don't be lying on me.
Are you talking about in the rap songs?
Yes.
What did you think were lies that he was telling on you in the rap song?
I don't recall.
Do you recall what the verse was or what he said in the rap song?
Ain't no speak no English. No, I don't recall.
Now,
Ooh, he
back in
does.
2015, we talked about the gun that you had, the gun that was at the Dunbar Center.
I ain't have no gun.
Hey, was there a gun that was in a H&M bag that they found at the Dunbar Center?
That's what they said.
All right. And is it true that Quindarius Zachary or Little D from Cleveland purchased that gun from you, for you?
I don't recall.
Okay. Isn't it true that you told the detectives when they asked you, how did you get possession of that gun? You said, I got it the day he bought it for me.
I don't recall.
And you asked, and you said, yeah, he bought it for me. He bought it out of the pawn shop for you.
I don't recall.
And that you paid $1,000 for that gun.
I don't recall.
And you purchased the gun because you thought you could defend yourself.
I don't recall.
Did you think that you were able to defend yourself because of the retaliatory shootings that were happening back in 2015?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling the detectives that another detective told you you had a right to protect yourself,
I recall.
but that you couldn't take the gun if you were at the club, but if you were at home, you had a right to protect yourself?
I don't recall.
When you were at the Dunbar Center with the gun, were you trying to sell that gun?
I was at Dunbar Recreation Center playing basketball.
Okay. And while at the Dunbar Recreation Center playing basketball, did you have the gun that Quindarius Zachary purchased for you?
I had a basketball.
Isn't it true that you also had the gun that Quindarius Zachary purchased for you?
I had my shirt off. I was playing basketball.
Where was the gun at?
You tell me.
Isn't it true that the gun was sitting on a bench and the basketball court in an H&M bag?
I was playing basketball.
And isn't it true that you were trying to sell the gun that day, that you had it at the Dunbar Recreation Center?
I ain't have no gun.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives that you gave them the gun to sell and that they were going to sell the gun, that you were trying to sell your gun that day, that you got caught with the gun at the Dunbar Recreation Center?
I tell investigators anything.
Matter of fact, isn't it true that you told the detective, when I was locked up, I called one of my partners and he was like, get some money, can you help me out? He was like, yeah. When I got out, they brought me the gun back. And I was like, I don't want it. I was still trying to sell it. That is why, that is what I had, you know what I mean? When I got the gun, I got it from the green store. I went up to the park to go play basketball, but I was waiting on them to come and get it. Little D and them, so his brother pulled up. They actually waiting on who to come and get it. You talking about Demikian or Quindarius? You said Little D from Cleveland. He was supposed to pull up and get it.
Cap, I tell the investigators anything to get them off me. I didn't have no gun. I didn't know nothing about the gun. When they said something about the gun, I was confused, shot, lost. That's why they let me go that same day.
And matter of fact, they wanted to make sure that they were correct, that you were both talking about the same gun. And Detective Gates said, I'm talking about the one from the Dunbar Center. He said, that is what I'm talking about. I'm sorry. Sorry. That is what I'm talking about. I got out of jail from Henry County Monday and police got me for the gun Tuesday. I did not go to jail.
Can you say that again?
Sure. Detective Gaither wanted to clarify that the gun she was referencing was the gun from the Dunbar Center. And your response was, that is what I'm talking about. I got out of jail from Henry County Monday and police got me for the gun Tuesday. I did not go to jail.
Can you say it one more time?
Sure. Isn't it true that Detective Gaither wanted to make sure that you both were talking about the same gun? So you clarified for her and said, that is what I'm talking about. I got out of jail from Henry County on Monday and police got me for the gun on Tuesday. I did not go to jail.
I don't recall.
Now, back in June of 2015, were you still hanging with both Shannon and Demikian in June of 2015?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives in that interview, 1 minute D is with Shannon, and then when D's not with Shannon, him and me are together?
I don't recall. Nothing I told the investigators. I would tell them anything to get them off of me.
Back in 2015, did you get all of your information from Little D from Cleveland? Excuse me, Little D from Mechanicsville.
Say that again?
Back in 2015, because you were locked up from parts of time, did you get all of your information from Little D from Mechanicsville?
I'm Mr. Make Believe. I make it up I don't recall nothing. I done made up. I keep telling you that.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives in the same June 2015
Woody check
interview,
his phone.
I get all my information through Little D, and they clarified which Little D, and you said Mechanicsville, and they said, so Demekion, and you said yes.
I don't recall nothing. I don't see whatever I made up to the police.
Okay. Do you recall saying that he's always in the midst of everybody? Everyone talks through him. You know what I mean? I can always just ask. I can call Lil D right now, and he will sit here and tell me what's going on.
Nah, I don't recall nothing, but I do know that I tell the D what to say. So if I told the investigators go ask the D something, it's because I don't told the D to be prepared for it.
Now, in 2015, did you know someone by the name of Valerie or V?
Who?
Valerie.
Who?
Did you know someone by the name of Valerie?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives that it was Valerie who told you that Thug wanted to kill you?
I don't recall nothing. I done made up to the police.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives that Valerie got into a car while you were at a baby shower and told you that Thug was trying to kill you?
That wasn't true. I made it up. If I did say that, if I didn't say it, I don't recall nothing I said to the police.
Isn't it also true though on a jail call after June 10th, 2015, you told Max
I don't
that
recall
Valerie
nothing I
told you
said to the
that Thug was
police.
trying to kill you? Isn't it also true?
Because I told you one thing. I don't recall.
Okay. Now, isn't it true? Well, let me ask you this. After Valerie told you or that Thug was trying to kill you, did you try to reach out to Monte or Yak Gotti?
No, I don't got nothing else to say.
Oh, okay. Isn't it true that you told the detectives in the same June 2015 interview, you saw Monte and Detective Gaither asked you which Monte? Your response, Yak. Like day before yesterday, went to the graveyard. When I seen him, he was at my cousin's house. I was like, damn man, we grew up together. They asked you, what is Yak's real name? Do you know? You said no. Detective Gaither, you said you grew up with him. Your response, I just know his first name, Monte. Don't know the last name. You said to Monte, MFers told me that Thug planned on killing me. And Monte's response to you was, hell nah, bro, I never heard that. He denied it. He said, person was never, you said that people will never say it. Word was, I was talking to the police too much. You feel what I'm saying?
So once I was released from Henry County Jail, everybody was asking me, did I hear the song? I mean, everybody was telling me that Thug had put out the song Halftime. And the police wasn't targeting me again. That's why they got me the next day. I was mad. I was like, damn, this nigga telling on me, putting me in his song. So I was mad at him and I started plotting against him. I was talking to one of my friends and I was telling him, hey man, this nigga trying to make it seem like I'm out here. Ooh, I said what I said to my buddy. And yeah, I didn't like the simple fact that he was saying stuff that didn't have nothing to do with him and his song. Like, why is you rapping about what I'm doing in the streets? Like, they didn't got nothing to do with. So yeah, I was mad with him and I was plotting on him.
When did the song Halftime come out?
I don't, man, this song was old, but when he put it out, the police started making it seem like it was a new song, and then they started trying to use that song to say that this and that and third.
Is Halftime the only song that mentions your name?
Yeah, I don't know. I just know this song made the police come after me, and I didn't like the simple fact of it. I didn't give nobody permission to say nothing about me in no song.
Why do you believe that the song made police started coming after you?
Because that's what they said. They said it. That's what the investigator told me.
What did the investigators tell you?
I don't know.
So is it your testimony that the investigator said, hey, because your name is in the song, we're now coming after you?
What I do go to the grave with me. You hear me?
Well, yesterday you did disclose that you and Threat shot up
Yes,
Rich
ma'am.
Homie Quan's barbershop.
Yeah, you got me frustrated, and I ain't mean to say that.
Okay. Do you recall asking the judge if you could say it?
I was frustrated.
Okay. Now, they asked you, why would Thug be nervous if he had nothing to do with anything? And your response is, y'all keep saying my name. They saying me and Thug. That's what I keep saying, but I had no parts in it. Are you talking about the fact that you had no parts in killing Nut?
I don't recall nothing I said to no police.
Now, isn't it true that
Nothing I said is true.
Okay.
No,
up until June of 2015, were you trying to keep what you knew about Nut's murder to yourself?
can you say that again?
Sure. Prior to this interview in June of 2015, were you trying to keep what you knew about Nut's murder to yourself?
I don't know what you mean.
Isn't it true that you told detectives, this is what I'm telling you, this is what I'm telling you, I'm asking you, with the murder, I'm trying to explain it. I act like I never heard about it. I act like I never told D and none of them, period. So I just kept it to myself.
Yeah, I tell so many lies and different stories to the point I don't even know. I don't have a clue what I don't see. All I know was I'm innocent. And today I'm innocent. And Threat innocent too.
What are you innocent of?
Anything.
Okay. Are you innocent of, did you not kill Nut? Is that what you're talking about?
Now, ask me that how many times now?
Because I'm trying to understand what you're talking about.
I don't know. I don't recall.
Okay. Were you back in 2015 concerned that Thug had stopped talking to you? Excuse me, back in 2015.
Can you ask me that again?
Sure. Back in 2015, were you concerned that Thug was not speaking to you?
No.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives, he's not talking to me, period, and you're talking about Thug? And they asked you, he's not talking to you for a reason because he thinks you're talking to us. And your response is, he's not thinking I'm telling you nothing. He's just thinking I'm talking to the police a lot because he heard my conversation with the police.
I'm talking to the police, so my only motive is to throw them off. You know what I mean? Like what I got going on ain't got nothing to do with him, but they want to keep tying him into what I got going on. So guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna throw it off on him because I was mad he put that song out saying this and then the third. That don't got nothing to do with him. So he never did that. So I'm gonna put the blame on him. Don't throw me under the bush. I'm gonna throw you under the bush. That was my whole motive.
Now with your name inside of the songs, were you concerned that he was putting your names in songs? You thought he should be putting Shannon's names in the songs?
So for one, the song was old. Halftime was old. The song been out since like 2014. You know what I mean? I wasn't mad about I was mad about the timing of when the song was released because the facts are the facts. I mean, I don't shoot nobody for that, man. So when he put it out, I didn't care for the song, but when he put it out, the police were trying to put this murder on me and they was targeting me. I don't like the police keep bothering me. So I just didn't like I didn't like the timing of when they put that song out. When their label, whoever put it out, I didn't like the timing of it.
When you said the police were trying to put the murder on you, didn't the police have you come in every single time for you to tell?
Can you say that again?
You said the police were trying to put the murder on you.
Right.
When you went in each of these times in early June, in January through June, did you ever get arrested for Nuts murder?
What you mean?
You said the police were trying to put the murder on you. Between January and June of 2015, did you ever get arrested for Nuts murder?
No.
Okay. So during the time that you kept going into the police, did they ever, at any of these times, arrest you for Nuts murder?
They were discombobulated. They were so confused. I kept spinning them. But when he put that song out, they was like, yeah, you did it.
In any of these interviews that you had with the detectives, what detective said you killed Nut?
Hey, I don't know.
Okay. So isn't it true that none of the detectives ever said that you killed Nut in any of these interviews from January to June of 2015?
Shit, I don't know.
But isn't it true that that's what you told the police, that everyone is putting your name in it?
I don't know. I don't told the police so much. I don't know. I don't recall what I just said. I just know I was trying to get myself out of it.
And isn't it true that the police allowed you to tell them what happened the night of Nut's murder?
Yeah, you see what they played on me. They sat right there laughing, ha ha ha, whatever. And just why I know they playing on me, but I ain't finna tell them myself. So what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna keep spinning them, spinning them, spinning them, spinning them, spinning them, spinning them until what they let me walk out. Every time they let me walk out, I was laughing walking out.
And is the lyric from the song that you were concerned with that Thug says Little Wood will pull up and pop at your noggin?
What you mean?
Is that the verse that you didn't like?
I didn't like the fact that the police tried to make it seem like that song was made to say that I pull up and did this to this man.
Correct. What I'm asking you though is that the verse you did not like?
That's
Little
the
Woody-
song I didn't like.
Okay. Is that the specific verse in the song?
I didn't like the timing of the song. I didn't care about him rapping about me popping at people nuggets because it wasn't true. But when he put the song out, when they put the song out, it was an investigation on me, and y'all kept harassing me, and that's why I didn't like.
Okay. At this time, what investigation was on you regarding this song?
I don't recall.
Because isn't it true that there was no open investigation regarding any of the shootings at this time regarding you?
How I supposed to know?
When you spoke to the police, did you come in the first time to clear your name, this next two times as a victim? When you first went to go speak to the police about what happened in 2015? I'll rephrase, Your Honor. When you first came in January 2015, didn't you come to clear your name?
I don't recall nothing.
Okay. The next two times, both in January 28th and February 20th, you came as a victim, correct?
How I supposed to know?
And when you came in February 21st, you came because you had violated your probation, correct?
You keep saying I came. They took me. It's a difference.
All right. And then in June, you were arrested because of the gun that was at the Dunbar Center.
That y'all placed on me.
None of those times were you accused of shooting and killing Donovan Thomas, correct?
Y'all charged me and like what? One of them y'all did put them charges on me.
But I'm asking you, between January and June, when you were talking to the police, there were no charges against you for killing Donovan Thomas.
You said no. I don't recall. I don't know.
Okay. Going back to the night that Donovan Thomas was killed, isn't it true that when Little D got into the car, Little D told you that it was Nard, Shannon, and Yak who killed Nut?
Sustained.
Okay. And that they used, isn't it true that they used the car, the rental car that Thug rented?
I don't know. I don't recall nothing I lied to the police about.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives the car they used was the rental car that Thug had?
That-
Sustained.
Isn't it true that they asked you if you knew the make and model of the car?
today, right now, as I'm right here, the truth is I never seen none of them people who I mentioned the night that that's supposed to happen.
Okay.
I told the investigators anything, and they went. Gator and them went going for the stuff that I was telling them, so I had to try my best to convince them. So guess what? I went had to do. Fuck it, I'm about to put it on these niggas because they closer to me. They'll go for it. I don't take trying to get them out my face.
They asked you where Thug rented the car from, and didn't you tell them that he rented from the airport?
So you gotta say a little truth and put it with the bullshit.
Okay. Is it true that he rented the vehicle from the airport?
I don't recall nothing. I'm tired of answering these questions at this point. You keep asking me the same thing over and over and over and over.
Okay. Isn't it true that you told the detectives he rented the car from the airport?
I don't tell the police the truth.
Okay. Would it surprise you that we actually got the rental car records from the airport? That where Thug rented the vehicle from the airport?
You didn't hear me say I take a little bit of truth and put it with the rest of it to convince them.
Okay. Isn't it true that once D told you that they killed them, you asked why did they do that?
It's true that I ain't stupid as y'all think.
Okay. And he told you he didn't know.
I don't recall.
Isn't true that's what you told the detective?
I don't recall.
Isn't true you asked Demekion, was he with them when the murder happened?
I don't recall.
And his response was, no, he wasn't there.
I don't recall.
Isn't true that's what you told the detectives?
The truth is, you asked me about lies. I don't say it in the past, and I'm sitting right here trying to be truthful. But you keep trying to go into lies that I can't keep up with. I remember.
Isn't it true that Demekion told you that Bentley went and hid all the stuff?
I never get into business that don't have anything to do with me.
Okay. Isn't true that's what you told the detective, that D told you that Bentley went and hid the stuff?
I tell the detective that anything to get them off of me.
Isn't it true that Little D told you that they initially rolled past the barbershop and that's when they saw Nut?
Hell, I don't know. I don't recall.
Okay. Isn't that what you told the detective that Little D told you?
I don't recall nothing I done told the investigators.
And isn't it true that Little D told you that when they saw Nut, they switched cars?
I don't recall nothing I don't lie to the investigators about.
And isn't it true that's what you told the detective, that they switched cars?
I don't recall.
Okay. Isn't it true that D told you that they switched cars and Thug got into the Pontiac with a girl?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Why would I be wanting to know if any of this they took? I don't really want to know because I don't. It's nothing to do with me. So I'm making. I don't recall.
Okay. Isn't it true that's what you told the detective, that the Demekion told you that Thug and the girl, they got in a Pontiac?
I don't recall.
And when they clarify who all was in the Pontiac, you said Demekion, Thug, and the girl.
I don't recall.
And is it true that you told them that they switched cars at the gas station?
I don't recall.
Would it surprise you that we have surveillance video from the gas station?
The hell if I know?
Okay. And would it surprise you that it shows the Pontiac and the Great Infinity at the gas station?
Do it show me?
You told me this is what Demekion told you, correct?
Man, you hear me? I don't recall nothing I don't say it to the investigators.
Now, isn't it true that you also told him that Doo-Wop was there as well?
Who?
Doo-Wop.
I don't recall nothing I told to the investigators.
And isn't it true that you told the detective that, again, that you FaceTimed Thug that night?
I don't recall nothing I told to the investigators.
On the night of the murder, did you tell Deshaun what Demekion had just told you?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives that after Demekion told you what happened, you called Deshaun and you told her the truth?
I don't recall.
And you told the detectives that they could call Deshaun down to the police department and talk to her.
I don't recall.
And matter of fact, you told the detectives, you told Deshaun, if anything happens to me, tell the police what I told you.
I don't recall.
Now, what is the reason that the thug and Nut have a personal beef?
He's behind you. You can ask him that.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives in this June interview, Nut and Thug had something personal against each other?
And I told the investigators anything. I'm pretty sure I probably told them a different lie. You can't go off of what I don't said to them people. I don't remember what I said to them.
Isn't it true that Nut and Thug got into a beef before you and Kel got into it?
Hell, I don't know. Ask him.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives they fell out before B and Kel got into it?
I don't recall. Then I told to the investigators.
And when they asked you, did you know what they got into it over? You said you weren't sure.
I don't recall.
And if you were trying to lie, couldn't you just make up something at that point?
Huh?
If you were trying to lie, as opposed to saying you don't know what their beef was over, couldn't you just have made it up at that point?
Just like you got to understand, like the pressure gets so real. Like, man, I don't. Y'all just had me now question me. I don't know what I don't have a clue what I was saying.
Now, isn't true in this June interview, you also told them about the fight at Club Crucial that Monday before Nut got killed?
Man, I'm pretty sure in that interview I made all type of things up to say.
Now, in this June interview, would that now be the 5th time that you told them about this fight at Club Crucial?
I don't know. If somebody do something to me, I'm gonna remember that because I'm gonna be a victim.
Okay, so if you were making stuff up, why did you keep on consistently telling them about?
I said if somebody did something to me, I'm gonna be a victim because once I be able to do something bad to them, I'm gonna be justified.
Okay,
Okay.
so you told them about these events leading up to the night.
I told them about events that involve people doing something to me. I don't know what I done told them.
Now, on the Monday night after you got beat up and you ran outside
You said I got beat up.
by Shell Cal,
I'm listening.
and you went outside afterwards, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling the police in this same June interview that when you went outside, Thug was pulling on your shirt like there go Bloody J right there?
I don't recall.
Okay. And next thing you know, you heard Shannon Shannon was near you when Thug said there go Bloody J right there.
I don't recall.
Okay. And isn't it true that you then told the police that Shannon and Munsul then jumped on Bloody J?
You keep saying, is it true? I keep telling you, I don't lie to the investigators. So nothing I said was true.
I'm asking you, isn't true this what you told the investigators?
I don't know what I done told them.
Okay, isn't it true that in January you told them that some of your buddies jumped on Bloody J, but you didn't go into specifics?
What you getting all aggressive for?
Isn't it true that you told them in January that your buddies beat up Bloody J?
I don't recall.
Okay, but now in June you got with more specificity of who those buddies were that beat up
I
Bloody
didn't
J.
hear you.
I'm sorry.
I didn't hear you.
In June, you now told them with specificity who beat up Bloody J.
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that on the night that you and Shell got into it at the club, when you came outside while they were beating up Bloody J, Yak got stopped by the police that night?
I don't know.
Isn't it true that you told the police that Yak got stopped by police that night?
I don't recall what I done told the police. If I told the police he got stopped that night and he got stopped that night, that's me again trying to put some truth with the rest of it to convince them that I'm being truthful.
And is it true that you told them that night he got pulled over and locked up with a gun?
I don't know. He right there. Ask him.
Is it true that's what you told the police?
I done told the police anything to get them out of me.
Is it true on this same night of Club Crucial that after Yak got pulled over that you saw Thug and Nard get into a car?
I don't recall nothing I told to the police.
Okay. I'm asking that what happened that night.
What you mean? What happened that night?
On the night of Club Crucial, did you see Thug and Nard get into a car?
No.
Isn't it true that you told police that you saw Thug and Nard get into a car?
Ain't no telling what I told the police. I'm not going to tell them the truth. I know that.
And when Thug and Nard got into the car, did they pull onto a side street?
Thug behind you, ask him.
I'm asking you.
I don't recall nothing I told to the police.
I'm asking you, did that occur?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that's what you told the police? That
I don't
Thug-
recall.
All right. Isn't it true that you told the police that Thug pulled on a side street?
I don't recall.
Once you pulled on this side street, did you and your brother pull up next to them on that side street?
No.
Okay. Isn't it true that you told the police that you and your brother pulled up beside them on the side street?
I tell the police anything about Thug to get them off of me.
Okay. Now, back in 2015, on this same night at Club Crucial,
I didn't hear your date.
on the same Monday night at Club Crucial, did you see Nard? Did you speak to Nard and Thug while y'all were on the side street?
No.
Okay. Isn't it true that you told him that you spoke to Nard and Thug while y'all were on the side street?
I don't recall nothing I told to the police, but I know it is a long way from the truth.
Okay. And that either Nard or Thug said that they were waiting for Bloody J.
Who is that?
Who's Bloody J?
Yeah, I mean, I don't recall nothing I said to the police.
What you mean?
Isn't it true that you said that you heard a gun cock back from inside their vehicle?
Told you, I'm gonna tell the police anything, get them out for me. I'm not about to tell them what I done done.
Okay. And that the person that you heard with the gun was Nard.
Just a lie. I don't recall.
Did you hear Nard with a gun?
Huh?
Did you see Nard with a gun in the car?
I didn't see none that night.
So you do know who Nard is?
No, that's what I'm telling you. I didn't see none that night. You keep asking me about Noah. I don't.
How then can you say you didn't see Nard that night if you don't know who Nard is?
Because it's nothing. Just no. Hold on. You got me talking fast because you frustrated me again. I don't know Noah personally, but I know who Noah is. I didn't see Noah in the car with no gun. Like I said, they jumped on me. I had a knot, and I was mad, and I was gonna get my get back. I did not leave I left by myself with the people that was in the car with me. And no, you do not need to know who was in the car with me.
Was your brother one of the people in the car with you?
No, my brothers, I don't know where he was.
Why did you tell the detective that your brother was in the car with
Because I
you?
went for to tell them what I was on.
Did you also, in this same June interview, also tell Detective Gaither and Dennis again about meeting up with Kel at the Cascade skating ring?
I don't recall no lies I told to the investigators that I don't told them.
Would this now be again at least the third time that you told detectives about this Cascade skating ring incident with you and Kel?
I don't recall.
Again, did you also in this same interview tell the detectives about the gambling house shooting?
Man, listen, I sit there and tell the detective a whole bunch of bullshit. And Let them figure it out. Let them go run, chase their tails. I don't remember nothing I said to them. They sat right there and listened to all the stories I had to tell, and I'm telling them, I'll say whatever to let me out of jail. They go for it or they don't. And guess what? They sat right there, let me talk, and make up all this stuff about these people. And you know, that just was it. I don't recall nothing I said specific, but I know that I think I said that if I did anyone in an interrogation, I say anything if y'all let me go. I do anything if y'all let me go. That's my motive.
Isn't it true regarding the gambling house shooting? You gave a little more detail during this interview.
I'm gonna give details if I'm a victim.
Isn't it true that you told them, I kept closing my eyes, but they were shooting behind us and the wall was blocking us. They blocking off the van. It hit through the car, every car in the parking lot. After that, everyone happened to get up. There was kids. There were 4 little boys. They seen Thug and wanted to ride. The little kids, we were looking in the bushes, making sure no one was lying in the bushes. They called the police and stuff. Everyone was wondering where Thug had went, but Thug had already left by the time the police came.
See, even you fell for it. See, you take the little bit of truth that I tell and put it with all the bullshit that I said. And you're highlighting like you said, the details of it. That really took place, but you're trying to put that with all the fairy tales that I made up.
So what part took place? The actual shooting at the gambling house?
The shooting, I don't know. I didn't never see somebody shooting at us. But if the police question me, I'm trying to convince them that I know what I'm talking about. So it's easy to say shell kill. It's easy to put people's name with crime that, because if he did it, why y'all don't lock him up? If I say I seen him do it, why y'all don't lock him up and charge you for it? So I don't know what or who did what. I just know that I'm trying to convince that these police that I know what I'm talking about. Okay, I'm so sorry. She frustrating me. You ready? Okay, you listen. All right, I'm trying to convince the police that I know what I'm talking about. And the only way I can do that is telling them something that I know that they know. They know that this gambling house got shot up. So if I tell them this gambling house got shot up and these people did it, they'll go for all the other bullshit that I'm trying to cover up. You feel me? Okay.
You good?
She said, yeah.
All right. Now, earlier I asked you what studio that you go to.
What the?
Do you recall telling the detectives that the studio that you go to was the one on Northside Drive? It's Metropolitan in the Lofts. Do you recall that being the studio that you would go to?
I don't think I ever been to the studio on Metropolitan. I don't recall going to a studio on Metropolitan.
Back in June of 2015, did you believe that Thug turned everyone against you?
Huh?
Back in June of 2015, did you believe that Thug had turned everyone against you?
That's why I would tell the police anything to get them off me. If y'all watch me like y'all would, y'all would see that nothing ain't changed but the lies I told the police.
So my question is, in June of 2015, did you believe Thug was trying to get everyone to turn against you?
What do you need to do that for?
Isn't it true that you told the detectives that Thug turned everyone against me?
It's true that I tell the investigators anything that they want to hear. They want to hear about Thug. So I'm about to sit right here and gas them up. I'm about to sit right here and say he killed 19 people, all type of stuff. I'm about to sit right here and make him look like the worst person on the earth so that they can believe and let me go.
And at no point in any of these interviews did you ever tell the police that Thug killed Nut, did you?
Shit, did I?
At any point, did you ever tell any police, if you wanted to make him look so bad, at any point, did you ever tell the police that Thug killed Nut?
Shit, I don't know. I think I don't recall. I can't say what I told them. I can't remember because you're trying to trap me up. I can't remember if I told them that he did it. I don't.
Isn't it true?
I know I was gonna get it off of me.
Okay. Isn't it true that what you told the detectives, which is what Demekion told you, was that it was Shannon, Nard, Yak, and Doo-Wop?
I don't recall what I told.
Sustain.
Okay. Isn't it true that you only told the detectives what D told you.
I don't recall what I told them. I thought that D was gonna back up my story, so I was trying to throw the blame on D to get it off of me.
Okay. And isn't it true that D only told you that the people who shot the shot were Nard, Shannon, Yak, and Duop?
Overruled.
What's going on?
I'll repeat the question. Isn't it true that D only told you that it was Nard, Shannon, Yak, and Duop?
Like I told you in that back room back there, D never told me none of that. I made it up.
All right,
I don't
we
recall.
need to take a quick break.
Okay.
What's a quick break?
What's a quick break? I don't know, maybe 10 minutes.
You said 10 minutes? Can I go out?
Yeah, but be back in 10 minutes, okay?
I'm be right there.
All right.
What's about to happen, man?
Sorry, we had a juror with a nosebleed, so they're gonna go deal with that.
A juror with a nosebleed.
Hopefully it won't take very long. But we'll break until I get word that they're good to go again.
All right, there's a juror with a nosebleed, and they're taking a 10-minute break. What is Woody, man? Woody is hilarious. Woody is hilarious. When he turned at that stenographer and started talking, man, I'm telling you, unbelievable, unbelievable. Yo, Tom made a good point here. Said if they played the interrogation video, all Woody have to say is he was lying. Again, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to use what he said in the past as, again, evidence to build some type of case. As long as he's saying I don't recall, I thought that there's nothing to impeach and therefore no video needed. Hell, well, no, the whole point is that they believe that what he said to the investigators is the truth. They believe he's lying now about what he said to investigators. That's why they want to put the videos in evidence against him, so they can say that he's lying about what he said back then now. So that's what it is that if he said he don't recall, that's why she kept telling him, like, you can say I don't recall if you want to. She was coaching him in that ex parte meeting, like, you can just say I don't recall if you want to. So that way they could be like, okay, well, we can just, or what we'll do is impeach you. If you say a bold-faced lie about something, we'll impeach you. Like he said about the fact of he gave threat to infinity or whatever the case may be and all that kind of stuff. Okay, if he said something different in the video than what he said on the stand, they're going to try to say the video is the truth. What he's saying on the stand is a lie. See, so they're playing with him. And this is the reason why derivative use immunity, it sucks. Because even though what you're saying can't be used against you in a charge for the same trial or within the same case, at the same time, they can still say, oh, these are prior inconsistent statements. These are things you said to investigators and stuff like that. Didn't you say to investigators that you did da-da-da-da? Yeah. Okay. I said anything I wanted to say to them because I was lying. Okay, but now you're telling us da-da-da-da. And then whatever he told the investigators, if it leads to something that actually happened, but he's saying now that that's not true, then that's a way for them to say, hey, he's lying. So if he's lying about something that he said that he did, and they know that he didn't do it, then they're going to say, okay, well, they're going to put this in the evidence in the video and see what happens with that and try to make the truth out of it. He's telling them that he already told them that he did the crimes. He already told them everything in the ex parte meeting. He said, I did those crimes. These crimes. What crimes are these? They never specified the crimes in the transcript. But what he's telling them is like, I gave the card a threat. Thug didn't have nothing to do with it. Thug didn't know what I was doing. I don't know what happened when I gave the card a threat. I don't know what he did. He's hinting at the fact that, Thug didn't have nothing to do with it. He didn't know anything about it. Matter of fact, none of these dudes in here had anything to do with it. He told them. So he told them what he say about the fact that the person who actually did it is not in this trial. So, so the thing about it is they want to get him to say that he did it. They want to give him they want to put it in there. They want to put it in there for prior inconsistent statements. Basically, they're trying to impeach him. They're trying to. But they're going to say, oh, his statements are inconsistent. Let's go ahead and submit these videos. But he's saying all those statements that you're going to play in those videos are lies. But like he said he was talking a little bit too much, but he said you put a little bit of truth, you put a little bit of BS together, and all of a sudden you're going to get some confusion. They're going to they're going to be like dogs chasing their own tail. And that's exactly what Woody is doing. Woody is spinning everybody, man. Woody is spinning everybody, but he is saying today that, like he said yesterday, that I gave Threat the vehicle. Everybody's like, so again, he could say I don't recall to certain things, yeah, and that's what they want him to do. Say I don't recall because they know that he's a liar anyway, so they want to put these videos in. So they're doing everything to either impeach him or to either say he got prior inconsistent statements, like she said in the transcript in the ex parte meeting. So that's what they're trying to do. That's why Hilton keep referring to the investigative videos. Hilton is reading line by line the transcript of those interrogation videos and basing her questions off of that. Their whole case is based off Woody and his testimony. Their whole case is. Abundance says all the jurors have been hearing been hearing how much he has lied. Exactly. So whatever he lied about that he said he wasn't involved in, that's why she asked him. You said you gave Threat the vehicle. Did you know what Threat did with the vehicle? Do you know what he did after that? No, I don't know. I don't know nothing. Was you with Threat when that? Oh, I don't know. No, I don't recall. I don't know anything that I said to the investigators. I don't know anything that I said. I told them lies so that way they could keep spinning and blah, 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 blah. So it's a spin move that what he's doing, but they're trying to say that what he's doing now is inconsistent with what he said back then. So therefore, we're going to go to the stuff that he said back then because it was actually happening at that time. We're not going to go with what he's saying right now. He said what I told you in that back room. There you go. Again, look, he doesn't have a lawyer anymore because his lawyer is suspended for 6 months. Okay. That is still their witness. Excuse me. So there's nothing wrong with prosecutors talking to their witness. I mean, they're supposed to. But you're supposed to disclose all the things that your witness says that may be Brady material to the defense. That did not necessarily happen. But watch this though. I looked at Melnick's, not Melnick's, Doug Weinstein's. I looked at Doug Weinstein's ex, right? Check this out. Let me go ahead and blow this up real quick. Check this out. He said something interesting on his this is Doug Weinstein's ex page, right? So yesterday, this is on yesterday at 10:45 p.m. It says, so what's y'all's thoughts about today? I'm curious how you think it went. Okay, nothing wrong with that, right? Somebody said I don't recall what happened. Then he said that's funny. Then somebody said something very interesting. Said explosive Brady confirmation, concerned that Woody was told he had federal immunity. Right. I just knew the defense is typing up motions. He said, who, me? Like he's being funny. Let's see here. Where is it at? Right here. Okay. It says here, honestly, I think the defense has got real quiet towards the end of the day. I thought y'all would be speaking up more. The state keep getting away with stuff. Indeed, the judge might not take action, but don't let up off on their ass. Woody's testimony ended crazy, and it did. Yes, we do it ended crazy. He says, thanks for your feedback. Sharon Norris said, was wondering if the state told the defense all this Brady information Woody spilled, referencing a direct conversation with Simone H., or if it was snuck in on y'all. Del Weinstein said, technically, we have had the Brady material he revealed today since we received the transcript of the ex parte. What? So they're really quiet. I agree. I'm like, I knew for a fact. I just knew that the defense was going to say something about this immunity thing or whatever, and the Brady information and all this kind of stuff, right? But he said technically that we have had the Brady material he revealed today since we received the transcript of the ex parte. I mean, that's pretty amazing right there. So they already have, so they sitting on something. And again, if they are sitting on something, that's fine, because they have the right to do that. I wonder if they have some other Brady materials that they are sitting on that will be revealed when they become case in chief and they reveal what they got going on, and give it over to the prosecution. Because man, that's some heavy stuff that Weinstein just said on his ex account. So pretty interesting stuff. Let me go back to the chat real quick, man. Let's go back to the chat real quick. He told Hilton he made up stories about Thug. Absolutely, he sure did. He made statements about Thug that was made up. Vanessa says their whole case is based off those transcripts, which means they do not know who off Nut. Exactly, they have no idea. The $1 million question is who killed Nut. The $1 million answer at this point is no one knows. This is a case, and a lot of times these are particularly can be considered cold cases, but this is a case where no one knows. No one has any evidence of anything. No one has evidence of anything, man. So this is really intense here. Okay. Fresh Chocolate, appreciate you once again, says he should try everything he can to get in his testimony about meeting with Alone and the things that they told him he could do and get away with. I just hope he gets that all out. Yes, that's he should do that, but the prosecution's not going to ask him those questions. And if they start asking him questions and he start going off into some other stuff, as you can see, the judge has been stopping him from saying certain things when he gets to a certain point. And the judge has been overruling a few times where the answer he gave, it was an answer, but it wasn't a clear answer. Which that's not, I don't know if the judge is supposed to necessarily do that or not, because technically the witness belongs to the prosecution and it's their job to make sure that the witness is prepared to testify. So if they did not do that, and I'm pretty sure they didn't, because obviously he don't even like them. He doesn't even want to do this. He doesn't even want to be there. So I'm sure they never prepped him. All they said was, hey, we want you to testify and we'll give you immunity. We know it has something to do with you. We know it has something to do with Shell Kell. We know it has something to do with Shannon. We know it has something to do. We know all these things, but we want you to testify. And he said, no, I don't want to testify. He kept telling him, I don't want to testify. Okay, well, we're going to give you immunity, transactional immunity. Okay. And now it's kind of making sense at the fact that Melnick never came to his aid, because I remember Melnick saying on the witness stand last week that if I knew you guys were going to give him transactional immunity, I would have never told him to take it because he said in his email, you all need him more than he needs you. And so they tried to use this immunity thing as if like, okay, you ain't gonna have to worry about nothing. Anything you say, anything on your testimony, is not gonna be held against you. However, that's on the level of the state. The immunity, did it cover the federal? I don't think so. See, yesterday we was trying to figure it out because the judge was asking, he asked the judge, and the judge was looking at the prosecution like, is that the case? Is that the kind of immunity it is? Now, the judge is supposed to be the one that's all caught up in this case, right? The judge was supposed to say something, you know? So, yeah, this whole thing about the immunity is up in the air. I don't think he has the kind of immunity that he think he has. So he's talking, and the federal prosecution is looking at the federal government the feds is licking their chops right now, and they're like, "Yeah, just wait till this is over. wait until you are dismissed from this case as a witness." He's gonna be on the. What did Hilton? The judge asked Hilton early this morning, how long do you think you're gonna have Woody on the stand? Hey, y'all, I have a question, y'all. How long you gonna be the Woody gonna be on the stand? Miss Hilton had the nerve to say until Friday. What? Until Friday? and the judge said, well, we're going to come back to that later on this week because I don't know if Friday is if you could get it before Friday. Hey, y'all, if y'all can get it before Friday. Okay. Oh, man. Vanessa says they may have braided material from that lunch meeting Love had with Sledge. Absolutely. Again, that is why we broke the Sledge thing down, because Max Sharp got up and said that there could be some impeachment material going on, which is related to Brady. His witness statement, if it's different from what the statement was at this meeting, which was the real statement, that's Brady. So they got to figure that out too. Abundance says Woody knows they have no hard evidence. Yes, everybody in America knows that they don't have any hard evidence, which makes it even worse. He know. So this is crazy. D Pill, appreciate you coming on through. Said I'm in and out. Really missing out on a lot today, trying to be productive today. I feel you. Go ahead and stay productive. We got you on the lunch break. Trust me, when we have a full lunch break, we got you. We're gonna do a little bit of recap here, but we're gonna definitely unpack the immunity real quick. But we're gonna definitely get into the Melnick situation. Again, Melnick is suspended from practice. Okay, this is from the Supreme Court of Georgia. All right, that he has been ordered a 6-month suspension. All right. And so we're going to get into some details about what happened. It has something to do with a case of a child custody case or something of that nature. And he didn't give some details in the proceedings to his client, and I'm not sure. This makes Melnick look bad. I'm not gonna lie. This makes Melnick look bad for real. So I mean, you're not informing your client on important things in a proceeding. Like that's like lawyer 101. You tell your client everything, even if they don't like it, even if the client is going to be disappointed about it, but it is what it is. You still have to inform your client on what's going on. And if you don't do that, that's not good practice. As a jury, what up, Time? And I appreciate Time. Time is always coming with the positive vibes. As a jury, they have to be thinking, like, how am I thinking Woody is the state superstar witness, knowing that the state is turning on Woody their star witness? Exactly. This is weird. This is weird. You gave somebody immunity just to make them out to be a liar. Like what? What you mean? What you mean? Like this is your star witness. Normally your witness cooperates with you because they want to testify against the other person. You know what I'm saying? But he doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to do that, you know. But what kind of information do you think is in that other meeting that Max talked about, you know, when it comes to that coffee shop meeting with Antonio Sledge and the attorney and the investigator and Love? Miss Love was there. Miss Love said something about her notes. And she was like, my investigator knows the defense can go after that. And then the judge said, no, if your notes have anything to do with Brady material, you got to turn it over. What if, man, what if the defense is really sitting on some Brady, man? I don't know, man. I think the defense is oddly quiet right now. They're objecting to a few things like foundation, asked and answered, stuff like that. But I don't see the defense like really going in. I mean, even with some of the things that Woody is saying, again, even though it somewhat incriminates him in a sense, the defense is like, but it gets it off a thug. It gets it off of these dudes over here. You know, so let them talk. Let them talk. Go ahead. Let them talk. You know, and so what they're going to try to do is they're going to try to say, okay, well, he has all these inconsistent statements and things like that. He's lying. And so they're going to try to use these videos to say that Woody is lying or to say that Woody was really telling the truth about something that pins them against Thug and YSL. And that's the whole point, really, is that they're trying to be able to say, okay, this is what he's saying is he trying to get it off of YSL because we know YSL is a gang and we know that. And Woody is like, y'all don't know what y'all think y'all know. And so he's showing them right there, like, you don't know what happened to that car. Y'all have video footage of the car driving by, shooting up the barbershop. The witnesses that was there that was getting shot at were saying it was a white Bonneville that did the shooting. There was a gray vehicle that drove by, but if you slow down the video, you don't see anyone shooting. You don't see no rooftop. You don't see no sunroof or anything in that particular video. You see no one sticking a gun out the window. You don't even see anyone sitting up through the sunroof of the shooting. You don't know if it came from that side of the street or across the street. All you have is a camera that's angled at the oncoming traffic, but you don't see anybody sticking out, shooting, doing anything. And there's a parking lot right next to that barbershop. So if a person wanted to shoot someone from oncoming traffic, they had the perfect angle right there at him. Instead, it was in a different angle where they were shooting at, or maybe they were shooting going a little bit too fast. Who knows? But nothing on the video shows anything coming out of that particular vehicle. And so they're saying it was a Bonneville, a Pontiac Bonneville, and not an Infinity. They was like, what is it? Was it an Infinity? They're like, no, it was a white Bonneville. Y'all remember that in the earlier witnesses? Some of the earlier witnesses? Put a one in the chat if you remember that. If you remember witnesses saying that they saw a white Bonneville, put a one in the chat. They said it was a white Bonneville. And then it was one guy that was like, you sure it's a Bonneville? He was like, yeah, I know a Bonneville when I see a Bonneville. So Vanessa says Woody should be preparing to move away from Georgia as soon as they dismiss him as a witness. I would go. I would be out of here, man. I would be out of here. Yeah, that's facts. That's facts, D-Pill. Even the judge said that Woody is not credible. And he's not a credible witness. He's not a credible witness. Okay, Fresh Chocolate, you remember then. You remember what I'm talking about. It was two or three witnesses, but it was two for sure. I know that they were there the day the shooting happened, and they were ducking and they were trying to, hide and do all that kind of stuff, and they were getting shot at. Okay. And they said, we saw a white Bonneville. Okay. Now, even though Woody is talking about the Infinity being given a threat, they said it was a white Bonneville. So yeah, they were so adamant. There was one so adamant about it being a Buick. Yeah. And they looked at the grill, and the grill looked a little bit differently. The Pontiac Bonneville grill has the split in the the Pontiac sign in the middle, then it's the split grill, and that's a very distinctive grill. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, Time says, I believe the steel is, and that the defense teams are definitely sitting on something because they are all too quiet. It's like living with a woman and she ready to drop a she walking around doing the dishes, she cleaning up, everything is cool, she ain't saying much, and next thing you know, 2 hours later, she's like, we need to talk. I'm like, oh, we need to talk. Dang, what we need to talk about? Where were you last night? You told me you were at the club you went to the bar at 8. Where were you at 8? She already has the information. You might as well just tell the truth. You might as well just tell the truth, gang. You might as well. She already got the info on you, bruh. You was moving sloppy. You feel me? You was probably moving sloppy, my boy. And all of a sudden, she like, you have time to talk? I mean, she all day long, she been quiet, making you breakfast, making sure you was okay, showing you love. Then she hit you with those magic words, those words that no man wants to hear. We need to talk. What that really means is she wants you to listen. She needs to talk. You need to listen. and don't play. Look, everybody laughing. You feel me? And don't act like you don't know what she's talking about neither when she say we need to talk. Don't be acting like you don't know. Because she is going to make sure that you are listening to her. All right. For real, for real. All right. This nosebleed must be for real. All right. We got okay, D Pill remembers that witness. That witness that said the witnesses actually that said something about the white Pontiac Bonneville. I wonder why that, because Thug rented 2 cars. The other car was white. It wasn't a Bonneville though, but we know that. But the other look, first chocolate I don't recall, but the other vehicle was white, and no, that white vehicle is nowhere near mentioned in this case, which I find very interesting. Very interesting. And look, one vehicle could be the actual vehicle they was using to do their thing. The other vehicle could have been used as a getaway. Who knows? But the fact that you're just building all this off of a witness that is not credible is just crazy to me. Super crazy to me. The guys that hang around the barbershop. Yep. Absolutely. Look at here. We got, let's see something real quick here. Since they're doing that, let's go to, it seems like this nosebleed is going to take longer than expected. I still have it on so I can hear it, so we'll all be able to hear it when they come up. But let's look at this immunity real quick since we have a little bit of time. I think the immunity was like a page and some change or something like that. So let's look at this immunity that was ordered. Look at that. Look at this. They could do this. They could order you to compel a witness to testify. Ain't that something? They can compel you. Yeah, the Infinity was driving in the front. Absolutely. I remember that. All right. According to that video. But let's see here. Uh-oh. So this is the actual immunity that was filed by, and as you can see, Fine T. Willis, Cash Money G. Willis, right? And so this was when Chief Judge Earl Glanville, Pituitary Glanville was in charge. And this is the order pursuant to OCG A 24-5-507. We just want to go over it again because we want to make sure that the judge not the judge, technically the prosecution. So it says here that the state of Georgia, my bad. Let me go ahead and push the microphone back a little bit. Sorry if you can. Hopefully you can hear me now. It says here that the state of Georgia, having moved this court pursuant to OCGA 24-5-507 to compel the testimony of witnesses. Can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me good? Can everybody hear me good? Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me well. No, not sure what it's crackling for. Can everybody hear me? Hold on, give me 1 second. All right, can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me? Crackling and breaking still sounds like you're underwater. Oh, really? Oh, let me check out mine. Sorry about this, guys. Can everybody hear me real good? Still breaking up. Uh-oh. I cannot. Let's see here. All right. Is everybody good now? Can everybody hear me now? Okay, cool. All right. Sorry about that. I'm getting some you good. I'm getting some 1. I'm getting some better. Okay, cool. All right. So says here, testimony of Kenneth Copeland and District Attorney Fonnie T. Willis, having determined that the testimony of Kenneth Copeland is necessary to the public interest. There's a footnote right here. It says Kenneth Copeland having been properly subpoenaed to appear before this court to testify, another footnote, and the state of Georgia having provided to this court sufficient reason in support of its motion to compel the testimony of Kenneth Copeland, Lil Woody. This court finds that Kenneth Copeland has been properly subpoenaed to appear before this court to testify in the trial of the instant case, and that the testimony of said Kenneth Copeland is necessary to the public interest. Accordingly, it is hereby ordered that witness Kenneth Copeland shall appear before this court beginning Friday, June 7th, 2024 at 9 a.m. Now, remember, they actually drafted this They actually drafted this the day before Woody had to testify. They drafted this June 6th. This has already been proven that they did that. So he's ordered to come to court on June 7th and provide testimony in the trial above this, in the trial of the above style case, and shall continue to appear and testify until released by this honorable court. Further pursuant to OCGA 24-5-507A, said Kenneth Copeland shall not be excused on the basis of the privilege against self-incrimination from testifying or producing any evidence required. Okay. So shall not be excused on the basis of the privilege against any self-incrimination from testifying or any evidence that's being produced. All right. So I have no idea what's going on with my mic. So the footnote here says that Whenever in the judgment of the attorney general or any district attorney, the testimony of any person or the production of evidence of any kind by any person in any criminal proceeding before a court or grand jury is necessary to the public interest, the attorney general or the district attorney may request in writing the superior court to order such person to testify. Then it talks about Exhibit A. Then it talks about C, attached ex parte motion to compel testimony pursuant of OCGA 24-5-507. Thank you. I don't know what's going on with my microphone here. I mean, again, it's you said it's better, so okay. I'm gonna ride with that. So this is the details. These are the details right here. It says, however, no testimony given by Kenneth Copeland as required under this order, or any information directly or indirectly derived from the testimony of Kenneth Copeland, given by Kenneth Copeland as required under this order, shall be used against said Kenneth Copeland in any proceeding or prosecution. Thank you. Thank you all for confirming that it's better. I appreciate it. Proceeding or prosecution for a crime or offense concerning which he testifies under this order. Okay, so it says here that under this order, this is where the immunity comes in. Any information directly or indirectly derived from the testimony of Kenneth Copeland, given by Kenneth Copeland, as required under this order, shall be used against him in any proceeding or prosecution for a crime or offense concerning which he testifies under this order. Okay. Kenneth Copeland shall be subject to prosecution or to penalty or forfeiture for any perjury, false swearing, or contempt committed in testifying or failing to testify in accordance with this order. So that's pretty much anything that he does to perjure himself while he's under oath. He will be subject to penalty. Any contempt committed in testifying. So this is one of the reasons why Kenneth Copeland needs to kind of be careful with his attitude just a little bit, because you don't want to get held in contempt for being a witness that's too hostile, because that could go against you according to this immunity. I don't think they broke this down to him like that either, or failing to testify in general. They just throw out failing to testify, and they just throw out perjury. They never throw out the conduct. And see, there has to be a conduct when it comes to being a witness. Have you ever seen before where, and maybe you've seen it on a TV show or something like that, where you see somebody being a witness and then all of a sudden they go ballistic, and then next thing you know, the bailiff come and drag them out? They can be held in contempt. And that's realistically you can get held into contempt. So it says here, however, it is ordered that Kenneth Copeland shall not be required to produce evidence that could be used in any other court of this state, the United States, or any other state. Oh, hold on. However, it is ordered that Kenneth Copeland shall not be required to produce evidence that can be used in any other state, the United States, or any other state. Okay. Finally, it is ordered that should said Kenneth Copeland refuse to testify after this order is entered, said Kenneth Copeland shall be subject to being adjudged in contempt of this court and shall be subject to commitment by this court to the Fulton County Jail until such time as said witness purges himself of contempt by testifying as ordered to do so by this court and this order. This order shall be entered of records in the minutes of this court, and any testimony given by Kenneth Copeland pursuant to this order shall be transcribed and filed for permanent record in the office of the Fulton County Clerk of the Superior Court. Oh, Vanessa said he asked the judge what hostile witness mean, and the judge told him, "Don't worry about it." That's true. That is exactly what the judge said. Don't worry about it. But hold on. In this immunity, it talks about contempt being committed. You can be held in contempt for being ballistic or acting kind of crazy on the stand. You can be held in contempt. And seems like they did not explain this to him directly. But this has nothing, I don't see anywhere, even in this statement right here. It is ordered that Kenneth Copeland shall not be required to produce evidence that can be used in any other court of the state, the United States, or any other state. So it doesn't, I don't see anything that has federal immunity at all. Do you all see it? I didn't. I read this whole immunity. I don't see anything about federal immunity. I see everything related to the state, and I see the fact that that Kenneth Copeland is not required to do anything. He's not required to produce any evidence that could be used in any other states in the United States. But it doesn't say anything about immunity in the federal courts. So he asks specifically about the federal. He asked about federal immunity. And what did Miss Hilton say? She shook her head. It was like, yeah, nothing can be used. Yeah, he good. Far from the truth. Far from the truth. So they lied to this man. Now, again, where was Melnick? All right, where was Melnick? And how come he did not do anything to object? The state didn't do anything to object. I don't understand what's going on here. I don't understand what's going on here. Right. Did they just say he asked for about state and federal? And they said, the judge said, that's a good question. Prosecution. And the prosecution said nothing could be used against him. And that's all she said. She didn't specify federal. She didn't specify state. Well, state goes without saying, but she didn't specify the federal at all. Yeah, that's not good, man. That's not good. So we were kind of going some of the stuff, but still, even though this is the case, even though we know this is the case, at the same time, he didn't say anything. He didn't say anything that could go against Young Thug. Not one time. Not one time did he say anything that can go against Young Thug. Tom said, didn't Woody ask the judge that while he was on? Yeah, exactly. That's what we up. And said to take. He asked Melnick, "Am I supposed to answer that question?" And then they took some time to chill on that. But no, the question that he was asked was about killing Nut, unaliving. Excuse me, Nut. Because Miss Hilton asked him directly, "Did you kill Nut?" So that's why he was like, he looked like, should I answer that? But when he talked about shooting up the barbershop, he looked to the judge and said, "Judge, anything I say, with the immunity, anything I say won't be against me, right?" She said, "Right." She was like, "State and federal, right?" She said, "Prosecution," and the prosecutor said, "Nothing could be used against them." That's all, a very blanketed statement. One thing about court, blanketed statements, that's not good. No blanketed statements. You got to be very specific when it comes to being in court. You got to be very specific. Blanketed statements, no way. Mm-mm. It seems like they are still. Do you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if they are actually going to be on lunch. because his nosebleed seems to be somewhat serious here. Let me check out and see real quick. Yep, court will be on lunch until 1 o'clock. That's cool. We about to go ahead and look at this Melnick. We about to look at this. We about to look at this order, man, because I am surprisingly. Isn't it ironic though? Isn't it kind of ironic that this is happening today? Like it's kind of weird. The timing of this is kind of weird, but okay. Let's get into this real quick. And shout out again to She Lee. I hope you're feeling okay. But she sent us the link to this. We're gonna go ahead and check this out, okay? Again, Melnick has been suspended by the U.S. Supreme Court, man. Okay. In the Supreme Court of Georgia decided August the 13th, 2024. All right. S24Y0800 in the matter of Jonathan R. Melnick, per curiam. All right. The disciplinary matter is currently before the court on the report and recommendation of the State Disciplinary Review Board, which recommends that Jonathan R. Melnick, State Bar, his number is 501254, be given a public reprimand and undergo a law practice management assessment based on his violations of Rules 1.3. And the rule of 1.3 says a lawyer shall act with reasonable diligence and promptness in representing a client. Reasonable diligence, as used in this rule, means that a lawyer shall not, without just cause to the detriment of the client, in effect, willfully abandon or willfully disregard a legal matter entrusted to the lawyer. So basically, talk to your client. All right. And Rule 1.2 or 1.4. Rule 1.4 provides a lawyer promptly informs the client of any decision or circumstance with respect to which the client's informed consent, as defined in Rule 1.0, is required by these rules. Reasonably consult with the client about the means by which the client's objectives are to be accomplished. Now, remember what I said. A lawyer, no matter how bad or how much it will impact your client, you got to let your client know the information that you got if you're a lawyer. So so this is based on the violations of those rules, of the Georgia Rules of Professional Conduct. I mean, really? Found in Bar Rule 4-102. I wish they do this to the prosecution. I wish they did this to the prosecution. He's a defense attorney. Okay, Melnick is a defense attorney. I wish they would do this to the prosecution. Haven't the prosecution violated more than these two rules? I'm just saying. The review board adopted the findings of fact and conclusions of law of the special master, LaRae Dixon Moore, who recommended a 90-day to 6-month suspension for the reasons discussed below. We agree with the special master that a 6-month suspension is warranted. Here's the factual background. Okay, here we go. We're about to get into this. The following facts were either found by the special master or were established without dispute at the hearing. Melnick has been a member of the State Bar since 1994. He received 2 investigative panel reprimands in 2003 and an investigative panel reprimand in 2006. What? Oh, okay. Okay. D Pill. Thank you. Okay. So he left early yesterday because he had this is the case. This is the court case about the child, about the child custody, I think. Okay, here we go. Thank you for that information. So he received 2 reprimands in 2003 and another one in 2006. All 3 matters involve violation of Rule 1.4 and 2 involve Rule 1.3 violations. Let's read this right here. All right. It says, keep the client reasonably informed about the status of the matter, promptly comply with reasonable requests for information, and consult with the client about any relevant limitation on the lawyer's conduct when the lawyer knows that the client expects assistance not permitted by the Georgia rules of professional conduct or of the law. A lawyer should explain a matter to the extent reasonably necessary to permit the client to make informed decisions regarding their representation. Absolutely. I want my lawyer to tell me what's going on so that way I can make an informed decision about what I want to do with with the person representing me and what I want to do with myself. So that makes perfect sense. In May 2017, Melnick began representing a client in a matter filed in Rockdale County by the father of the client's child. Melnick began representing, I'm sorry, I just got a notification about something else here. Okay, sorry. Melnick began representing the client in a matter filed in Rockdale County by the father of the client's child. The father was paying child support via an income deduction order and was seeking a reduction in child support, as well as to legitimate the child and obtain visitation. During that time, Melnick was a solo practitioner with no full-time staff and no case management software. Oh my God. He handled between 50 and 80 cases. What? He handled between 50 and 80 cases at any given time and was in court 17 out of 20 days each month. He used a software program to manage his calendar and communicated with his clients primarily after typical business hours. In March, and again, there are some footnotes here that we're going to read up on here, but I think it's the same thing that we read before. In March 2018, Melnick, his client, the father, and the father's attorney participated in a voluntary mediation where the parties were able to reach an agreement on a reduction in child support. However, the parties still needed to agree on visitation and prepare a parenting plan. The parties agreed that the father's reduced child support payment would become effective April the 1st, 2018. And that if a new income deduction order was not in place by April 1st, 2018, April Fool's Day, Melnick's client would reimburse the father each month for the difference between the child support amount paid pursuant to the income deduction order and the reduced amount agreed upon at the mediation. Okay. After the mediation, the parties notified the court that they had reached a settlement and would be submitting a final order. So the court removed the case from the trial calendar. The father's attorney emailed Melnick a draft consent agreement about a month after the mediation and asked that Melnick's client begin reimbursing her client for the child support overpayment. Oh, don't get me started with this child support, dog. Okay, here we go. Oh my goodness. Almost a month later, Melnick responded, "Please call me." The two attorneys exchanged a few emails during May and June about a visitation schedule and the amount of the reimbursement. In early August, the father's attorney sent Melnick a revised consent agreement with a parenting plan included. A week later, Melnick responded that the parenting plan was fine, but that he was not going to agree to a refund of the child support since April. The father could take that up with child support. The following day, a Friday, Melnick emailed the father's attorney that he believed that it would not be proper for his client to send the reimbursement to the father's attorney. The following Monday, the father's attorney filed a motion to enforce the settlement agreement. What? This guy here, dog. The motion also sought an award of attorney fees for having to file the motion. Jesus. Melnick did not send his client a copy of Melnick did not send his client a copy of the motion or otherwise inform his client about it. God. He also did not file a response to the motion because he felt it was unnecessary. Melnick planned to handle the attorney fees issue at the hearing and believed he could prevail pretty easily on it. Yeah. Huh? What? Your client is supposed to reimburse child support and overpayment of child support. There was a motion for you to enforce the settlement agreement. Y'all settled on this. You never told your client, you never gave your client a copy of this. What? He also did not file a motion to response again because he felt it was unnecessary. Melnick planned to handle the attorney fees issue at the hearing and believed he could prevail pretty easily on it. The trial court scheduled a hearing on the motion for January 8th, 2019. This has been going on since 2017, y'all. Melnick did not tell his client about this hearing. Jesus Christ. He's not telling his client nothing. Melnick did not tell his client about this hearing because he had a conflict for that date. He emailed a conflict letter to the judge's administrative assistant 5 days before the hearing was scheduled in an attempt to comply with the Uniform Superior Court Rule 17.1. And this is a footnote here. While the judge's assistant acknowledged receipt of the conflict letter, Melnick did not follow up with the court to determine if the hearing would be rescheduled. He didn't follow up with the court. It sounds like Melnick is not an efficient lawyer. What you guys think? What you all think about this? Melnick he doesn't sound like he's efficient, man. Sounds like he got scatterbrained a little bit, you know? And I mean, I understand there are some people who try to multitask and they can't, but he was a solo practitioner and he had like 50 to 80 cases. Yes, thank you. Melnick needs an assistant. You know, I don't understand. You have 50 to 80 cases. You in court 17 to 20 days out the month, bro. 17 out of the 20 days in the month that you're supposed to be in court. You in court over 90% of the time. He says, no, he's not a good attorney. Yeah, it doesn't seem like you had 2 violations in 2003. You had another violation in 2006, all related to and they were all similar to each other. You know, and it's not to say that he doesn't know exactly what he's doing, but maybe he's just not efficient. That's why I don't want to say that he doesn't know he doesn't know law. Obviously he kind of does, but his efficiency, man, is not good. Well, this is the Supreme Court doing this time. Tom said, Tay-Biz, why this case come up now about Melnick? I believe Attorney Love and Fonnie Willis is behind this because of Woody. This happened in 2017. They was holding on to this. It's possible, but this is not coming from that. This is coming from the Supreme Court. This is coming from the special master of the appellate courts. This is not even coming from the DA's office, I don't think. So it's already specified early in this motion, in this order from the Supreme Court. It's not even coming from, it's coming from a lady named Lorraine Dixon Moore or something like that we read. So it's not even coming from the DA's office. And this has been an ongoing issue too. This is started in 2017 all the way up until 20, and we're in the 2019s now. So I don't know if this is DA related, man. Honestly, I mean, I gotta be objective here. We're still reading this. I'm only on page 6. So give me some time. Hey, yo, time, give me some time, okay? Because I don't know, man. So either somebody dropped the dime, but again, this is coming from the Supreme Court. So I'm not too sure. I know we're in 2024. That's the point. Look, when it comes to the appellate courts, the appellate court could take a long time to review a case. When you have a case that lasts for 2-3 years, we're talking about a child custody case. Hold on, y'all. Hold on for a second, y'all. We talk about a child custody case that lasted from 2017, and we're just getting into 2019. We don't even know how far along this case goes. This is just page 6. This is the factual background of the case. When an appellate court looks at a case, it depending on how long the case is, it could take the appellate court a long time to look at a case that's 2, 3, 4 years. That's exactly what they're gonna do to the Young Thug case. This Young Thug case been going on since what, 2021, 22? We in 2024 right now, and they're gonna do the exact same thing they just did with this case. They're gonna do it with the trial, with the RICO trial. They're gonna review this boy. And it's going to take a long time to go through all the transcripts and all the things that happen. So I'm not going to just go down this conspiracy hole just yet. Although I'm the king of conspiracy theories, but I'm also the king of conspiracy possibilities as well. All right. Trust me. Just because this is 2024, that means nothing to me. This case lasted for more than 2 years. This case lasted more than 2 years. So give me some time. Say I will. Plus, these lawyers and court people are concerned. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Just give me some time. You know what I mean? Just give me some time, baby. Let's do this. All right, let's get into this real quick, right? Because this is good. This is interesting. This is interesting. Okay, while the judge's assistant acknowledged receipt of the conflict letter, Melnick did not follow up with the court to determine if the hearing would be rescheduled. The court conducted the hearing on January 8th. Another footnote. And this is January 8th. We're still in 2019. See that? We're still in 2019. After Melnick was finished with the other matters for which he was scheduled to be in court on that day, he called the court and was told the hearings were done. He did not ask about the outcome of the hearing and did not contact his client to tell her he had not attended it. Jeez, man. I want to rock with Melnick, but dog, this is nasty work. On January 15th, 2019, the court issued a final order enforcing the settlement and ordering Melnick's client to reimburse within 30 days $2,820 to the father for child support overpayment, as well as pay $809.93 in attorney fees related to the motion to enforce. After the trial court issued the January 15th order, Melnick did not notify his client about the order, did not tell her she had to pay $3,629.93. Oh, that damn child support. Oh, boy, I'm telling you, I'm trying not to get hot like Woody. Like I got steam coming off my bald head like Max Sharp, like Mad Max. Come on, man. Your client owes this man $3,629.93. that they settled on. Let's look at the footnotes real quick. Uniform Superior Court Rule 17.1b requires that a lawyer who has a scheduling conflict provide written notice of the conflict to opposing counsel and to the clerk of each court and to the judge before whom each action is set for hearing. And that such notice is expected to be given, such that it will be received at least 7 days prior to the date of conflict. Whether it was proper for the trial court to hold a hearing in Melnick's absence in light of his conflict notice is not before us in the disciplinary matter. Okay. This is she had to do this within 30 days, and he did not give her a copy of the order. The client became aware of the January 15th order when, after the amount she was receiving in child support decreased, she went to the courthouse and obtained a copy of the order. That was also when she became aware of the January 8th hearing and motion to enforce. Melnick never filed a motion to withdraw from the case, nor did he terminate his representation. The client retained new counsel who contacted Melnick and raised the possibility of the client filing a malpractice action against him. See, this is why we got to take some time. We got to take our time. You feel me? Okay. This is why we got to take our time, man. Yo. The client retained a new counsel and they contacted Melnick and raised the possibility of client filing a malpractice action against him. Melnick discussed settlement with the client's new counsel, and after the client filed a grievance with the state bar, Melnick paid the client $3,500 and obtained a release. Melnick paid the client $3,500 and obtained a release. Yo, man. Let's look at the footnote. Because this is a footnote right here in this paragraph. I think that's the only footnote on this page. Hold on, let me see. The footnote says the testimony established that Melnick paid his client $3,500, but the record is not clear as to whether that amount represented a refund of the fees the client paid Melnick or was generally based on the amount the client was ordered to pay by the trial court's order on the motion to enforce. So we don't even know what this $3,500 was even for. Are you reimbursing the client because of your time? Because you're talking about representing somebody for 2 years on the same case. I know it costs more than $3,500 to retain you. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. Put stop playing with me in the chat. You know what this $3,500 was for. You was trying to give her the money so she could pay for the actual reimbursement that she owed and those court fees. By the way, you short $169.93, my boy. Because I know to retain you costs more than this. You are a solo practitioner. Stop playing with me. We're going to have some merch real soon, y'all. Trust me, I got you. We're going to have some What Up Though shirts. We're going to have some Stop Playing With Me shirts. We're going to have some Nasty Work shirts. We're going to have some stuff, man. Okay? We're going to get some mugs. I'm telling you, stop playing with me. Dude, I know my dude on the other end like, yo, where's my money at? Where's my 36.96.93? I know the dude on the other end like, sir, or attorney, I have not received payment of my reimbursement. I have not received nothing. Oh, nasty work. Stop playing with me. Look at you. Stop it. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. You're just trying to throw me $3,500 so I can cover what I owe this man over here and the reimbursement of the attorney fees from that motion. That's all you trying to cover, bruh. Unbelievable. Look, Tom said Tay Bill's attorney Love Hilton and Fonnie Willis still do dirty work. Yes, sir. Stop playing with me, Tay Bill 100. Exactly. They doing dirty work down there right now. Right now, they doing dirty work, man. Stop playing with me. After the evidentiary hearing and consideration of the parties' briefs, the special master concluded that Melnick willfully violated rules 1.3 and 1.4 and that his conduct harmed his client. The maximum sanction for a violation of Rule 1.3 is disbarment, and the maximum sanction for Rule 1.4 is a public reprimand. Woo-hoo-hoo. It's amazing that, okay, but still, I got to say this, though. I got to be real. It's amazing how they could do this with defense attorneys and solo practitioners, but they don't do it to the prosecution. They never do this to the prosecutor, and the prosecutors do misconduct all the time. All the time. This is ridiculous. But I mean, this doesn't negate the fact that he was on some bull. Okay, it doesn't negate the fact, but still, I'm just saying. In addressing the appropriate level of discipline, the special master considered the facts and circumstances of the violations. This court's precedent in similar disciplinary cases, mitigating and aggravating factors, and the ABA standards for imposing lawyer sanctions. And it says here, see in the matter of Morris 266 GA 652 653. It says the special master concluded that 4 aggravating circumstances applied: prior disciplinary offenses. So it's a pattern of misconduct, a pattern. How many patterns have we seen with the DA's office? Huh? How many patterns have we seen with the DA's office? Huh? Yeah, we seen pattern of misconduct a lot in the thug trial for sure. Since you want to talk about Melnick, talk about that too, though. Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm getting a little ahead of myself. Substantial experience in the practice of law and refusal to acknowledge the wrongful nature of his conduct. And by the way, to do this in a fashion where you don't even consider the time required to talk to your client about this is kind of crazy. It is kind of crazy. The special master also determined that three mitigating, and then this footnote right here, from this right here, it says wrongful nature of his conduct. Says the special master noted that Melnick disappointingly attempted to place the burden on his client. He attempted to place the burden on his client for failing to reach out to him over her displeasure with the case. You gonna blame me? You're gonna put the burden on me? How dare you? How dare you, bruh? Oh, I would be so hot, bruh. I would be so hot, dog. The special master also determined that 3 mitigating factors applied. First, she considered the existence of personal and emotional problems that Melnick said he suffered. She considered the existence of personal and emotional problems that Melnick said he suffered. Although she gave this factor only some weight, noting that some of the circumstances Melnick relied upon as mitigating did not occur during the time frame in which he was representing the client, and that Melnick who had been given an opportunity to submit documents after the hearing, did not submit any documents supporting his testimony about having participated in counseling. Second, Melnick made a timely, good faith effort to make restitution or rectify consequences, as he eventually paid his client $3,500. Finally, this is what the special master considered. All right, this is the consideration before they just start laying down the law. They have to consider some things. Okay. Finally, the special master recognized that Melnick had not received the disciplinary sanction since 2006. Right. The special master did not address Melnick's. Oh, there's another footnote. Where was it at? Up? Oh, okay, I see what it says. So it says here, Melnick testified that he had marital difficulties for many years, had cared for both his parents through long-term serious illnesses, had ongoing health issues of his own, and had participated in counseling. At the conclusion of the evidentiary hearing, the special master invited Melnick to submit to her with a copy to the state bar any documents that would support this aspect of his testimony. Okay. So he had marital issues. His parents had some illnesses. He had health issues of his own. He was in counseling. So the master is like, okay, I need some documentation for you to support that, so I could consider what I need to do. Okay. The special master did not address Melnick's argument that she considered as mitigating factors that he lacked a selfish or dishonest motive, that he was cooperative with the disciplinary authorities, that there was a delay in the proceedings that was not caused by him, given that the formal complaint was filed 2 years after the grievance was filed and was based on events that occurred over 5 years ago. Okay. And that he was remorseful. All right. Addressing the sanction that was warranted, the special master determined that a public reprimand was not appropriate. A reprimand is appropriate for violations of rules that occur based on negligence rather than knowing behavior. So the special master determined that a public reprimand was not appropriate, and that Melnick's prior disciplinary history subjected him to enhanced discipline. It says Bar Rule 4-103 says a finding of a third or subsequent disciplinary infraction under these rules shall in and of itself constitute discretionary grounds for suspension or disbarment. All right. Instead, she recommended that Melnick be suspended for a period of between 90 days and 6 months, consistent with prior cases, such as in the matter of Sakas 301, GA 49, blah, 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 blah. Accepting special master's report on petition for voluntary discipline and imposing a 6-month suspension for lawyer who violated Rule 13 and who previously received 2 formal letters of admonition and public reprimand. Accepting special master's report on petition for voluntary discipline and imposing a 4-month suspension for a lawyer who violated rules 1.3, 1.4, and 1.16, and who previously received 3 confidential letters of admonition for similar conduct. Okay. Also, accepting special master's report on petition for voluntary discipline and imposing a 6-month suspension for a lawyer who violated rules 1.13, 1.4, 3.2, and 8.4. And number 4, and who previously received 2 confidential letters of admonition, including in 1994. Accepting special master's report on petition for voluntary discipline and imposing a 6-month suspension for a lawyer who violated rules 1.3 and 1.4 and who had prior discipline in the form of a 90-day suspension. It says agreeing with review panel's report and imposing a 6-month suspension for attorney who violated rules 1.3, 1.4, and 1.16, who suffered from a physically disabling illness during the representation, and who previously received a formal letter of admonition and a confidential reprimand. Accepting special master's report and recommendation and imposing a 120-day suspension for a lawyer who violated 1.3 and 3.2 and who had prior discipline in the form of an indefinite suspension. Now, here's the review board's report. Oh man, this is crazy. We're on page 12. All right. I'm gonna try to skate through this. Melnick filed a motion asking the review board to review the special master's report. He contended that he did not violate Rule 13 and that in any event, a public reprimand was more appropriate. The review board concluded that Melnick violated 1.3 and 1.4, adopting the special master's factual findings and conclusions of law in all respects, except with regard to the consideration of Melnick's prior disciplinary history as an aggravating factor. The review board stated that it discussed at length the prior disciplinary history and believed that the more than 15-year period since any prior disciplinary history should not only mitigate, but also should outweigh the extent that this history is considered an aggravating factor. Okay, that's what you're saying. So the fact that he hasn't had a reprimand or whatever in 15 years, or more, he wants it to count for something, which I can get. I can get with that. I can understand that. It is also disagreed with the recommended discipline and recommended that Melnick receive a public reprimand, which it concluded was consistent with prior cases, such as in the matter of Pagano. Accepted petition for voluntary discipline and imposing a review panel reprimand for attorney who violated rules 1.3, 1.4, had 2 prior disciplinary actions, and there was no indication that attorney took any steps to ensure the client was made whole. And that's just talking about the review board, what they expect here to exact and specific punishment, because they had not been able to find any past recommendation of a range of punishment by a special master in a contested disciplinary case, and because the special master sat in the best position to recommend a specific sanction. Okay, gotcha. Okay, that's self-explanatory. It says here, accepting petition for voluntary discipline and imposing a review panel reprimand where attorney who was the subject of 2 formal complaints after having been disciplined 3 times within the last 9 preceding years made effort to make aggrieved party whole and lack of selfish motive. Okay, that's the $3,500. I'm gonna come down, I'm gonna skate down here a little bit here. I'm gonna pass through that. It says the parties' arguments. In its exceptions to the review board's report, the state bar asserts that the review board failed to adequately consider the differences in this case from the cases cited by Melnick, including that all 3 cases involve respondents who filed petitions for voluntary discipline in which they admitted to the wrongful nature of their conduct and were cooperative in the disciplinary proceedings. So it seems like in this particular motion, Melnick is not trying to escape from his issue. He's letting you know, like, I just don't want to be indefinitely suspended, which I can understand. Hold on one second. Shout out to my man, My Take TV. I appreciate it. He gave a $3 super sticker. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for the love. Everybody put My Take in the chat. Put My Take in the chat. Show My Take some love. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. It says here that the state bar notes that Melnick never filed a petition for voluntary discipline and failed to comply with discovery and the scheduling order filed in the case, which resulted in the state bar having to file a motion to compel, and that he has continued to place the blame on his client and minimize the harm of his actions. Thus, the state bar contends that this case is more in line with in the matter of Hemin, in which we held that a short suspension would likely be a sufficient sanction to make clear to the respondent and other members of the bar the importance of acting with diligence to ensure that the circumstances that led to misconduct are addressed before additional similar misconduct can occur. Excuse me. So the believe here, this is the report of the parties' arguments here, and Melnick gave some case law stating that there have been other cases where something similar like this happened, and that they didn't get a disbarment or anything like that. It wasn't indefinite. So I don't want to have an indefinite disbarment. I would rather just take the public reprimand, and I just don't want to be disbarred. So that's basically what he was saying in his response to what was going on. So I totally understand that. Let's go ahead and skim down just a little bit. Says here, in his response to the state bar's exceptions, Melnick argues, as he did before the special master and review board, that he did not violate 1.3. In his view, there was no need to file a response to the motion to enforce because it did not seek any relief that was not already incorporated into the party's settlement agreement, other than the portion related to attorney fees. Yeah, but at the same time, man, you said you didn't inform your client that that the reimbursement had to be done, though, and like the actual hearing happened. Moreover, while he acknowledges that the better course of action would have been to file a motion for reconsideration as to the issue of attorney fees after the motion to enforce was granted, he states that he does not believe that the failure to do so constitutes willful abandonment. I don't know, man. It's kind of shaky. In addition, Melnick argued that his prior discipline was remote in time, that by paying his client, he had demonstrated his remorse, and that the payment should be considered as mitigating because he made it before the formal complaint was filed. Hey, bro, you try to cover your tracks, dog. I understand, but no, dog. I'm still hot. I'm still hot. And that the court should consider it mitigation, his lack of a selfish motive. His cooperation with the process and the delay in these proceedings. He also asserts that the state bar contends that his failure to file a petition for voluntary discipline should lead to a harsher sanction, and argues that he is not in any way trying to understate his remorse or acceptance of responsibility, but simply believes that he did not violate 1.3. Okay. All right. He contends that he contends that attorneys have received much less serious discipline than what has been proposed here under similar circumstances where payment has been provided to the aggrieved party and there was a lack of selfish motive. All right, let's go down here a little bit. Let's go down here. Analysis and conclusion. Let's get to it. We generally defer to the special master's findings of fact, so long as they are supported by the record. When we review de novo the conclusions of law reached below and what rules were violated and what level of discipline is appropriate. Can somebody find out what de novo means in lawyer terms? But we reviewed de novo the conclusions. I don't know if that means like without prejudice or anything like that. I'm not sure. Likewise, while we defer to factual findings unless clearly erroneous regarding conduct that may constitute a mitigating or aggravating factor, whether the facts constitute an aggravating or mitigating factor is a matter we consider de novo. I'm about to find out what that means. Hey Siri, you know what I'm saying? What does de novo mean in lawyer terms?
Get a free consultation with a highly rated lawyer. Get a free consultation. De novo definition. De novo. Latin for anew. Meaning to do something over again as if for the first time.
Okay. So meaning to do something over again as if it's the first time. All right. Start from the beginning. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yep. So it's like anew. It's like doing it all over again like it's the first time, like it's fresh. All right. Okay. So the consideration is de novo. Okay, got you. We learn something every day, people. We learn something every day. It's almost 1:00, so I want to hurry up and get to the actual part where they do the order. The issue of mitigating. Let's get to Let's get to here. All right, so it says, with regard to aggravating factors, we agree that Melnick's substantial experience in the practice of law and his lack of remorse are properly considered an aggravation. Melnick's attempts to cast blame on his client and his characterization of any harm to her as very minimal reflect a lack of remorse. Ooh. Noting that we may consider actions during the disciplinary process as aggravating factors. We also agree that Melnick's prior disciplinary history, which involved conduct similar to the conduct at issue here, is an aggravating factor, but we do not give the existence of those offenses great weight, given that the sanctions were imposed 12 to 15 years before the misconduct in this case, and that there is no evidence of any disciplinary actions against Melnick for over a decade. So that kind of helped him. All right. Nevertheless, the existence of 3 prior disciplinary sanctions authorizes the exercise of our discretion to impose a suspension or disbarment under Bar Rule 4-103. Having carefully reviewed the record and these parties' contentions, we determine that a suspension is appropriate given. We determined that a suspension is appropriate given that Melnick's misconduct was willful rather than negligent and harmed his client, and the fact that he has received 3 prior disciplinary sanctions for similar conduct. We further determined that the mitigating factors do not outweigh the aggravating factors. Ooh, the Supreme Court is serious. Thus, based on the particular facts of this case and this court's prior precedent in similar cases, we conclude that a 6-month suspension is the appropriate sanction for Melnick's violations of rules 1.3 and 1.4. Accordingly, it is hereby ordered that Jonathan Melnick is suspended from the practice of law in Georgia for 6 months. The suspension based on this opinion will take effect as of the date this opinion is issued and will expire by its own terms 6 months later. After this passage of time, there is no need for Melnick to take any action either through the state bar or through this court to effectuate his return to the practice of law. However, Melnick is reminded of his duties pursuant to Bar Rule 4-219. 6-month suspension. All the justices concur. And this is per curiam. So per curiam means that there is no specific judge that is ruling on this. So that's why you don't see an actual signature at the bottom, but it is issued by the Supreme Court. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. How do you all feel about that? I mean, the timing of this though is okay. Let's talk a little bit, just a little bit, because we got a few minutes left. Is the timing of this suspicious to you guys though, for real? I mean, it's now I want to go back to the conspiracy. Is the timing of this a little bit suspicious? Because again, like I said, appellate courts, they do review cases by transcript. They do. And depending how long a case is, it will take a long time for the appellate court to actually do their review. And the special master in that particular case will send it to the Supreme Court. Then they review it and they have to do similar or to the same thing. So the fact that it's happening right now is ironic to me a little bit. Now that I'm thinking about it, and that's why that's why I asked Tom to give me some time. You know what I'm saying? Because again, the appellate courts do take. I mean, that case was from 2017 to 2019, and I'm not sure how many days that case was. I mean, it was a trial. It was a trial. It was a mediation that was involved, so that has to be recorded. It was. I mean, it was crazy. It's crazy. So I don't, I don't I don't know. This is kind of wild. that Woody is live on backup. He's live on his backup account with Dear Woke Christian right now. Really? What? Let's check it out real quick. Let's see. Let's see real quick. I don't know because they're about to go back to court in a minute. Maybe we'll check out Dear Woke Christians live at the end of this. I don't want us to miss out on the court starting. Oh, it's on Instagram. Okay, never mind. Sorry, it's on Instagram. Okay. Yeah. So I don't know, man. Abundance said that's why I think someone dropped a dime on it. You think somebody dropped a dime on Melnick, man? Melnick is, again, I just want to put the breaking news down here. Melnick is suspended for 6 months, can't practice law at all, can't make no money. He can't make no money for 6 months. He cannot practice law for 6 months. For the next 6 months, his livelihood is being taken away from him. I mean, let's think about this. Now, given the facts that all this factual finding occurred, and I mean, the fact that he haven't had a sanction put on him in the last 12 to 15 years really saved his bacon for sure from being disbarred completely. But the appellate court, the special masters of the appellate court, reported the factual findings and sent it to the Supreme Court. I mean, it's really, really telling that this happened now. Look, Fonnie Willis had everything to do with it. I mean, if you think Fonnie, listen, chat, it's people coming in and out of this chat. It's people coming in and out of this channel. Y'all might as well just stick around and stay because we popping over here. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Fonnie has something to do with it. Put Gorilla Grip. Ain't that what Nathan Wade called her in his phone? Gorilla Grip. Put Gorilla Grip in the chat if you think it has something to do with Fonnie Willis. Put Gorilla Grip in the chat if you think it has something to do with Fonnie Willis. All right. Put Gorilla Grip in the chat. That's what Nathan Wade called her in the cell phone. Remember? He called her Gorilla Grip. Gorilla Grip. He called her Gorilla Grip. Put it in the chat. Was he wrong? Yes. The timing of this is what I'm going to say. Yes. Yes. Especially since he's had cases since then. Yes. Not too long ago, I believe he was preparing for a murder trial. Yeah, the timing of it is weird. The timing of it is very weird. Okay, we are back at court. Make sure everybody is back on in. Look, Gorilla Grip. She did it. Gorilla Grip, man. All right, we are back at court. I'm gonna shut my mouth up now. I'm gonna let y'all. We're gonna go ahead and get back into it, man. This is a very, very interesting day. Very interesting day. That just happened today. Supreme Court sanctioned it today that he will be suspended for the next 6 months. And what's 6 months from now? Would it happen to be March? Hold on. August, September, October, November, December, January, February. Didn't they say something about February to March that the case might be that this trial might be over with around February? Okay. We go. Oh my God. The timing is crazy. It is. Somebody made a quick connection or call like Pops said nothing just happened. We should all just hit the lottery. Exactly. Yo, that's crazy. That is crazy. Because that's what the judge said. I think this trial should be over with around February or March. What y'all think, y'all? All right, here come the jury. All right, I'll be right back, you guys. I'm gonna let y'all have it.
I did nudge the temperature up a little bit. It's a little cold even for me right now. Right. Yeah. Thank you. All right, go ahead, Ms. Tillman. Y'all be seated.
May I speak, Young? I was told that, Mr. Melnick, been suspended, and I don't want to speak without my attorney.
All right. Let me excuse y'all back again. All right, give us just a second. Yeah, that was brought to our attention fairly recently as well. The thing is, he's going to be suspended for 6 months from practicing. It doesn't have anything to do with this case, but do you have another attorney that you want to engage, or would you like for me to find an attorney, a volunteer, basically?
I would like for you to find one.
All right. Well, I had already, actually, the public defender's office had been in contact with me to try to find somebody without a conflict. And they have found somebody named Charles Engelberger. So let me try to get in touch with him and see if he can get down here and consult with you. Okay.
Okay.
All right, so if you want to just step out for now, and I'll take a recess and see what I can get done. All right.
Hold on, let me go back. I missed it a little bit. Hold on. Go back to that one more time. Sorry, y'all. I gotta go back to it. I had to step away for a second. All I heard was, I don't want to talk about my lawyer present, or I didn't want to talk about my lawyer. You say you okay? You say you found a timestamp. All right. Okay. Got you.
I did nudge the temperature up a little bit. It's a little cold even for me right now. Right. Yeah.
It is so many twists and turns
Thank you.
and
All right,
roller
go ahead.
coasters in this case, man. In this trial, this is ridiculous.
May I speak, Young? I was told that Mr. Melnick been suspended, and I don't want to speak without my attorney.
All right. Let me excuse y'all back again. All right, give us just a second.
Y'all was gonna have him testify. Exactly. The public defenders work with the state. Oh no, man. Hold on. Hold up.
Yeah, that was brought to our attention fairly recently as well.
And y'all was gonna let him
He's gonna
testify
be
anyway.
suspended for 6 months from practicing. It doesn't have anything to do with this case, but do you have another attorney that you want to?
It has nothing to do with the case, but it kind of does because he's linked to Woody as the representation. So it has something to do with the case in the extent of the fact that he can't represent his client. Dude, okay, this is the thing though. Even though we just read this whole thing with Melnick, even though what Melnick did was wrong in this sense, but the timing is mad nasty, yo. It's mad nasty timing right now.
Engage, or would you like for me to find an attorney, a volunteer, basically?
I would like for you to find one.
All right. Well, I had already, actually, the public defender's office had been in contact with me to try to find somebody without a conflict, and they have found somebody named Charles Engelberger.
Whoa, they found him kind of fast, didn't they? Hold on. They found him kind of fast, didn't they? They was prepared for this, it seems like.
So let me try to get in touch with him and see if he can get down here and consult with you. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So if you want to just step out for now.
Wait. What's his name again? Oh, let me go back.
Find somebody without a conflict, and they have found somebody named Charles Engelberger.
Charles Engelberger.
So let me
That sounds
try
like
to
a
get in
snitch.
touch with him
Charles Engelberger. That sound like a dude that's gonna do nothing for you. Absolutely nothing for you. You found that attorney mad fast, Judge. Judge, you found that attorney mighty quickly. Let's go. I'm sorry,
Mr. Milnick, been suspended, and I don't
the
want to speak
timing
about
is
my attorney.
nasty right now.
All right. Let me excuse y'all back again. All right, give us just a second.
Time said the defense is scaring me. I'm not even on trial. I feel you, dog. I feel you. So, okay, we all know Melnick is suspended for 6 months. We all know why. It has nothing. He's suspended for something unrelated to this case. However, his client is a part of this case, and he's representing him as a client. So, therefore, it has something to do with this case on an indirect level. But when he said, "I would like for you to find an attorney," and she hit a name that
was
fast,
brought to our attention.
you had already
fairly
been looking for a
recently as
different
well.
attorney.
The thing is, he's going to be suspended for 6 months from practicing. It doesn't have anything to do with this case, but do you have another attorney that you want to engage, or would you like for me to find an attorney, a volunteer, basically?
I would like for you to find one.
All right. Well, I had already, actually, the public defender's office had been in contact with me to try to find somebody without a conflict. And they
Yo.
had found somebody named Charles Engelberger. So let me try to get in touch with him and see if he can get down here and consult with you. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So if you want to just step out for now,
This is wrong.
and I'll take a recess and see what I can get done. All right.
This is all wrong. This is all nasty, man. This is all nasty, dude. We want to get to the live feed, want to do a little TiVo. Yo, this is mad nasty, dude. What's going through y'all minds right now? This is wild, man. The judge already knew, because how else did she already attempt to find somebody? Exactly. You found somebody real quick, and you found somebody with the worst name in the history of public defenders. Engelberger? What? Man. All right, come on, let's watch this, y'all. This is nasty work, man. The prosecution is playing so dirty right now. Now I'm starting to think the conspiracy is real. Public defenders are not great lawyers. I'm telling you that right now. They work for the state. Someone has to talk to Woody besides a lawyer. How right? How Judge Whitaker just find somebody so quickly? Melnick was set up. It sounds like Woody is being set up. It sounds like, if I'm gonna go conspiracy brain here, if I'm going conspiracy brain right now, it sounds like Melnick is the pawn. All these pawns are being moved around to get to Thug, and we're going to do whatever it takes to sabotage another powerful piece. Like if I'm playing chess right now, the Woody is a rook. Antonio Sledge would probably be a queen piece because they, you know what I'm saying? And then the king is actually Thug. And I'm going to sabotage everything I can to make sure that my rook is exposed. So I'm getting rid of his lawyer, all because I want to get to the king. I'm gonna get rid of the lawyer. I'm gonna put immunity on him. I'm gonna do everything I can to sabotage him, so that way he has to do nothing but what we say do. Now he has to continue to be a witness in this trial without proper counsel. I'm gonna tell you something right now. Public defenders are terrible. Okay. I'm sorry, public defenders, if y'all watching in the chat and not saying nothing, or watching a live and you're not saying anything. There's a lot of people that just watch it, don't say nothing, and that's cool. Public defenders do nothing but work for the state, and they just try to get you the best plea deal possible. All they know how to do is make sure they get you the best plea deal or whatever they can as possible. That's it. They don't do nothing. All right. They don't really do anything. They get a case. It's a bunch of cases that they get. They don't know the background of the person. They don't build no rapport with you. The first time you see a public defender, that's the first time they see you. That's the first time you see them. You don't know who they are. They don't know you. They don't have no type of rapport built. Like Young Thug lawyer is a criminal defense attorney that has a relationship with him. He's been representing Thug for over 10 years. He know Young Thug's family. There's a rapport built there. There's a trust that's there. Melnick was representing Woody since 2021. There's a rapport there. You know what I'm saying? These public defenders don't build a rapport with you. They meet you. The first time a public defender meets you, they bring you a document of a potential plea deal. That's what they bring in first. And then they want to ask you, well, do you want to go to trial? Do you want to take this plea deal? I do recommend you take the plea deal. The plea deal is going to be for this amount of time. You can't do this, It's going to cost this much. That's it. It's all about the money, y'all. I promise you it's about the bread. I promise you it's about the bread. It's not about them doing anything for you as a citizen of the United States of America, land of the free, home of the brave. No. It's the land of the cheese, home of the rats. Okay. Public defenders are not trying to fight for you like that. You might have a select few, but the exception don't make the rule. Sorry, my baby. It just don't. This is nasty work. The timing of this sucks. I mean, what Melnick did, according to the factual findings that we read, was terrible. Yeah, yeah. But the fact that it's happening right now, then I have to recant my statement a little bit, because I'm like, okay, I know appellate courts do take time to review all cases, all trials. That's how I even got there, because it was a trial involved. But there was a mediation. There was so many things involved. But I'm telling you, man, this is just, I don't know. This don't feel right. This don't seem right. This seems way off right now. Today seems off in court today. I'm serious. It's just, so who said that in the chat earlier? Who said that in the chat earlier about it being an off day? Like somebody was off. It just feels off. It feels totally off. Even the questions that Hilton is doing, it's like everything is just off right now. I think Melnick was set up because they're trying to do something else greater than Melnick. I don't think it has anything particularly to do with Melnick directly. It has something. It's involving him because he's a part of representing Woody. But I'm telling you right now, something does not seem right today. This judge came up with a lawyer fast. So on lunch break. So on lunch break, you were already. You knew he was. Let me tell you something. That judge knew that Melnick was suspended this morning. Early this morning. It happened today. It happened today, this morning. There is nowhere in the world that judge did not already know. That man, so technically, Woody didn't have a lawyer since this morning. Come on, y'all. Rock with your boy on this. Rock with your boy on this. Woody didn't have a lawyer since this morning, and everybody knew about it except for him. No one said, okay, we need to stop proceedings for a second. We need to let you know, Woody, that your lawyer has been suspended. You did not inform him not one time. This don't feel right. This don't feel right. Let me know if I'm off. Let me know if I'm off on this. But this doesn't feel right. This don't feel right. Judge Whitaker already knew. I don't care what nobody says. This lawyer that Judge Whitaker found is probably somebody she went to college with. Yeah, they all know each other. They all know each other. You know what I'm saying? They all know each other. I wish a good defense lawyer would step up and offer some help to Woody pro bono for real. At this point, he needs a miracle for real. I don't like this at all. I don't like this, man. My Take TV. Appreciate you again for the $3 super sticker earlier, man. Says that the judge needs to be held accountable for not speaking up before a jury came in. For real. For real. Like, seriously, dude. Like, this is, you knew since this morning, while that man was talking, testifying, while he was saying everything he was saying, y'all already knew, the court, y'all knew already that this man did not have a lawyer. You had to know. You had to know. You had to know. And the Supreme Court, you think the Supreme Court don't know that Melnick was representing Woody in the biggest case of Georgia? Stop it, man. Stop it. Abundance said, imagine building your career by being corrupt instead of actually doing the job. Woo, I gotta drop a clue bomb on that. Imagine building your career by being corrupt instead of actually doing the job. Man. There you go. That's what it's called. Collateral damage. Collateral damage. That's what it is. That's what it is. Melnick and Woody were collateral damage. This is trash. Look. I feel you. Let's let it out. Let's let it out. Let's vent. We got to vent. We ain't about to go over no lawyer terms and none of that on this channel. We about to vent right now. we about to vent right now. This is terrible. Melnick case is a child support case, not a criminal case. No, it doesn't matter. He did wrong. Let's not get it twisted. He did wrong. The time, I agree with what I believe Abundance said that, or I think Abundance said that what he did was wrong, no doubt about it. But the timing in which they are punishing him is very, very convenient for the prosecution of this case. Very, very convenient. Okay. Because yesterday, with Melnick's advice, Woody was looking like a rock star in the beginning. He wore a suit. he was a different dude. Today, he's a different dude. But it ain't like yesterday. It ain't like yesterday. Chill said, Tay-Biz, if you are spot on, it doesn't sound right at all. It doesn't sound right. You knew this, while this man is testifying this morning, you knew he did not have a lawyer. You knew his lawyer got suspended. You had a lawyer on deck. You had, all between breaks and all this stuff, you had a lawyer on deck. I'm telling you, this is absolutely atrocious.
I'll tell Mr. Copeland this in a minute, but the attorney is happy to help, but not available until the morning. So I'm going to pass along his contact information, Mr. Copeland, and they can plan to be here in the morning. Question for the state. In the meantime, do you have any witnesses that you could get here that are, you
Okay.
know, like hour-long witnesses whose place in the story does not really matter that much. Like, I think you had some people listed as records custodians and things like that. Any chance we could fill the day with something useful while we've got the jury here?
Judge, the two witnesses that we did have on deck to come next were similarly situated. They were Mr. Slade, whose attorney left town yesterday afternoon, and Mr. Zachary, who said that he is in North Carolina.
Right. So what I'm asking is there a chance you can take some witnesses out of order who aren't integral to the progression of the story that you're telling, but whose testimony you need to get for, you know, whatever reason? Like, you've got some phone record custodians, which I don't know why y'all can't agree to that coming in anyway without a witness, but people like that.
So, Your Honor, the records custodian, for the records that they have to bring in, we do not have business record certs. And so
Okay.
in prior discussion, I believe that the defense were going to object to those records without having the custodian. Those custodians are out of town, Your Honor. And so
Okay.
we would need time in order to
All
fly
right.
them in.
So it sounds like then that we're just gonna have to release the jury for the day and pick back up in the morning with testimony, which doesn't mean y'all are all getting released. Maybe we can get some non-jury things done for the afternoon. But let's get Mr. Copeland in here. I'll give him
Right.
this contact
I gotta take a phone
information.
call. I'll be right back, guys.
Then we'll get the jury in. I'll release them.
Judge, when we approached the criminal residence, before we answer the question,
Come on. All right, Mr. Copeland, during the break, I was able to speak with Mr. Engelberger, and he is happy to represent you. I've got his name and his phone number written down on this sheet of paper, which I'm going to provide to you, and you can call and speak with him this afternoon. And he is available beginning at 8:45 in the morning. So what we'll do is plan to pick up there tomorrow with you and with him available for you. And in the meantime, between now and then, you go ahead and give him a call and y'all can talk about whatever you need to talk with him about, okay?
Mhm.
All right, so we'll see you at 8:45 tomorrow.
You can give me enough time to talk with him?
Yeah, you can talk with him for the next,
Oh, it's not today?
yeah,
Oh, so he
yeah,
available
yeah,
now?
he's available today. He'll be waiting for your call.
I'm not gonna have any problem with him, is it?
I mean, I don't know why you should.
Okay,
All right,
you take care.
see you in the morning.
Be safe.
Okay, you too.
I know.
All right, let's get the jury in and I'll excuse them for the day until 9 tomorrow. Hmm? Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have had a little bit of a scheduling and procedural hiccup, I guess. So I am going to need to release y'all for the day and have you come back at 9 in the morning to pick back up. We're going to stay and get some other work done, but I'm going to release y'all. I'm going to remind y'all that you are to only decide. We all good? Okay. Decide this case based upon the evidence that you hear in this courtroom. So do not try to find out any information from any source outside the confines of this courtroom. Do not refer to any kind of reference, either old school or online, to try to get information about legal terms, people, places, events, anything like that. Do not talk to anybody about this case. Don't let anybody talk to you about the case. And we will see you all in the morning. Y'all have a good afternoon and evening. And thank you for your time. Sorry, it was a short day today. Y'all are excused. See y'all at 9.
I had to step away and take a phone call. Did Woody say that he was going to testify with this new public defender? Please don't tell me. Y'all see in the chat says Woody don't do it. Is he going to do it? Is he going to still testify with this public defender instead of seeking out a lawyer? He said he would reach out to Ingleberry. He's going to call Ingleberry, dog.
Okay, so state, I don't know what tomorrow holds. None of us do about this trial or anything else,
Don't.
but make sure
I
that
see why
you've
y'all
got
said don't do it.
some other witnesses lined up just in the event that who can get here quickly in the event that, you know, things take some other turn in the morning. Scheduling wise, I think I had mentioned yesterday that next week, I wasn't sure whether it was Monday through Thursday or Monday through Friday. But regardless of what they were told at this point, a juror has a family funeral that they have to travel for on Friday. I've confirmed that. So that'll be a non-jury week in its entirety next week. All right. For us right now, I am hoping that there are some things that we were going to be doing next week that we can just go ahead and tackle today since we all are here anyway. So, well, I think Miss Love, you were, I think, the one that was maybe taking the lead on the PowerPoint issue. And I know you haven't filed a written response yet, but can you just kind of provide us with what your position is on that? And maybe we can
The
just
mic.
we, as in I, can make a decision on that issue.
So Judge, what I said yesterday and what I was asking for was the need for the time to locate within the videos of those proceedings, the period that we addressed the PowerPoint. So I had received just some of the transcript of some of one of the days that we addressed it. And I think that
Microphone, man.
we were addressing the PowerPoint in the context of other objections, maybe that there had been mounted to another witness's testimony. I think it may have been D'Angelo White. So the judge at that point had sort of responded to, it may have been commentary by Mr. Sharp regarding reviewing some evidence the night before. I may have these dates and these times sort of conflated with one another, but I believe that when he brought up the PowerPoint, we had not yet argued it or talked about it. And my memory is that I said to the court that we weren't intending to introduce that PowerPoint through this, and as I was walking away, I think I said something like through this witness or at this time or today or something qualifying assertion that we weren't intending to introduce.
Okay, but no, basically, if your position is we think that it is admissible, what I'm asking for you to do now is tell me why you believe it's admissible, and I'll just make the decision. Okay, can you do that? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes, Mr. Steele attached it to his motion or supplemented motion. So I've looked at it. And I mean, maybe it would be helpful, Mr. Steele, if you just quickly summarize your position as to its inadmissibility.
Your Honor, this is a motion in limine number 49 supplement. It was refiled on August 9th of 2024 on behalf of Mr. Williams. And it was originally filed, and I just, Mr. Adams and I just made it more current.
Right.
But, and that was originally filed on April 17th, 2024. It is my opinion, my memory, and I checked the law and crime video YouTube, that Judge Glanville, and that was a lot of our hearings. I don't know if you watched it, but it was a lot of hectic things, but Judge Glanville excluded it. And the state specifically said they're not going to use it. And to me, I just don't see the admissibility under 401(2)(3), because slide 1, it's titled YSL versus Inglewood Family Bloods. That is not the name of this case. I don't know why that would go up in front of the jury.
Yeah, and
Um,
I think there are like 80 something or more slides, and I'm not necessarily asking you to go through the details of each slide, just if you can summarize right now. And
Okay,
it may be that we have to get into the slide by slide
okay. Well,
position, but
it's basically a closing argument. That's really the summary as I would give it. It is something that the state would, over objection, use in their closing argument. And if the court allowed it, maybe that's okay. But for evidence coming in through a supposed gang expert who I'll be objecting to in addition, he already testified as an expert and he's the third supposed expert to testify. But there are things, Mr. Williams' home was illegally searched on the July 15, 2015 date. They have slides in there referencing that. They have slides on information that has not come into this trial on supposed investigation and corroboration by law enforcement. I've never seen the corroboration. It's just like a trial by a theory, and that's throughout. And I'm objecting to the entirety of it. And I don't know why any witness, expert or layperson, would be allowed to use this type of demonstrative device to say, let me explain to you the guilt of these people, when specifically even an expert cannot talk about the mens rea or the intention of a party. That's always within the breast of the jury. And this has multiple people, not just Mr. Williams, joining and committing crimes and saying what their intent was by their association. So I hope I've given you a summary, but if you want to go slide by slide, and a lot of information in those slides are not coming into this trial. The state has not called many witnesses that they said they were going to call, like Mr. Lamar, who's a performer known as Rich Homie Quan, Mr. Carter, a performer known as Lil Wayne, Mr. Williams, a producer performer known as Birdman. They have this information in that slide, and it's just a confrontation clause violation.
all right.
Your Honor, the presentation is meant as an aid for the jury to assist them or allow them to see how it is that Detective Dennis reached the conclusions that he expects will testify about in this case. There are instances where he references hearsay, what would be considered hearsay, but which he is allowed to use to form an opinion and to present an opinion. The slides that Mr. Steele references that have to do with matters that have been excluded from this trial, of course, we can see that those would come out and that we would not be attempting to introduce slides that show the inside of Defendant Williams' home as a result of the 2015 search of his home. But there is to exclude the demonstrative that we would be seeking to use through our expert. I don't hear a reason or any basis in law for the just all-out exclusion of information that we believe would be useful to the jury and that Detective Dennis relied on in coming to the conclusion that he did. Much of what is in the PowerPoint does summarize investigations that he conducted. It references persons that he interacted with. It references acts that occurred, investigations that occurred, and again, people that were either self-identifying one way or the other, or that referenced another person as identifying a different way. So we would ask that the court, based on what Mr. Steele has presented, just the fact that he doesn't think that it's admissible or it's a closing argument, that the court deny his motion that he not be allowed at all to use the PowerPoint.
All right. in fairness to Mr. Steele, he's ready to go slide by slide, and I asked him to summarize. So it's not that I asked him to summarize the argument. That's not all he would have to say. But this appears to me to have maybe originally been some sort of a law enforcement briefing. Is that what this was?
In terms of the investigation, of course, started out sort of as, you know, them talking and law enforcement, various agencies talking amongst one another and briefing themselves. But in the end, this PowerPoint was something that was used by Detective Dennis in, you know, discussing the investigation with the district attorney's office. And that we believe as well would be useful in allowing the jury to digest pieces of information that he would be presenting through his testimony. Well, I could go through this.
So tell me which slides you think you are absolutely concede are not going to be used. I mean, I'm just looking at one right now. It's, I think, slide number 36. It's got a lot of pictures, and it says a rap dispute between Lil Wayne and Birdman spilled over into Atlanta once rapper and YSL 30 Deep leader Young Thug got involved. I mean, how is that not totally conclusory and something that maybe this jury is supposed to be deciding? And that's just, you know, the one I happen to be scrolling onto right now.
Your Honor, the information that is in the letters, in the words rather, that are on the slide, you can see removing that as conclusory, but Detective Dennis has shared, and I believe good share information regarding what law enforcement learned throughout this investigation as related to not just the Lil Wayne bus shooting, but how that related to YSL and members of YSL, and what the artist that goes by the name of Birdman, what they learned.
So you're saying all the words would be removed?
Not on this slide right here. I'm not saying all the words, Judge. I want to be really clear. I'm not speaking about all the words. I don't think that it's necessary for all the words to be removed from this PowerPoint. But when the court asked me to tell or identify the ones that I concede would be, you know, should be removed, I can, if the court permits me the time to go through it and look at those and pull those out, I can do that. But what we had was a whole hog objection to the entirety of the PowerPoint and an assertion that it was inadmissible overall.
Well, I mean, you're, I think at this point making the argument that you think it would be a demonstrative aid to, is this Dennis who's going to be testifying to this? And
we can sort of.
so let's look at like slide number 22. We've got people pictured up here who some, but not all of them were charged. I have no idea whether they were convicted. We got lots of shots of, you know, weaponry. I mean, there just looks like there's a whole lot that's not going to be appropriate or admissible. If you
So what we're looking at, the slide that I have.
can you pull that mic over towards you? I think some of the people are having a hard time hearing.
So the slide that I'm looking at as number 22, I think is different than the one that the court is looking at as 22. So I'm not certain why. I'm looking at one that has Miss Entrevia Smith, Kelvin Wild, San Antonio Sledge on it. So it's different than the one that the court is looking at. I would ask that the court, if we're gonna.
I mean, that's, again, it's just kind of an example. So I think that maybe if this is going to have to be a slide by slide thing, that y'all get on the same page as to what PowerPoint you are even intending to use, and then you strike out, take out all of the ones that you concede and acknowledge are not admissible or would be overly prejudicial under the 403 standard. Take out all the words that you think that is not appropriate, and then get that back to me and I can look at it slide by slide, but
I think that would be good. I think I would ask for permission to do exactly that, Judge, as opposed to, because, yes, I can do that, and I would ask for permission to do that.
okay, I'm gonna need that done, by Friday.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so we can't do that today. We'll be doing that next week. All right, on the motion to suppress recently filed as to Mr. Ryan's statement from 2019. It looks to me, now that it's been further particularized, that there's an argument that he was not Mirandized. I don't know. I haven't seen the statement yet. I don't know if the state's position is he wasn't in custody at the time and therefore Miranda rights weren't required. I'm going to need an answer to that. I also need the statement from one side or the other so that I can have that, the benefit of actually being able to see the statement. Okay, so y'all get that to me as soon as you can. That ought to be an easy click something and send the email. And is the state, do you, I mean, I assume y'all are familiar with the statement they're talking about, and it was not used in his 2021 trial, but I think Ms. Love, you represented that you might want to use it in this trial. Is that right?
I did.
Okay. Do you know whether y'all's position is that he wasn't in custody, or do you know what you're going to be arguing on that?
Just 1 second, Your Honor. We were actually going back and forth, and I'm having trouble getting onto our server. That's what I'm trying to do right now. Are you kidding me? Are you on the server?
I'm looking into this Charles dude while we're doing that. Seems, from what I'm gathering, it looks like he's just a criminal defense attorney, not a public defender. Let me dig some more into this. Yeah, it says been licensed for 22 years in Marietta, Georgia. He's an active member in good standing with the state. I'm not seeing where he's a public defender though.
The court give me a 10-minute recess. I wasn't expecting to argue this part of it, and I just need to sign into our server.
I mean, I understand that all of this is on the fly at this point. We weren't going to take it up until next week, and now I'm trying to get something accomplished while we've got this unexpected free time.
Just go home.
I don't think we need a recess for that. You just be working on that, and maybe I'll ask one of your co-counsel to address the next issue. Actually, I can ask, I can't see all the way around there. Is Mr. Harvey with us? Okay, who's here? Can you speak to, remind me your name?
This is the truth. She's never ready for anything. It's ridiculous.
Try it one more time.
Lamar Gardner.
Okay, Mr. Gardner. Okay. Mr. Harvey had filed a couple of days ago a motion to exclude kind of, I guess, what he phrased untimely disclosed co-conspirator or alleged co-conspirator statements. Would you be able to identify specifically which co-conspirator statements he's saying were identified?
I wouldn't be able to, but if you give me a minute, I can find out.
Okay.
Why are you, Judge? Why are you even doing this right now? This is what I'm talking about. People who work too fast instead of efficient.
And then maybe today would be a good time to start looking at that exhibit list, and on the exhibits that there is not agreement on, kind of figure out, have those been admitted or have those not? Is that something you think we could all tackle today? We could try.
We can do the first part, we are almost finished with it, but we could do a chunk of it.
Okay.
Why are you?
All right, I'm going to step off for just a second. Y'all stay here and keep working. I'll be right back.
I don't like this judge. I don't. I don't like this judge, man. Why are you trying to do anything that is scheduled for next week right now? Who has stuff for next week right now when they're in a trial in front of a jury? Now Melding suspended. It's a cluster F, man. It just messed everything up. It just messed everything up. Let's see, Charles. Oh my God, this is it. Yes, D Pill. Yes, this is crazy. This is absolutely insane. This is absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Okay, so She Lee sent the link from X that somebody had about Charles Engelberger. Just saying that name is hilarious. Engelberger the third. All right. Let's see real quick what this dude is about. Real quick. Let me just try to blow it up just a little bit. All right. So, criminal defense attorney at Marietta, Georgia. He's been licensed for 22 years, acquired in 2001, active member in good standings. This is just a little review of like people saying how good of a lawyer he is. I did not see anything about being a public defender. I got criminal defense here. I got DUI and DWI. I got Chapter 7 bankruptcy, divorce and separation, general practice. I don't see anything necessarily public defender related right now. Free consultation. That's only for 30 minutes though. This is basically what the link is that's on X that was given to me. All right. Read for bio. So let's see. Let me drop myself real quick. Let's see what we got here. Drop this. So there's nothing related to being a public defender with this particular gentleman. I'm not sure if it's a bunch of other Charles Engelbergers, but this is what was seen on X. Let me go a little bit here. Drop back a little bit. Reset to 100. I'm gonna see what else I found here too. And I found this, the Engelberger Law Group, Marietta, Georgia. And I believe that this is the same. This is him. Sex crimes and violent crimes defense attorney in Marietta, Georgia. Criminal defense, family law, drug crimes, child custody and support. Criminal defense you can rely on. Marietta. I mean, this is pretty much what I found. Yeah, just same. I'm just going down this rabbit hole real quick. Y'all silly, man. So his name sounds like a character in a Christmas movie. Charles Engelberger. Yes, Mr. Engelberger. Let's see what else we got. I looked on his LinkedIn. There's nothing here. I mean, a lot of attorneys don't put a lot of information on their LinkedIn. They kind of be incognito. Charles J. Engelberger. Who is this? And this says, okay, so it's the same thing, Charles J. Okay, hold on. Cobb County. Let's see here. Criminal defense section. Nothing here, really. Okay, so trying to figure out who Mr. Engelberger is. Get some more information about Mr. Engelberger. Seems like this is the general information. Seems like it's all the same. Seems like it's him. I don't see public defender though. I don't see where he's a public defender at all. Unless somebody has some other information that I'm not privy to or I'm not seeing. But I don't see anywhere where it says he's a public defender. J. Engelberger. Let's see, in Georgia. Maybe more. Let me be more specific and put Georgia in here. Let me be more Pacific, dog. Yeah, I don't see where he's a. Yeah, he doesn't seem to be a public defender. Seems like he has his own practice. I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing anything related to a public defender. But I did see in the chat that y'all was talking about someone saying that he was live with Dearborn Christian, and they was telling him to get his own lawyer, things like that. Yeah, I think I saw that. You said, did somebody say he was on a live with Seti Nash? How y'all feel about Seti Nash? Sometimes I think he tries to be objective, but he still show. I don't know. It's kind of weird. He seems to have. Oh, I see. It was Sheely. There you go. There was a YSL meetup happening. I saw Woody with Seti Nash and Sylvia. Okay. Okay, put the county he's in. All right. Let's see if he's in Fulton or. Okay, so Marietta, Georgia is Cobb County. So he's in Cobb County. Hmm. I don't know. Let's see, let's put up Fulton real quick. Look, we over here being investigators right now. I mean, it's still coming up with his own practice, though. You tried to send the video to me? Can you send it? Where you tried to send it? You tried to send it to my email or what? You trying to send it to my email? Let me see if I can go to Instagram. Let's see what's up. Let's see what's up. Let's do some little research today, y'all. Look at that. Hey y'all. Woody _ self-made. Okay, this is Woody's backup. Um, this is Woody's story. Hey, yo, what is going on right now, dog? Hold on. This is mad nuts right here, dog. This is mad crazy. Hold on.
Yeah, I got his head, y'all. I'ma go in like a diamond. Nigga got me fucked up. I'ma spin on this block. I admit that.
Oh, we can't have that. Can't have that. Copyright. Oh, okay. Miss Weaver. Okay, that was yesterday, but Miss Weaver.
Miss Lab, were you able to get on the server?
Okay, here we go.
Okay. So can you tell? And if you don't know right now, that's fine. But if
Wow.
you do know about the statement,
Okay.
He gave a statement, after he read his rights.
Yeah, I still don't trust it either.
What she called a particularized, motion.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Said he incorrect. Yeah, said he okay.
So I was reading what she had written.
use your mic,
Okay, gotcha.
please.
Okay.
I was just reading what Ms. DeWilliams sent over just now, that she had labeled a particularized.
Ms. T. Williams, did you not provide that to opposing counsel when you emailed it to the court? Or is this yet another new one?
It just came
I'm
through on me.
confused.
I don't,
Is it the motion or is it the statement?
so what just came through on my email, was labeled particularized Jackson Deno motion.
Right.
So I was reading
What?
It may just be the same title. I think this is the statement itself, which I had asked somebody to send. So thank you, Misty Williams. And I would think you would have been copied with the,
I'm sure I was. I
Okay.
got that.
all right, if you're not already just generally familiar with it, that's fine. I'll look at the statement and wait for your response and we'll deal with it on next week. Go ahead.
So the question the court had initially asked was it in custody and
Right.
was it one that we intended to use? So the first part was, it is a custodial statement. And it was one that for the sake of brevity, at one point, we were pondering with not using it. But under the circumstances, he was convicted of this murder. And given that he was convicted of the murder, and the evidence we intended to put up in addition to the conviction, there were considerations we were making in terms of brevity. Like, do we use it? Do we not use it? Do we use portions of it?
That is fantastic to hear that y'all are making considerations based on brevity. I encourage that wholeheartly. Go ahead.
And so, in as much as there's a need to have a Jackson Deno statement, just because of that possibility and, that uncertainty.
Okay. Okay, but you're saying it was custodial and that he was Mirandized?
He was Mirandized. I think maybe the issue is that the issue may be was it a full, like, Miranda? Was it, like, was he fully apprised of his Miranda rights?
Okay, well, I mean, I guess we'll take that up next week. And I don't know, Misty Williams, was I misunderstanding what you said in your motion? I thought you said that he was not given any Miranda rights at all. Or warnings, not rights, but warnings.
Is this on? Okay. He wasn't given his full Miranda warnings at all.
Okay, but that's not exactly what you said in your motion.
And then also they have a procedure they're supposed to follow, and Detective Hogan did not follow those procedures.
Okay, that's also not in your motion.
Would you like me to redo my motion?
You don't have to redo your motion as long as I know what it is actually arguing. But, I mean, you ought to try to get it right to begin with.
Oh my God, this
We're doing
judge
that
is
calendar
so.
for next week, Your Honor,
Yeah, but I told y'all that yesterday. That's not a surprise.
on Monday.
I don't know when we'll get to it. We're gonna be working all week next week. Be prepared to deal with it on Monday.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so that's that. We'll deal with that on Monday. I have the statement now, so, and I understand what your argument is. And if there's anything about a procedure that you mentioned that they didn't follow a procedural that they were supposed to follow, if you've got law that it's legally required, then please have that at the ready. All right. Okay. Do we know yet, which of the co-conspirator statements?
I agree. I don't
are
like her
said to have
attitude.
Been late disclosed.
Not the three particular that he mentioned in the motion, Your Honor. I'm still waiting on a response for the exact three statements, but I do know that those statements were provided outside of the November 5th, 2023. State filed a supplemental motion to introduce co-conspirator statements. I think in generally, he's objecting to any of them, any statements that were provided outside of that November 5th date. But speaking to the three that he mentioned in his recently filed motion, I still have not received that information yet.
All right. So we'll wait on that as well. And there's some, I think, allusion in there to wiretaps. So I don't know if there are statements that were contained within wiretaps. Okay. Well, we'll deal with that, I guess, further as well next week. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, as the Harvey rule is in effect, my stance has been that, and really this has been my stance, and I believe it's other attorneys' stance since way back over a year ago, is the ball has been in the state's court to identify hearsay exceptions that they contend falls under the co-conspirator exception. They did file a motion that was timely that identified three, and we've discussed those three. But at this point at trial, and I know we discussed this last week, my recollection, and if I'm wrong, I apologize. My recollection is that we discussed this last week, and the state was to provide specificity on the statements that they plan to use. So
That's right. And
we still don't.
has
My
that
knowledge,
still
no.
not been done?
We provided a host of the statements from the wiretap that we've identified, I think over 200. There's clips, there's small statements, but the point of it is that the statements contained with the wiretaps, within the wiretaps and the jail calls were statements that defense counsel referenced to the court.
Microphone.
They were objecting to as we were ongoing, since they were all turned over and everyone had to review all the same batch of evidence. So we turned over a number of statements
Okay.
And that may or may not be what, Mr. Sharp is referencing now. That is the only thing I can think that he's referencing now, since that's what we've most recently turned over for the court's instruction. And we're,
And just imagine, we haven't even gotten to the defense yet. This is still just the
Okay.
prosecution trying to make their
It
case
ought to be that, I know that's not what you were referencing.
all the
You
time.
were referencing that there was a universe of 3 identified and dealt with, and now there's more. But with regard to what's in the wiretaps and jail calls, now that y'all have identified them with particularity, we can deal with them. I do think it sounded like y'all were sort of doing it in a rolling way with regard to some of that. So that's fine. We'll take those up individually. Is there anything, are there any other potential co-conspirator statements that have not been particularly identified now?
so there may be others in the Instagram, phone, the Instagram and in the phone dumps. And as far as the wiretaps and the jail calls, we had, as I said, provided a number of those, and we were supplementing as we went through and identified any more.
All right, didn't I give you a deadline?
Yes.
You provided some by that deadline, but not all?
We listened to and provided, they are correct, there are thousands. And we have identified, we've gotten through up to a certain point, those wiretap calls.
Uh-huh.
We have identified up to that point, and we were providing, since they had them, we were trying to at least identify as many of all of the ones that they have had since the beginning as we could. And we were continuing to supplement them as we saw them. But we indeed went through, we have made the best effort that we can to comply with the court's instructions to identify those calls that we consider co-conspirator statements. We've been doing that with the wiretaps, the phone calls.
So she hasn't given over all her co-conspirator statements yet.
Instagram references.
Some, but not all. And it's past the deadline. How come we're not surprised?
Okay, so you had a deadline, the deadline has passed, and I mean, at some point, a deadline needs to mean something. Why y'all don't already know what evidence you're gonna use is beyond me. But
Because they don't have a case, Your Honor. It's not hard.
Obviously, pieces of evidence that were more discreet and were smaller in number. But as far as the wiretaps, of course, we've had teams working on.
Okay, but I mean, the wiretap, that you said you've done that now, so what about the rest of it? The Instagrams and the phone calls, and
You haven't done it yet.
you said there might be more in those.
Yes, we're still going through all of those.
Just exclude it, Judge.
And we literally created a link and we have put them in the link and served them. And anything that we found or find past the point that we served the initial link, we are providing that as well. We are, from our position, of course, the court has given us the deadline. Of course, we're trying to comply with that deadline. When we provided information to the defense, and in as much as there's something at the very end that, by happenstance, someone has seen that.
Put word salad in the chat.
That we did not yet lay eyes on, that is in some way inculpatory. The volume of calls, our position is we turn it over, we should not be precluded from using it, but we are trying to comply with every instruction that the court has given us. We are making our very best efforts to do that. And we believe that as the court has said, we are aware that we have these ongoing.
My little Woody.
This is not information that we've not turned over. This does not fall into that category.
Yeah, I understand that it is somewhere in the, universe of discovery that's been provided, but it has not been identified as, here is a co-conspirator, what we assert to be a co-conspirator statement. Because there is essentially a standing objection demanding that before anything gets admitted as a co-conspirator statement, the state establish the prerequisites for its admission as a co-conspirator statement. And so I have to make a ruling on each of those things. And until it's identified, I can't possibly make a ruling because we don't know what we're talking about. And I don't honestly think that my directive that there needs to be a deadline is the first one that's been issued in this case. I believe Judge Linville had also said this all needs to get done at this point.
That's what they told you last week, Judge. What is wrong with this woman?
Our chapter information and the information that we're going through now and identifying co-conspirator statements from, that was a matter that
That's what the defense told the judge last week.
proceeding with the case that was addressed as we proceeded. As they
Okay.
found things.
Okay, well,
But we do have, and we have identified, and we can discuss, I think, over 100. If we were to start
all right.
talking about them. we have them.
So
Do not give her more time, please.
at some
Thank you.
point, there just has to be some kind of management of this case. It just cannot, I mean, I guess it could be, but it seems not practical that the case is going to go on forever because you're going to use every possible piece of evidence that you can uncover. I mean, that's no way to try a case. And it's not fair to the other side of any case to
Say-
not know, for the most part, going into the trial, what the evidence is going to be. And I mean, we've had this discussion before, but y'all also, aside from that, y'all have got to kind of get a handle on what your case is going to be and decide what needs to be culled and what really needs to be presented.
Your Honor, the only reason that I can say that the reason that we want and feverishly seek to look at it all is that we don't want to be precluded in the event that, we don't anticipate playing every single co-conspirator statement that exists in these podcasts.
Right.
But in the event that there is one that is particularly important, and it's one that we didn't say by this date, oh, we're gonna use this one, because we had not yet
Right.
found that one, smoking call or whatever it is. Our position is just that it
Okay.
disadvantages that just to.
If you give her more time, I'm gonna slap you.
We do not make the call. We feel that we should be allowed to at least access those that not whole hog all thousands of co-conspirator statements, but in the event that there are some, and we will.
Put word salad in the chat.
them down,
Okay. All right.
But we've identified the ones that we.
All right. Well, get the rest of them identified and that
You know what?
identification information to the state by the end of this week.
Your Honor, may I respond
Yes.
briefly, just so we're all on the same page? I don't mean to go tit for tat. That's not my intent here. But if the state is referring to the email sent to us on on August 9th of 2024 at 11:23 p.m., from what I can see, there's approximately 150 to 200 calls off the wiretap. They are not, some of these calls are 15 minutes. It's not about me listening to it. That's fine. I've already listened to this stuff. But just attaching a 15-minute call, a 10-minute call doesn't necessarily indicate what co-conspirator statement you're intending to introduce. So there's just not a lot of specificity. Now, some of them are shorter.
My guess is from what Ms. Love just said, she wants to cover all her bases. And so if there is anything said by that person in that call, she wants to be able to potentially use it. So I think she's saying every bit of it might be a co-conspirator statement. Am I wrong? I'm not wrong.
Well, if the intent is to litigate that, then I think I'm stating the obvious. It creates a whole lot of outside the presence of the jury litigation about stuff because the state is not, and the state control this case. They controlled when to indict it, and they.
Well, y'all did file, I don't know who it was, but a speedy trial demand. But you're right, they indicted it. So they knew a speedy could have been filed and they needed to be ready. I don't know that everybody filed one, but did everybody?
I filed one. It wasn't recognized by the court.
You did not file one.
I did. But it
You're
was,
right. Yeah, I think it was within the period where everything was stayed. Is that what happened?
He filed a constitutional speedy.
no, I filed a statutory speedy.
Okay.
And
Anyway, at least some people.
Miss
have
Love, don't try to
filed
do
a,
nothing.
Statutory
Try to correct
speedy
that,
that
man.
was recognized, and y'all are all being tried together, so that drug the whole case to trial at the same time. However, you're right that once the state indicted, they knew a speedy could be filed and needed to be ready to go, or either sever people out. It doesn't require a response. It's a statement of fact. Okay. So can we start on the exhibit list? I don't think there were that many that were in dispute.
Your Honor, excuse me, I don't believe we have the exhibit list yet. Is that correct, Ms. Hilton?
Oh, no. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm not being clear. One of the things that was proposed, I think by Mr. Steele, was why don't we take a chance to look at all of the exhibits that have been admitted so far and make sure we're on the same page about that. And I don't think there was that much dispute about that. So I'm thinking, let's do that right now. Y'all do have that, right?
The
Yes.
state was going to provide the list that we believe is the list of admitted exhibits. And so I'm getting ready to forward what we've created, but it's individual by the acts as they came in. And so I'm getting ready to forward that to everyone, but we were actually having printed copies brought down so that everyone could actually physically have one in their hand. And so that's what we were hoping would be down here by the time you finish, but I can forward what we have and it'll just take a little more time because it'll be electronic.
All right, so it seems that Mr. Steele's, what was it? It was like an Excel spreadsheet that was provided is pretty organized and orderly. Have y'all not tried to kind of match up what y'all have to that?
We have been matching that up. There are instances where electronic exhibits were shown to witnesses that we don't have a printed copy of to confirm that it was the exact exhibit that was admitted. There were instances where changes were made. There were multiple instances where the court required redactions, but we did not.
All right, so we're not ready on that either. So I think it may be that we actually need the
Just
prior
go
court
home.
order in court one day for that next week. So why don't I figure out which day is the best day for her to do that? But that is something else y'all need to be ready to go with on Monday.
Just adjourn for the day.
So I mean, I think I've been through my whole list of what's outstanding and there doesn't seem to be anything we can accomplish today. Yes, sir.
If I may, Your Honor, last week we painstakingly went through transcripts
Yes.
and redacted certain things. My understanding is that the state was going to have a printout. I think over our objection, their plan is to just pause the sound during redacted periods. But my understanding is they were going to provide a transcript with all the redactions after Your Honor's rulings, so we could review them and just make sure we're 100%. And if there's
Right.
an issue, we're not bringing it to you at the last minute
Okay.
with the jurors in the box.
All right.
So I don't believe that we've been provided the redacted transcripts yet, or the state's version of the redacted transcripts, and we would like to at least have those so we could review them prior to them being
Okay.
played.
And is that correct that y'all plan to just pause the parts that are redacted? So y'all better be really good on the trigger with that. There are some parts where it's like, part of a sentence, but not the next sentence.
Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, with evidence reviewer, it was a challenge to convert to the MP4 so it can be clean. It was distorted because we tried doing that previously. So that is the state's plan. I will send over the
Y'all need
highlighted
IT for y'all
version
files
of the
too.
transcript that's redacted
Jeez.
in a moment, as soon as I finish sending over the exhibit list.
Okay, so y'all can't just, there's no way that y'all can either put something together that is just the unredacted part or fuzz out
So
the redacted part?
does the court mean for the video?
I mean, I don't know how y'all are intended to play it. If you're intending, I don't know how you're intending to play it.
So, Your Honor, we're playing it through evidence reviewer, and we have successfully muted the portions of the video where it has continued to play in front of the juror, but it's very easy, and we have successfully done it on multiple occasions, muted the sound while the video continues to play for a couple of reasons. One, to allow the jury to see what's going on during that time, but two, to make certain they don't hear what is being said.
All right, so I'm glad to hear that it's muted at least, so there's no possibility or very little possibility that they'll hear something they're not supposed to hear. And so y'all have done that with video already where they're seeing that something else is going on that they're not privy to?
Yes, we've done that on multiple occasions.
And we also, at times,
That's something that everybody agreed to?
No, we objected to that because it appeared to us that if the jury's sitting in the box and they're watching a video.
They're going, wonder what they're saying now.
Exactly.
So have y'all provided any explanation for that?
No, because the same way that if we were to cut it out and it skips to a part of the video, the jury would be wondering, wait, that didn't make sense. It skipped to an unrelated part. So even if we had the ability to cut out and cut and splice,
She is
it would be
insufferable.
as choppy as it is. And on other occasions, the jury,
So let me ask you this, if it's like a 2-minute redaction, are we just sitting in silence for 2 minutes?
No,
What's
generally-
going on?
Well, in some instances, if it's a small redaction, we'll let it play. But like 2 minutes, we'll fast forward and say on the record, we are
That's
fast forwarding
dumb.
from here to here. We'll
That is
mute it
dumb.
and say, Your Honor, we're stopping at this point, and we're
Oh my
picking up
God.
at that point. And that's what we do. We literally just take the advancing button and advance it to the point.
That is
in
the
future
dumbest
that
thing
we're
ever in the
going.
world. You could just
It
extract
really
the
has not
damn
played out
redaction.
smoothly. In the
Oh my
past,
God.
yes, there have been some occurrences where they've been able to mute it and
Yeah.
it goes smoothly, but in other instances, yes, we're sitting here for 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and then in other instances where they try to skip ahead, they skip ahead, but then it's not quite far enough or it's too far, then got to come back a little bit. So it hasn't been played
Yeah,
out. as
and I
smooth.
mean, we got a lot of videos to get through, it sounds
Right,
like. So
right.
can y'all endeavor to find out whether maybe even if you have to outsource it to somewhere else, you could put something together that's spliced, because that is a whole lot better than, I mean, it may sound like, oh, wait, that's weird, but That's better than, well, something's going on here.
So we've spliced, we have done that. We've actually taken the videos that have to be played through evidence reviewer, and we've formatted it, converted it, just as Ms. Hilton said, into an MP4 format.
Right.
That does not play smoothly at all.
Okay, and
You
I
gotta
hear
be
you
kidding
saying
me.
that y'all do not have the ability to do that, but I mean, people put big multi-million-dollar trials on all the time. There are all kinds of outside, I don't know what they are, but
Put it on a
companies
WAV file.
who
Put it on,
do things
if you,
like this. Can y'all look into whether y'all can get that done? Because that would be a way, way better way to do it, both time-wise and in terms of
the
the jury
jury,
not seeing and wondering, well, what's going on right now?
they're trying to add more evidence.
Both of those reasons.
Ooh, they are
Y'all
so,
see what
they
you
are
can
not
do
slick,
about
dog.
Yes, Your Honor.
that. Okay.
All they're trying to do is
Um,
show extra
and
evidence that they don't, that they ain't supposed to admit.
On the topic of that,
Projecting
is your
audio, but not the
plan
video. What?
to
Stupid.
play, like, you know, for instance, we went through 5 statements, video statements of Mr. Copeland outside the presence of the jury. To
These two
determine what parts
irritate
were
me so
misleading, what
bad,
parts
dog.
weren't.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm
Um,
real.
And
These two
Ms. Hilton,
are
you've
the
asked him
worst.
about at
The
least
worst.
parts of all 5 of those statements. Is the plan ultimately to then play the entirety minus the redacted portions of all of those statements?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Okay,
Exactly.
yes.
Can I, if I may direct a question to the state, just to make sure I'm clear. So we're talking about obviously the videos, but we're also talking about the redacted transcript as well, the actual physical transcript.
Okay, now, I thought y'all had told me that, no, you didn't intend to pass out transcripts like to the jury. Is that right?
Straight.
No, Judge, no. We said that we would correct the transcript
Right.
and redact them so that,
For the benefit of the other side. We're not planning to give transcripts to the jury, are we?
no,
Okay.
well, no. We were asking to do that. I think there was an objection. I just wanted to be clear. We never said that we were not, because we would be asking that the court simply instruct the jury that the transcripts are not evidence. I think that when the objection was raised, it was that the transcripts were different
Okay,
and that they didn't want them to be reading something that was not actually being said. And our position is that the court has the ability and, you know, generally does instruct the jury, what you hear is the
Right.
evidence, not what you're looking at. So
Okay.
that was the reason that that was another reason that we were endeavoring to get them as accurate as we could and to get an agreement on it. I thought that the court had said, before we give anything to
Right.
the jury, we wanted to get as much an agreement.
y'all at
as we
least get
could.
agreement as to what everybody thinks is being said.
Yeah, our position was that we are absolutely objecting to the jury getting the physical transcripts. I think the discussions we were having was that once we had made a decision as to what was being redacted,
Right.
we were going to get a physical copy of the transcript. And so my question was, because I heard Ms. Hilton say a little while ago something about the highlighted portions, and I just wanted to be clear that I think what she's sending to us, and she can correct me if I'm wrong, is that they're going to send us the transcript, and perhaps the portions that have been redacted out are going to be highlighted so we can identify that. Am I correct about that, Ms. Hilton?
Yes, you are.
Okay. But if you intend to ask the court to let the jurors have a transcript as kind of a listening aid, I don't necessarily have a problem with that. I know that is what we all used to do back in the old days. And there are definitely things on all of these that are difficult to discern what's being said. But we all also recognize that the transcription of at least some people's statements was far less than accurate. So are y'all planning to have them retranscribed or corrected or something?
Yes, that is the
Okay.
reason that when I said any transcript before we even offer or ask to be passed out to the jury,
Okay.
we would correct and share with the defense and get some kind of consensus, even if it isn't an exact consensus, before we even ask the court to pass it out to the jury. The highlighted portions that Ms. Hilton was
Okay.
giving was just to aid in our discussions and agreement
Okay.
with regard to the redacted.
Okay, well, we got Mr. Copeland on the stand right now. And I hope that by Friday we are finished with him. Because that's a lot of days of one person's testimony.
It's ridiculous.
But if part of that is you're
It's
planning to
overkill, man.
play for him his statements to present him with his prior inconsistencies, they need to have seen the redacted videos, seen the redacted transcripts, and had a chance to review that for themselves and digest it. And it's Tuesday.
So before we before we attempted to pass it out, we would indeed give them time to digest it, understanding that it is Tuesday. We had been working on the redacted video portion, and that we were planning to do
You're not on
it
the same
one way,
page.
but the
All right.
court,
When do you expect to be able to get this to them? Everything that has to do with Mr. Copeland's video statements that are going to get played.
So, Your Honor, the state intends to give them 3 of the transcripts that has redaction, which
Okay.
what we talked about last week. I can provide that to them this afternoon.
Perfect.
As far as a transcript
Already
that we were going to
afternoon.
give to the jury, the only transcript at this point that has been fully corrected and ready is the
Uh-huh.
June 10th
Okay.
interview. So that's the only one that we would intend to give to the jury is the June 10th interview. And we
Alright.
have that with the corrections that we will give to defense counsel today.
Also this afternoon. Okay.
Your Honor. As far as the video, we would have to find the outsourcing of it when we leave here today
Okay.
to determine how long that will take and if we can.
Okay.
If we cannot, then we're prepared to move forward in the fashion that we discussed earlier.
Okay. Well, that's definitely less than ideal.
it has not gone as bad as, honestly, the playing, the pausing, the muting of the videos. The muting of the videos has not been the problem. It has been sometimes when it was when we were doing the MP4 that we were advancing and it was starting and stopping because of server
You can
issues.
edit and
It's
clip
still
it.
less than ideal. So I understand you're saying I may not be able to get this together in the next 2 days, but for all of the remaining witnesses, if you can't, honestly, if you can for him, I'd rather you do it for him as well. But I'm just sure that can be done. I'm sure there is somebody out there that can splice it as needed, but
Of
have it
course.
where it is still something that can be heard and understood. So
It's not hard to edit a video. It's not hard to extract. It's not hard to clip
so
something.
anything else? If not, I'll just go. Y'all can do your work and I can do things like other cases or listen to the statement or things like that to get ready for next week. So anything else today?
Your Honor, I'll file a particularized Bruton motion for Mr. Kendrick's statement.
Okay, did you just file that today?
No, I will do it though. I have the.
Oh, you're
time-
planning to?
Yes,
Okay.
I have the timestamps like the court wanted.
Perfect.
I'm just trying to make sure it works and I'll include other people here and I'll send it to them first as a rough draft to make sure that I didn't miss anything for their
Okay.
clients. And then with regards to next Tuesday morning, just as a reminder, your honorable court has allowed me,
Yes.
I just wanted to.
Thank you for reminding me
No,
of
thank
that.
you.
And
Thank you.
and you'd be back with us by when?
I think I'm the second case on the calendar, so 12 o'clock. 12.
Okay,
But
all
I
right.
better check though their schedule.
Okay, so Mr. Steele had asked and I had permitted him to, he's got an oral argument in another case before one of our appellate courts scheduled for Tuesday morning. And I had said, yes, I'll excuse you to do that since I knew we were non-jury anyway next week. So then it sounds like both Monday and Tuesday will be starting, at noon instead of, or let's just say 12:30 instead of in the morning time. All right. All right. Okay, so let's adjourn for the day. We'll be back at 8:45 in the morning. Y'all have lots of work to do, especially y'all on this side. All right, thank y'all.
What a cluster F. Shout out to everybody that put word salad in there. I heard this had me cracking up. When Lawyer Love starts talking for a long time, you best believe she lying. You better believe that she's lying. Yeah, she's a liar. That's a fact. This whole case is just so messed up right now. So they have adjourned for the day. They still haven't given over all the evidence they're supposed to do. All the co-conspirator statements, they still haven't specified which statement they're going to be using and anything of that nature. The state has not done what they're supposed to do. The state is asking the same questions, getting the same answers. This lady don't know how to get a video clip. She don't know how to redact audio and video together. It's just ridiculous. You could do it from a third party. I mean, you could hire somebody to do that. It doesn't take long to do that. I can edit it. Okay. Jeez, oh Pete. Oh man, shout out to everybody that's still rocking with your boy. I'm sorry, I'm a little frustrated right now. This is straight foolishness. Absolutely. It is straight foolishness. I'm confused. Mistrial. We all confused, so give us a mistrial, basically. So what do you all think about today? I mean, today was pretty wild, man. I mean, the biggest bomber of the day was Melnick being suspended for 6 months. 6 whole months where he cannot practice law. That is his livelihood. He cannot practice law at all for 6 months until February of 2025. That is mad crazy. So Woody officially doesn't have a lawyer, although he asked the judge for her to find a lawyer for him, and she magically said a name, Charles J. Engelberger. Okay, like who is that? Who is that? And we looked it up. John Engelberger. He's a criminal defense attorney. We tried to see if he was a public defender because she did mention public defender, and everybody, including myself in the chat, we all said, "Oh hell no! You do not get no public defender for something like this. Don't you dare!" All right. So Charles Engelberger is a lawyer, criminal defense attorney. He does all kind of criminal defense. He does sex crimes and DUIs, DWIs, things like that. All this kind of stuff. He's out of Cobb County. He's in Marietta, Georgia. So he's out of Cobb County. So he's not a part of the Fulton County public defender. I was going to try to see if I can pull up the Fulton County public defenders list. Defender, just in case there's an Engelberger somewhere in there. Just in case there's an Engelberger in the public defenders list that we're not aware of. So hold on, this is another case. I'm gonna get rid of that. I was gonna go through the list here. Public defender's office, Fulton County. Just in case there's I was just going to see if there's anybody even named that, but no, I don't think so. So this guy seems like he's a practicing attorney out of Cobb County, and so he may potentially represent Woody, depending on if he goes with that or not. Woody has to be back on the stand tomorrow morning at 8:45. To continue being questioned. We do know that lawyer Hilton plans on questioning him for the rest of the week. You heard it, the rest of the week. And then hopefully week after that, after this week, we will get a cross-examination of this. We haven't heard the defense do anything for weeks. Okay, this is just frustrating. Fresh Chocolate says, can they go forth without him having an attorney who is prepared and knowledgeable? Yes, they can. That's the problem, though. You don't want to do that. you don't want to do that. We talking about Woody. We don't want Woody to not have an attorney. He needs to have an attorney. Yes, he could. He has the right to an attorney. You have the right to an attorney. You have the right to represent yourself. Okay, so you do have these rights. But he can do this, but this is not a good idea of him to do. He is so off the hook. He can crash at any moment, and just be like, everybody be like, oh, everybody start doing this. He has crashed. Okay. So yes, he can, but we don't want to. We don't want him to do that. Or if you asking me if they could go forth without him having an attorney, I mean, they can call up other witnesses and stuff too. Yes, they can do that and all that kind of stuff, but they're not prepared to do that. But can they continue to try him without having an attorney? He's not on trial. Hold on. He's a witness. He's a witness. He's a key witness, actually. He's a superstar witness. And so they can continue to question him without an attorney if he decides to do that. He's deciding not to, though. And the judge was offering the idea of a public defender, and we're like, no, don't do that. And so she also mentioned the name of a person named Charles Engelberger, who we find out is not a public defender. He's actually a criminal defense attorney and could also represent Woody in this case as a witness. So he doesn't want to continue to testify without an attorney, which is a good idea. Shout out to Woody for that. Yes. So, but we just need to find him a lawyer. And so Charles Engelberger was the name that Judge Whitaker came up with. And then they said something about reaching out that Woody needs to contact him or something like that and talk to him and all that kind of stuff. And Engelberger, according to the judge, said that he would be willing to represent him, but he won't be available till tomorrow. That's what he said. Unless I'm off, that's what I heard. That's what we all heard him say, her say to Woody. And Woody was like, okay, bet. And that's the reason why Woody was able to just walk off the stand without having an attorney. And again, the state knew this ahead of time. Well, not the state, the court knew this ahead of time. And that's why they was already during lunch break, already searching to see what attorney could possibly represent Woody in this case as a witness. Okay. But if the state wanted to, if he was a cooperative witness and the state wanted to just put him on the stand as a witness, then yeah, you don't need an attorney to be a witness in the case. But yeah, that's what's going on right now with Woody. So Woody is, it seems like he's being represented by Mr. Engelberger now. And Charles Engelberger is the third, is a criminal defense attorney out of Marietta, Georgia, in the Cobb County. So that's where we at with that with Woody. They could definitely, like I said, continue with testifying, with questioning him during the testimony of this trial, but he does not want to be questioned without an attorney. That's probably the best thing he said today. That is probably the best thing he said today. All right. So Woody is going to be seemingly good. He's going to come back at 8:45 again today. Again, Engelberger said he's willing to represent him. Judge said, go ahead and contact him, give him a call. If Woody's going to call him or not, I don't know. We don't know. We don't know what Woody is going to do until tomorrow, really, to be honest with you. But I highly doubt, if he's smart, and if everybody's giving him credit of being smarter than what people say he is, if he's smart, dude, get a lawyer, man. Get a practicing attorney, a criminal defense attorney, bro. Do not get no public defender. That's all I care about. Do not get a public defender. The public defenders are no bueno. All right, for real. Miss Hilton again wants him to be on the stand for the rest of the week. I think it's overkill. I think this whole I think Woody's testimony period is overkill. It's been overkill from the state. We have to endure a redo because pituitary Glanville was initially recused, or there was a motion to initially recuse him on the 12th, and everything after the 12th is now in the garbage. Now we got to redo all the questions after the 12th to get up to speed to a full testimony that the jury can actually digest. And so everything that the jury heard from the 12th to now is when it comes to Woody's testimony, has to be redacted from their mind in some miracle fashion. So that way they can actually deliberate once it's time to deliberate without prejudice, without any type of extra information. How that's going to happen, you know, the jury say they can do it. So we'll see. But yeah, this is where we at with Woody. So Fresh Chocolate, I hope I answered your question clearly. If I didn't, please let me know. I would definitely try to answer your question a little bit more clearly if I can. Okay. I don't blame him. Absolutely. I think the judge likes Woody, but I still don't trust her. I don't think the judge care either way. I don't think the judge care about none of this. I think the judge cares about whatever political agenda or politically what she can do. I mean, she just got reelected this year to the seat that she's in. Fresh Chocolate said, "No, baby, you did. Thank you so much. I think I'm over here pouting. I got a headache. I'm so mad. I feel you, Fresh Chocolate. I feel you. Okay, I am over here. You see the steam coming off my bald head, Mad Max. Put Mad Max in the chat. Steam coming off my bald head. The incompetence of Lawyer Love, the overkill of Lawyer Hilton, the lies from the state, everything about this is frustrating. And so I think we all just need a mimosa or a drink or just a relaxation. Or I like cigars, so I'm gonna have me one. I'm about to chill, some food. We need some stuff. Okay, we need some ambience. Okay, if you're into that type of thing, you know what I'm saying? If you want to read the Bible, go read the word. If you want to just go shopping and get some groceries, do that. But we need to decompress, okay? Because this today has been very, very weird. I'm telling you, I'm starting to lean towards the chat now when they said that the timing of this Melnick suspension is so odd. It is so odd. Like all of a sudden, this particular case from 2019 has finally reached through all the appellate process of the court. And now all of a sudden the Supreme Court ruled on it today that he's suspended for 6 months, which Judge Whitaker indicated that she wanted this trial done by either February or March. Is that not what she said? Is that not what she said? She said, I want this trial done by either February or March. We have not heard the defense side of this case yet. We are still on the prosecution. They are still case in chief until I think the end of this month or part of next month. It is absolute overkill. They had 700 witnesses initially. Now they only have 170 something, which is that's still ridiculous. So I don't know, man. This is ridiculous. I don't understand it. But anyway, excuse me, yeah, but tomorrow morning, 8:45, we will be back in court. Woody has to be on the stand at 8:45, or he has to be there at 8:45. I'm not sure if they're going to get correctly started at 8:45, but yeah, I think that's what it is. First, correct. I'm lost because they only seem to be focused on. But what about all those 20 other people sitting in there? What do you mean by this, Fresh Chocolate? I'm a little confused by this here. You talking about the other defendants? Are you talking about the severed defendants? Judge Whitaker is trying to get to Georgia Supreme Court. Hey, it might be. Yeah, where they focus on Thug, that's what they want. Yeah, they want Thug. That's who they want. Shout out to Chill. She said, Business Nation, I'm logging off for the day, but I appreciate you all. Have a wonderful rest of the day. At Tay Biz, you the best. Well, thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And thank you again. She sent out the $20 super chat earlier today. Thank you so much once again. I appreciate that. Thank you so much once again. And thank you again, Fresh Chocolate, for the $4.99 and also My Take TV for the $3 super sticker as well. Thank you all so much as well. I want to show love to everybody that sends me anything. I don't ask for anything. I really appreciate the fact that you all support and also rock out with me. I do appreciate it so much. People who have Cash App me and all that good stuff, I really, really, really appreciate it. It means so much to me. Thank you so much. Fresh Chocolate said exactly, because I only seem to be focused on Thug and not on the defendant. Yeah, this is the. I think that again, something that Woody attested to is he stated that the state won't Thug. They just want Thug. So I gave them Thug. It's such a wax. I mean, I know it people could change. That's what he did back then. So I'm not saying he that type of person now. We don't know what type of person he is now. But back then, being that type of person, man, that's shady, bro. For real. Especially if you know I ain't really doing nothing for real. Don't throw my name into nothing, dog. Especially if I got you rocking with me on concerts. I'm giving you, Thug gave that man some money. What are we talking about here now? Let's be honest. Let's be 100% with this. We know Thug was helping out Woody, man. Let's not get it twisted. All right. But the sad part about it is the fact that, it goes back to what I said before. All they got to say is you did it. All the person has to do is point the finger at you. That's it. And be like, you. And you be like, what? And that's it. Then they can corroborate, or they can create some type of evidence against you. That's it. That's all it takes. But don't forget, he said Thug tried to have him killed, and I think that's why he turned on him. Yeah, that I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. But he did say that. He did say that in his testimony. I mean, that's true. He did say that, but I'm not sure if I would believe that. If I was a juror, I'm like, I don't know why. What would be the motive to have someone killed that I'm helping? I would go to motive on that. I need motive. You need to lay a foundation. Just you saying it don't mean I need you to lay a foundation. What occurred? Okay, so that was good. Okay, this is actually good to talk about real quick. If he said that, then how come Lawyer Hilton did not try to create and lay a foundation on why that was possible? Why? Because she's only, he said it right. It went in the old interview, and that's what I'm saying. You can't lay a foundation. That's what I'm saying. They only going off the transcript of old interviews. That's their evidence. That's their evidence. That's what I'm saying. He's saying that he lied about all of that. He said, that's what I do. I lie. I could put a little truth with a little lie and create a sprinkle of confusion. So that's the thing. He said, if you go back to any of my old interviews, you're not going to get the truth. I'm trying to be truthful with you today. You're not going to get You're not going to get the truth if you go to my old interviews. That's exactly what he said. And so they keep going back to the old interviews. I don't recall. So, I think today was really wild. I think today has a lot. Now we have some conspiracy with this. This Melnick thing really have a conspiracy vibe to it, man. And so I'm gonna do some more digging on it. I'm gonna stay with this thing. I'm gonna see what happens. I'm gonna see if Melnick. I'm gonna see if Caleb Bumpers reach out to Melnick about going live about the suspension or something. If that happens, we definitely got to come back and see what's up. All right. But thank you all once again for watching the live today. It was a very, very interesting day. A very, very interesting day. I'm gonna go ahead and call it today. I mean, it's 3:09 p.m. and I hope everyone is able to enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you all for rocking with me from this morning to today. I thought about splitting the morning the testimony and the afternoon testimony. But once we got word about Mel Nick getting suspended, man, we had to rock out to it and see what was going on with that whole thing. So enjoy the rest of your day. I thank you all once again for watching Tay-Biz TV. If you can, please don't be afraid to hit the like button. It's absolutely free. Subscribe to the channel. That's free as well. You know what I'm saying? And if you would like to become a member of the channel, hit the join button if you want to become a member and support the channel if you want to do that. If not, it's all love. Doing the likes and everything like that, making sure that we get into the algorithm is something that I'm need to have happen. You know what I'm saying? So I get my live algorithm up so we can have more people in the chat. We can have more family members in the chat. You feel me? So until next time, I'm your boy Tay-Biz. Thank you all so much, to all the mods, to all the members, to all the subscribers. Thank you all for watching this channel, and I'll holler at y'all tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning we got court. Peace.
Baby, I'm just too jiggy. Better know I brought that with me. Case they get too iffy. Baby, don't stress, don't sweat it. Put it all on my daddy. Know how I'm coming. And they know what we had. Run around through that left side, low end. All of mine need more wins. If you got beef, don't come out. Cause my young hitter might go in. Uptown GN. Working all through my weekend. Hoping it don't show out. Cause all of my hitters too deep in. With the boy, I'm so seen. Long as my money and my green. Baby, I ain't got work tomorrow. Tell me what the business is. Ain't about no club hop. I'm trying to start some businesses. Shorty, you thought it was, they better know it's not that. Talking all that online, they knowing that it's not fact. Sliding through my hood, I make maneuvers like a Uber, baby. Got a 10-year plan, these can't tell what they doing lately. And I'm way too clean, I'm Listerine, I thought they been knew it. All in my lungs, I got my red cup full of that Henny fluid. Young middle Mad Mac, I'm swinging that leg, I'm banging that do or die. And I ain't that bleedly before I get crucified. Living in my bloodline, this place in my family tree. How the they pressed, I did my best out of what they handed me. Straight out of that country, know my shawty dick as human air. And I need not mention no extensions, that's human hair. Boy, we grew in there. Around through that left side, low end.